favor. Salve, galera. Buenas noites. Deixa eu fazer a... Esqueci de colocar aqui a... Boa noite, Luiz. Tudo jóia? Deixa eu... Sessão pipoca. Deixa eu ver aqui. Param, pam, pam. Cadê aqui? Ah, tá difícil achar um negócio aqui, hein? Boa noite, Cado Game, tudo jóia? Eu tô aqui tentando... Tentando fazer a conquista do... De comer coisa podre, mas não vai. Não sei porquê. Vamos lá. Isso é uma imagem de sessão pipoca aqui. Isso aqui tá bom. Pronto, tá aqui. Boa noite, Guigo Padawan. Salve, Léo. Como eu tinha prometido, né? Hoje vamos estar assistindo aí o documentário. Não assisti ainda. Então... Coloquei aqui sessão pipoca. Coloquei já no... Tá. Ok. Aqui também tá. Vamos esperar a galera. Boa noite, Wallace. Tudo jóia? Eu mandei uma pergunta lá no TA. E o rapaz respondeu, né? Deixa eu ver. Esse aqui é o... Ok, esse aqui é o 16. Esse aqui não tá querendo sair, né? Vou esperar a galera chegar. Enquanto isso eu vou testando aqui. 3 aninhos usados de fazer game. É, já deixei de ser gamer, né? Então, tá tranquilo, né, cara? Mas tá bem safe, né, cara? Já tá bem de boa, né? Cadê aqui? Esse aqui. Qual que é esse aqui? Esse aqui vai 75? Não. Cadê esse aqui? Deixa eu ver. Boa noite, Desley. Tudo jóia? Vai. Confia, Cadu. Confia que eles vão fazer isso sim. Vão dublar sim, com certeza, cara. A Xbox BR vai dublar o documentário, com certeza, cara. Os caras ali, ó. Os caras ali da Xbox BR vão fazer isso sim, confia, cara. Confia que ali, ó. Ali eles vão mandar bem, hein? Pode confiar que... Pode confiar que... Ah, tá tendo som aí do PC, né? Deixa eu tirar o som do PC aqui. Confia que ali... Ali com certeza, cara. Com certeza eles vão... Eles vão dublar, vão divulgar. Ali... Show de bola, né, cara? Os caras ali... MX Chablau inspirado. Os caras ali mandam bem demais, cara. Tem um negócio aqui. O que é isso aqui, cara? It's a monster. Cara, sério que tem que fazer esse cambalacho aqui? Deixa eu ver aqui. Ah, tem uns esquemas aqui que depois eu vou ver o que tem que fazer. Tá foda, viu? O negócio aqui não tá dando nada certo, não. Infelizmente. Infelizmente tem nada dando certo aqui. Infelizmente. Deixa eu desligar o controle aqui. Bom. Tá. Vamos lá. Já tem uma galerinha e vamos mandar bala. Só teve um cara que respondeu. E ele falou que took forever to unlock. Demorou uma eternidade pra desbloquear. Bom, vamos lá. Sem mais delongas, já 14 minutos. Também quero assistir logo essa bodega aí. Começar logo isso aí e fechar aqui, ó. Vamos assistir essa bodega, ver do que se trata. Pôr o foninho. Ficar esperando coisa da Xbox BR, cara. Você tá lascado, filho. Ali, infelizmente, não. Eles não. Até hoje eles não conseguem entender o idioma da galera, cara. Até hoje eles estão perdidos, né? Até hoje eles estão. Deixa eu ver aqui.
Video games are one of the most powerful mediums ever created. This merger of imagination, and technology has introduced a fundamental evolution in human interaction.
Ó, 64.
And now represents a culture of 2.4 billion gamers connected worldwide.
Yes!
But just 20 years ago, the console that kicked off the era of online gaming in the living room almost didn't exist.
Do you ever want to make hardware?
No, that's one thing that we decided not to do.
The idea that Microsoft could ever create a game console was seen as a bit of a joke.
Microsoft.
They wear khakis, and they're boring, and they're Office, and they're Windows.
Might as well call it Nerd Box, right?
I can't imagine how it could be better.
A new console was seen as a risky bet
There it is.
at a company not accustomed to losing.
You're proposing taking money away from Windows in order to fund some game system?
That is an insane business to get into.
It was fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir?
This
look
is
what
the
a man.
story of how a passionate group of gamers forever changed the course of a corporate titan.
They saw the future.
Broadband internet to the television set.
Like, you can do that?
And then Bill says, we should do this. We should let these guys do this.
And the journey to get that controller into our hands.
This thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Fire at will!
Think about the way you could tell stories with that.
No matter where you are in the world, we can all be part of one bigger community.
We need this. This is like the hotline for us.
You take it for granted now, but back then, this was like science fiction.
We weren't sure how we were going to do it.
Xbox, watch TV.
Oh, God. Oh,
Hell no, Microsoft.
Gamers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
the risk here was enormous.
You're always just one catastrophic bug away from not making it.
I remember thinking, hey, maybe we're in over our heads.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood. The company is going to face fierce competition. Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Or on the start of Xbox. Legal, cara. Capítulo 1. Os Renegados.
Hello, I'm Bill Gates, chairman of Microsoft. In this video, you're going to see the future. Microsoft first came up with the Windows concept back in 1983. I'm going to show you real quickly a couple highlights from the product. The graphics interface is an integral part of this new generation to take PCs much further than they've gone before.
When I came to Microsoft in 1987, the average age was 27, and I was 27. We were an amazing young company with an amazing young founder in Bill Gates.
He knew business better than anybody out there, and he also knew technology. He was able to synthesize things that nobody else in the industry could.
It was incredibly fast-moving. It was the kind of place where people didn't hold back. For someone who just wanted to really let loose and grow and learn, it was an amazing place.
Bill Gates and the team back then were the disruptors, which was exciting and palpable.
We just thought of ourselves kind of the rebels, kind of, you know, where the big companies like IBM were these huge companies, but we were this little rebel group of hackers, you know, doing this cool work. I'm very optimistic about where we're going. But that really changed in '95.
Windows 95 has taken over computer stores.
They were online in the middle of the night. Personal
Where is
computer
the guy?
users packed into stores dying to get their hands on one.
When Windows 95 launched, it was like a coming out party for the whole company.
No doutor, lembro do
made a
95.
thing
Saiu
that
dos...
everybody in the world wanted.
Eu lembro
It was
disso.
like air to me. It just was. It existed and you needed
Eu
it.
lembro disso.
Today's world, you can't make it without a computer.
It has thousands of programs that some of us may need.
I can run 3 or 4 applications at the same time.
Windows 95 is so easy, even a talk show host can figure it out.
By the late 90s, Windows was dropping $1 billion to the bottom line every month.
O Windows dominou totalmente, não tem como, né?
It was the most profitable business in the history of the human race. I don't think there's ever been anything remotely like it unless you count the Spaniards going to the New World and like literally hollowing out a mountain made of silver.
Microsoft, which has a business relationship with NBC, is the most powerful engine in the new age of computers, a giant cash machine, and it strongly disagrees with the government.
In the late 90s, we were sort of the bad guys, the Death Star.
The perception of Microsoft, I think generally, was not great. They were in the middle of the Justice Department, monopoly issues.
We were the big gorilla in the room on most subjects. And so people viewed us as sort of the big bad tech company.
By 1999, 90% of computers worldwide used the Microsoft Windows operating system. They were untouchable, without comparison or viable rival.
We've been successful in the operating system world, built a huge PC business, we built Microsoft Office into this big business. We were the tech behemoth.
Windows overtook that industry and transformed the world. But during that period, disruption was coming from all sides.
Sony.
For decades, Sony had been a Japanese electronics giant with a history of producing personal and home entertainment hardware. And then, in 1994, Sony struck gold with the PlayStation, a gaming console with unparalleled success.
The launch of PlayStation really thrust gaming into popular culture in a big way. And Sony saw an opportunity for gaming to be even bigger and touch entertainment.
What Sony discovered was a console was really a Trojan horse to the living room. And once that device got into the living room, it could be a multimedia entertainment device.
Sony was putting different things into the home. They're putting a hard disk here in like a DVR. They're putting memory here. They're putting a processor here. And if they could connect all those things together, it would be a computer, a potentially existential threat to Microsoft.
I'll play those.
Without further ado, let me introduce to you the next generation PlayStation technology.
Even before Sony launched PlayStation 2, they were just creating this perception of inevitability. PlayStation 2 was the next big thing, and anything in its way was going to get crushed.
They said our new PlayStation is so powerful that it's going to replace the PC.
Sony was showing a slide at trade shows and to our customers of a future home that was full of PlayStations and didn't have any PCs in it.
Que absurdo, né? Achar que PlayStation
like
substitui
shooting
PC.
cannonballs over Microsoft headquarters.
It was an incredibly arrogant thing for them to do, but it was pointed too. I mean, that was a very serious threat.
In the 90s, Microsoft was a paranoid place. And when somebody said Sony's going to put a PC in the living room, that got everybody's attention.
And if Sony was at the point of locking down the living room, what was Microsoft going to do?
One possible answer was brewing not from the top executive ranks, but from deep within the Microsoft corporate structure. 4 renegades on the DirectX software team who were working on tech to help developers create games for Windows, and who were united by a fervent belief that games were the future.
I was leading the DirectX development team with one of my colleagues on the marketing side of DirectX, Ted Hasse. You know, the question that we were starting to ask is, where was all this graphics technology headed? Windows had won the desktop operating system wars. So we're starting to ask where there could be threats or opportunities in the future. We quickly narrowed down to games and an all-encompassing entertainment platform for the living room as being an opportunity for us.
Otto had carefully built a career at Microsoft, and he had already taken a risk because Otto could have been an important programmer in a legitimate Microsoft group like Windows or Office. Instead, he chose to be in this DirectX group because he was passionate about graphics.
Ted and I both had folks on our teams we felt could bring some additional brain power to the conversation, including Seamus Blackley.
How do you describe Seamus? He's just a piece of work. One of the most brilliant people I've ever met.
Besides being a physicist and a really amazing mathematician, Shane has really embodied the heart of what it meant to be a game developer.
When I saw arcade games when I was little, when I saw Computer Space, my first idea was not, I want to play this game for hours. My idea was, how can I make my own thing?
One of Ted's employees was Kevin Bacchus, who had a financial and market analysis background.
Kevin's like a Vulcan in the best possible way. His interface to the world is entirely intellectual.
That is correct. We had day jobs for DirectX, but a lot of our thinking was how we could build brand new technology that was single-mindedly focused on making the very best games.
The four of us, we played games, and we love games, and we wanted to make them. That really meant something for us.
They were working on DirectX, a set of software tools that standardized game development across PC hardware, and which was readily embraced by PC game developers. But the team saw a way to push DirectX further, with an idea that could revolutionize the foundation of console game development.
With Windows and DirectX, we have the platform that everybody wants to do the work on to make the games. We already have the entire infrastructure of everything you need to create all this technology sitting on our platform. If we could only create a single hardware standard, a box designed just to run DirectX. It gave us the idea that we could produce better games than Sony, and Nintendo, and Sega.
At that time, Japanese game consoles had very proprietary chipsets, and they just didn't work very well for Western developers. The instructions on how to use it would be in Japanese. What the DirectX group was proposing was, there's a better way to do this. We're going to use PC architecture that you're familiar with, which is just going to work out of the gate, so they could spend more time crafting and building their games.
They had an incredibly developer-friendly story. You already know how to write these games. If you've written them for PC, you can write them for console as well. That message is pretty powerful.
For us, this was about advancing the gamer's interests and the game developer's interest, which would advance Microsoft's interests. So we decided that this was the right time to try to build support for the idea of Microsoft building a game console. At the same time, nobody ever believed that Microsoft would actually have the audacity to attempt such a thing.
The four of us, we were on a journey to get support for this crazy idea around putting a DirectX-powered box in the living room to deliver interactive content.
We were trying to crash meetings and get traction on this thing.
We were an annoyance.
Nobody knows who the hell we are. And we were constantly discovering super important people who were roadblocks or who wouldn't get it and who didn't think games were important.
You're proposing taking money away from office development in order to fund some game system?
These people dreaded having meetings with us.
No surprise, displacing the stated direction of a company at the scale of Microsoft was not a trivial undertaking.
Salve, Cristóvão.
Realizing that who you knew inside of Microsoft was at least as important as what you knew, we brought in the guy who could try to build support for the idea of Microsoft building our game console, Nat Brown.
I had a lot of time spent talking with different teams and working with kind of long-term strategic planning.
Nat had an incredible network of connections. He opened up a lot of doors for us.
Nat was sort of like our Obi-Wan Kenobi, this wizard figure who would show up and go, oh, I know who you need to call. You need to talk to the guys in this division or that division. He knew the structure to Microsoft.
It's been nothing but a fight to figure out how the place works.
One of the first things Nat said was we needed a proper code name.
Something that would plant in people's head and take on a life of its own.
Nat said, well, isn't it really a DirectX box in the living room? I'm like, yeah, it's like a DirectX box. That's what it's about.
And we just put up on the board, let's call it the DirectX box.
So we had this awkward thing in our mouths all the time. It was a DirectX box.
And I remember saying, that's too long. It's just Xbox. And we liked that.
That was our code name. as a stand-in until we had something better come along.
We built a business case that showed how big this business could be. To get buy-in on that, you have to distribute it, you have to go socialize it. My trick was getting our stuff in front of executives to make them say, I want to understand this business.
The team set their sights on a logical choice. A senior executive who spoke their language, literally.
Yeah, I'll play real quick.
Ed Fries was a Microsoft lifer. He joined as an intern.
Ed had been critical in the development of Office, one of the biggest franchises, even at that time, that Microsoft ever had.
He had this passion for games. He loved games. He programmed a game at a very early age.
When most high schoolers were getting their first minimum wage jobs, Fries was already cashing royalty checks from his first game.
So let's take a look at this high-quality product.
A clone of the hit arcade game Frogger, aptly named Froggy.
Highly original, as you can see. Yeah.
When I left Office to go run the games group, people told me I was committing career suicide.
Thank you, that's it. Good night.
They said, why would you leave Office, one of the most important parts of the company, to go work on something no one cares about? And when I got there, running the games group, I found out they were right. No one cared about what I was doing, and that was awesome.
In '95, the games group was really small. It was like 20 people. In a lot of these tech companies, there's not as much respect given for those other disciplines.
Microsoft at the time didn't care very much about games. I think we were just more of a hobby.
We were gamers working in like the bowels of some Microsoft corporate building. Our goal at the time was to push Windows as a gaming platform.
I always felt like I was doing underdog stuff, and that's actually what I really enjoyed. I enjoyed trying to bring Microsoft from behind in PC games.
After Windows 95 launched, we had to wear these t-shirts that said, Microsoft knows games.
You know, it was obvious we didn't really know games, otherwise we wouldn't have had to put it on our shirt, you know what I mean?
Choose your favorite form of world domination in Age of Empires.
But after a couple of years, we launched Age of Empires.
Esse foi sucesso,
crazy.
hein?
What a fascination that game
Valeu, Adilson. 2 anos já, hein?
The signature PC strategy games for years.
That was actually a huge success for us, and we started to do some acquisitions, and we were growing our publishing business.
As we started to ship more quality games, we finally got to the point where we were respected in Microsoft, and people were like, okay, Microsoft actually does know what it's doing when it comes to games.
Ed took a broken games business and fixed it and made it profitable and found a way to do it at Microsoft. These are difficult double black belt Aikido corporate moves.
Steering the tiny PC games division into a profitable department had won Ed the trust of Bill Gates. And yet, Fries himself wasn't satisfied.
Our PC market share was growing into the teens, and at the same time, we weren't doing anything in the console space, and that, to me, seemed like a bit of a waste. You know, there was this huge market out there. One day, these guys from the DirectX team walked into my office, and they pitched me on this thing, the Xbox, and basically what they pitched was a disguised PC. I thought, oh, this is great. This is like a bridge for me to get to the console business.
This box that will run a native version of DirectX, which is the part of Windows that's really focused on the game developer, was revolutionary.
It's going to be easy to port to this machine, easy to take my games and make them run. Unlike running on PlayStation at that time or a Nintendo machine that were just very alien hardware compared to a PC.
Ed understood all this game development is happening on the PC. We wanted to make a console that was specifically designed to be easy and fun to make games on.
Esses caras mudaram o mundo, né, cara? Quantas pessoas não foram influenciadas, né, cara? Quantas comunidades não criaram, caralho.
Basically, I said, you know, I'm in. I like this idea. I want to help you guys.
The DirectX team, these were troublemakers, upstarts. They didn't have these reputations that Ed had as sort of born and bred to work at Microsoft.
They didn't really have any political clout within the company. It was, I think, a big win for them to get me on their side, from my point of view.
This unlikely alliance would bring the Xbox team closer to the biggest test of all, pitching Bill Gates. And that opportunity would come sooner than anyone expected.
When Sony unveiled the PlayStation 2, they started talking about how they were going to be the death of the PC.
A new concept that we'd like to introduce going into the next century, our EE, the Emotion Engine.
It's like, what a great name. Holy crap, you know, an emotion engine.
And our new CPU architecture significantly outperforms even the fastest Pentium 3 architecture that's in the market today.
They showed beautiful fighters, models twirling around. They showed 1,000 delicate rose petals falling from the sky to show just how many polygons, just the raw math that this behemoth of a device could process. And guess what? It's got the power of 1,000 suns behind it.
For Microsoft, that really crystallized what the stakes were. And Bill asked the DirectX team to do an analysis of these
Hoje a
claims
gente vê
that
como
Sony
morte
had
no
made.
PC é uma piada, né? Play 2, morte no PC.
As you can imagine, getting on Bill's calendar was next to impossible. I felt a huge sense of pressure to make things happen and make them happen quickly.
Otto and Seamus provided a fantastic breakdown, very technical, what the emotion engine did and did not do, which claims were true, which claims were exaggerated. And at the end, they very audaciously slipped in a little mention of the fact that, you know, we could build a console too. And we put together what we thought at the time was a pretty compelling argument.
Gates had been curious about the viability of a Microsoft console, but it wasn't until mid-March of 1999, just 1 week after the formal announcement of the PS2, that the possibility was finally starting to percolate amongst the company's elite at its annual leadership retreat.
Semiamu was Bill Gates' annual Think Week to think about strategically what sort of projects did they want to greenlight.
One of the programs that you do at this 3-day offsite is a idea generating effort.
We all sat in a room and people could propose a topic for a breakout.
We would write down a question and we'd stand there with our question in front of us.
People moved around and everybody voted what topic they wanted to work on.
And the question I wrote that year was, what if the cable companies like AOL and Sony all got together and they all pooled all the subsidies that they were paying to acquire customers? They could put out a box for free because it would be so ubiquitous and so highly wanted. That's all I said.
If they could get it into the home as a game console, it would be like the comet that hit the Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs, meaning the Windows PC.
I got a big line of people behind me on that one, including Bill, and off we went to start talking about it for a couple hours.
And so we had a sort of a 2-hour thrash on pros and cons of video game console. What was the state of play with Sony?
And coming out of there, Gates just called it. He wanted me to look into what we should do about it.
Thompson's big question resonated with Gates, and a call went out to the entire company looking for anyone who could answer.
It was sort of an all-points bulletin to senior managers all over the company saying, anybody working on any of this kind of stuff?
And so in March of '99, the DirectX team and every other group in the company that touched games in any way was brought together for a meeting to talk about whether we should have a comprehensive game strategy for the entire company. We took that opportunity to say, listen, not only do we have a perspective on this, we actually have a presentation, a PowerPoint deck that we'd like to share with everybody that says what we, the DirectX team, think the company should do. And obviously that created a great stir at the meeting. Nobody was expecting that. But it was a great surprise to us to find out there were other parts of the company that had aspirations of doing the same thing.
O que foi no
I was running a
Dreamcast?
team in what
Windows
was known as
CE.
the Windows CE group. Windows CE was an operating system designed to run devices like handheld computers or even
Hello.
game consoles. Via partnership we struck with Sega around their last game console, which was the Dreamcast. We had a pretty capable hardware team.
Some of the guys in that group had worked at 3DO.
Have you experienced the awesome power of the Panasonic Real 3DO system?
And that was a legitimate game console, albeit one that was not a success in the marketplace, but it was a legitimate console play.
Together, we had the hardware expertise, and we had a proposal for what Microsoft should do next in the console space.
Obviously. These guys think they know how to make a game console and that they should do it instead of us. We opened the door and Bill's interested in a game console, so now they're gonna edge us out and they're gonna step through the door.
They were funded, they had a name, they had leadership, they had executive support.
Their argument was, we already know how to do this. What do these kids know? go with us.
The DirectX team was young and hungry, full of tech know-how and vision. But Windows CE was well known within the company and had experience on their side.
Suddenly, it was a race to try to get the most legitimacy inside of Microsoft. Where the winner was going to be the one to bring a game console to market.
And it came to this big battle with Bill.
It was what Microsoft often seemed to do, which is pit two groups of smart people against each other. Classic Bill Gates move.
The stage for the cage match was set. The DirectX and Windows CE teams would battle for the right to make a Microsoft game console in front of founder Bill Gates. To the victors belonged the spoils.
Having Bill in the meeting was always a fantastic thing, as well as increasing the tension at the same time.
Somebody's confused. Somebody's just not thinking.
He was legendary. If you went in and you're full of shit, you get shut down.
No, you don't understand. You guys never understood. You never understood the first thing about this.
So, we tried really hard not to be full of
He is brilliant, but it was a very aggressive, male-dominated culture. Lots of expletives, super, super smart. But man, if you said something stupid,
Well, I'm done.
Round one. From my group's perspective, we felt good. We thought they didn't really understand the console space, so frankly, we discounted them a little bit. Ready? Fight. We proposed something that aligned very much with how business was done in the game console market as it existed. You gotta meet the market where it's at.
The WinCE guys were sort of like preaching the model, but the model isn't very interesting.
In their pitch to Bill, as we're sitting there horrified, they're basically talking about recreating the 3D or making a game console similar to everything else that's on the market. And we're like, you don't enter a market and copy what the competition does exactly. You enter a market to disrupt it, to do stuff they can't do.
Windows CE presented, and they talked about this device and blah, blah, blah. And then the DirectX team got up and presented this vision for Xbox.
There were two things in our plan that we thought absolutely critical to the success of Xbox and games on Xbox, which had never been done before on a game console.
Online.
Number one, a hard drive that would be important not only to save information about the player's state and what accomplishments they had done,
era tudo direto do disco, né?
but also so they could store large amounts of data somewhere and be able to access and change that over time.
I remember there was a big debate about should there be a hard drive in it or not a hard drive in it. We were the not hard drive folks. We didn't see the benefit of it.
Você vê como que a consciência evolui, né, cara?
The second component that we thought was absolutely critical was Ethernet. The Sega Dreamcast was basically the first console in history to have any kind of online component to it. But theirs was dial-up internet using a modem. That was the technology of the time. We realized that that was a short-term solution. What we wanted to do was to point towards the future and integrate Ethernet and high-speed broadband internet to the television set. We wanted to bet on the future rather than on the present.
The ability to connect machines to each other and to the internet was a core part of the DNA.
We were pitching a very traditional game console, and the Xbox team proposal, as I understood it, it sounded to us like, hey, we're going to take a PC and we're going to go build a console out of that, and it just didn't seem credible. It's just not the way the business worked. Final round, fight.
These two groups came at the idea of building a game console in very, very different ways. So this meeting got really contentious.
We have to watch these guys like on our plan and tell us it's not going to work and talk to Bill about how game consoles really work. I'm waiting. I'm like, come on, Bill, kill him, shut him down. They're full of shit. He doesn't do it.
I wanted to see the Bill Gates of old. I wanted to see Old Testament Bill Gates, the guy that was famous for throwing people out of meetings and telling them never to come back and telling them that they're the dumbest person in the company. To my horror, Bill sat back and stroked his chin and was very thoughtful. Bill said, well, I think both teams raised some good ideas.
But he didn't seem really that impressed.
In front of that audience, we realized we had to bring out every stop.
The guys from the DirectX side knew that you don't go to a Bill Gates review without showing something really spectacular.
And so leading into this meeting, none of us had slept for like a week.
We made this little device that had relatively old PC technology with a game console-like case on it. And we modified Windows with a hack that like tears open a hole from the bottom up and exposes the hardware.
It was a bunch of PC components and a game controller, and it was literally just held together by chewing gum and tape.
Soldering stuff, stripping wires.
And this was like, in the back of our car or like, on the floor in a conference room that we were making this stuff.
An ugly timer on it that showed Windows booting up from power.
Booting a PC 20 years ago would take like 3 minutes. It could take longer. It could take 5-6 minutes. These guys played with a PC, pulled stuff out that wasn't necessary, changed the BIOS.
BIOS.
I turned it on, and so it booted in like 3 or 4 seconds.
Bill Gates almost jumped across the table. He was so excited when he saw that.
Bill immediately looked at us.
Why the doesn't Windows boot like that all the time? Yeah. Bill wanted to see it multiple times. He's like, turn it off and do it again. Turn it off and do it again.
I saw his jaw drop. This is a guy who knows more than most people in the world will ever possibly know about PCs. Saw a PC, probably for the first time, come on immediately. And we had a software emulator of a PlayStation that had been written for Windows. So you can imagine the executive's surprise when we took a PlayStation disc, stuck it in the Xbox prototype, and immediately Tomb Raider came on screen and
Os caras conseguiram fazer emulador de Play 2.
Of believability. It made the idea of Xbox seem tangible and real and achievable.
The DirectX guys were stuntmen, and they played the game a lot better.
We, frankly, I think, underestimated what they were going to walk into the room with. That meeting wasn't a great outcome for us.
The Windows CE guys literally said, it's not fair, we weren't given the opportunity to make hardware. And somebody said, eliminate him. Well, nobody told them to build hardware, but they did.
Unfortunately for the Windows CE team, they brought a PowerPoint to a demo fight.
Looking back on it now, I really do think that Bill looked at us and saw some aspect of himself or the early days of Microsoft, and that's what he thought was going to work.
Bill's reaction was, you guys are proposing that it's doing good things for Windows, and it's based on Windows, and we get Windows in the living room. That all makes sense. You're proposing that we spend $500 million on it. You need to make this presentation to Steve.
How much do you think this advanced operating environment
Steve Ballmer, esse é maluco, cara.
Before you answer,
Steve is one of the most enthusiastic and energetic people I've ever met in my life. That energy and enthusiasm that you see on stage is 100% authentic.
Esse cara era foda,
if the biggest fan of Xbox was Bill Gates, the biggest opponent was Steve Ballmer.
Steve, as a good businessman, liked to make money. He liked, big, bold bets, but he liked big, bold bets that would pay off.
This was right at the time when Bill was transitioning the CEO role to Steve. And they had already agreed for a couple years that if Bill came up with some crazy idea that cost a lot of money, that Steve should get a chance to say yes or no on it first. And that led into this final meeting where we really had quite a large group of executives across the company.
The room was packed. There were a lot of different constituencies there, all the way from the field sales force to the most technical side of the company. You had a lot of people very, very interested.
Steve's a big guy. Bill's in there, and you're in there with these two super famous guys who hold your destiny, and Steve is really upset that we wanted to take this risk.
Ballmer understood very well where Microsoft's bread was buttered and where the money came from. We were a company known for productivity software. He didn't want some video game, or even the fact that we made video games, to threaten the very lifeblood of the company.
Steve looked at the Xbox idea and saw insanity. He went to his whiteboard and he said, okay, what's this going to cost? What's the hard drive going to cost? What's the Ethernet port going to cost? What's the graphics chip going to cost? And he totaled it all up and said, there's no way you guys, what's your reserve for returns? Reserve for returns, what does that mean? Well, we freely admitted that we didn't understand the first thing about hardware, but we were gamers and we were game developers. Our entire careers have been built around games. We knew that 3D gaming was taking off and online gaming was just around the corner.
Os caras já
the
sabiam,
best
né?
and brightest in the game development world, they were moving all their thinking from the PC to consoles. We had the opportunity to go create something that was going to take all of the equity, all the goodwill, all the technology, and all of the programming tools that had ever been created to make Windows applications and carry it forward to the living room. And that was the product that we were proposing, Xbox.
Looking back at that moment, what Steve and Bill were seeing was the future passing Microsoft by. You know, Microsoft was thought of as this dominant company of the era, but success or even survival was anything but preordained. If Microsoft didn't grab this opportunity, that Microsoft would be on the wrong side of the future of tech.
They made everybody step back for a second and think.
The console business was something that we needed to seize. I think that that was where Bill and Steve realized that they needed to move forward with Xbox.
An incredibly electrifying moment.
We'd finally convinced Steve. Bill was convinced.
They've done an outstanding job so far, haven't they?
I think Bill did have a view that software running on hardware in a family room could really bring some unique experiences into the home. We could start with video games, but it could go many directions from there.
It was really an opportunity to recapture the soul that Microsoft had at the beginning, to create that revolution, to create that new platform.
We were going to do something no one else had done. We were going to launch a console from a software company. Microsoft had done nothing like that before.
And then it became clear that there was just some really big challenges for us.
At the beginning, it was about credibility.
We had a task ahead of us to ensure that we were taken seriously in the game industry.
This equation of power, performance, and price. You have to come correct on every single part of that, you know, to be successful.
There were so many tasks that had to be done on both the hardware and software side. We realized that we needed to have a leader. It was clear to all of us that that person was Rick Thompson. He had asked the best questions, the most insightful questions. We wanted him to be part of the answers.
So Rick was brought in as the seasoned senior executive who had experience in hardware with peripherals, mice and keyboards. And he had to construct a plan and a go-forward strategy.
My comment at the time was, I'm not big enough for this job. But a couple days later, Steve Ballmer calls me into his office and says, let's get this straight between the two of us. This is your job now.
You're making a big splash. You say you're getting into this consumer market. You know, if that doesn't work out well, it could really give the company a huge black eye, and that would be very difficult to recover from.
The risk here is enormous, the amount of money we could lose on this project. And for me, it was fear, uncertainty, and doubt, because you got a business guy who's gonna try to figure out a business model with my little team of people who helped me with the hardware business. You got 4 people coming over from DirectX. None of us actually knew the rules of the game that we're playing. And we basically just stood there and looked at each other and said, oh, like, now what do we do?
O que vai fazer agora, né? Acabou? Ah, eu vou assistir o segundo. Nossa, tá show de bola esse documentário, cara. Muito bom. Eu vou assistir o segundo também. Ô, louco. Cadê o segundo? Capítulo 2. Tá muito bom, cara. Vou pegar um... Passar rápido. Não, tá muito bom o documentário. É interessante você ver como que eles foram revolucionários, né, cara? E o risco que a Microsoft correu em entrar no mundo dos videogames, cara. E é interessante, né? Os caras na época não tinham noção do impacto que eles iam fazer mundialmente. Olha quantas vidas, quantas pessoas eles influenciaram, cara. Até mesmo a Sony com essa questão do online, né? O console tem um HD, tem um online. Isso era revolucionário, cara. Isso é revolucionário, velho. Tô curtindo pra caramba. Deixa eu pegar um negócio pra beber lá, vem. Deixa eu ir no banheiro primeiro. Só um segundinho. A gente já vai continuar já. Vamos assistir mais um capítulo aqui. E bora. Tá muito bom.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo.
Microsoft is going to make a game console.
It was seen as a bit of a joke.
Might as well call it Nerdbox, right?
We needed to prove our credibility. This thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser out. I want it to blind people.
The game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
I opened up the first machine, I'm like, what the? Oh my God, like what happened in there?
Seamus is backstage soldering as the auditorium is filling up.
And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
The Microsoft brand is on the line, the Microsoft name's on the line.
Bill's not gonna be happy.
And it was terrifying.
He's screaming at us. You guys have lied to me. You guys have like played me for a fool.
And he says, this is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company.
It was terrifying. I thought my career was over.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Meet the Microsoft Mouse Line. There's a mouse for everyone, whether you're an expert or first-time buyer. Let's start with the basics.
I joined the hardware group back in 1987. I ran it for 13 years, hired 300 people into the group, and by 1999, we were doing $600 million worth of business a year.
Rick was working for me running our hardware business. Think mice, keyboards, we had some speakers, we had this thing called Interactive Barney.
That's super duper.
At some point, Steve Ballmer shows up and says, Rick's gonna go do this business exploration. I want you to help sort of supervise and support him.
Steve Ballmer tells me Xbox is my new job and is very convincing about it. Having been in hardware all of my career at Microsoft, I need to understand how this is going to be a good business for us.
Antigamente as peças brancas ficavam tudo.
If you want to be a great software company, you have to be only a software company. You can't dabble in other things.
The idea of building a game console from scratch, the risk here was enormous.
We really understand what it is to be gamers, but we're panicking, like we have to figure out how to build the hardware.
Okay, we had no idea what we were doing. None. Like, couldn't have been less qualified to build a console.
Everything about making a console is hard, including taking an upfront loss on the hardware. Sony, Sega, Nintendo, they design their own hardware, they manufacture it themselves, and they sell it at a loss and make a profit on games. That's how the business model works. So for Microsoft, that is an insane business to get into.
Our P&L said we were going to lose $2 billion for the privilege of maybe later on, somewhere way down the road, we'll make money. And once you started it, with all the commitments that you make trying to convince the game developers to make Xbox games, you can't really stop it.
What have you done? What madness has claimed you?
We made it the point to Steve Ballmer to say, if you guys start this thing, don't come back 6 months from now and say it hurts too much.
Any new console hoping to have even a chance of success needed to win over a group of notoriously tough critics, game developers. And getting past those gatekeepers would require Microsoft to make a flawless debut at the world's largest game developer conference, GDC.
Games sell consoles, and so in order to sell consoles, we had to win the hearts and minds of the developers.
The only place I think we could have ever announced Xbox was GDC.
The next GDC would take place in March of 2000, so the Xbox team had only 11 months to design and deliver a functioning prototype.
Time is running out for Microsoft to get on the board. If they didn't announce by GDC 2000, they were going to be ceding too much of the playing field to Sony. They had to do it.
And there was still one massive problem to solve. Who was going to build the console hardware? The plan had never been for Microsoft to do it alone.
The only way that we could actually get Xbox made properly was to go to the people that were really good at building hardware.
Rick was trying like hell to find somebody to partner with us, people had expertise that he knew we didn't have.
Companies like Dell and Compaq and NEC and Toshiba. We start these meetings, and most of the guys would look at me and go, "Who are you? And should I believe you or not?" And I'm like, no, really, we're gonna do this.
And the OEMs all, laughed in his face. Like, we understand enough about the console business to know that all the money is made on the software. And you're coming to us and asking us just to make the hardware while you make the software. We're not that dumb.
Rick's point of view was, we have no chance of doing this ourselves. And so then the question became, how do we partner with Nintendo? Or maybe we should partner with Sega.
Sega seemed like a natural choice because of Microsoft's previous collaboration on the Dreamcast. But there was pushback against the partnership. Dreamcast had never been competitive with Sony, and Xbox needed to be unlike anything Microsoft had tried before. That left one last great hope.
With Nintendo's 64-bit technology, now Mario lives in a 3D world, and you can make him go wherever you want.
As we began to understand the business model, we really appreciated Nintendo. People don't buy consoles, they buy games. They want to play Mario, they want to play Pokemon, they want to play Zelda.
Accepting the award for Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time will be Shigeru Miyamoto.
And you look at Nintendo and you find the Spielberg of the video game industry in Miyamoto and you go, wow, this guy's unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
I knew I could convince Microsoft to outright buy Nintendo.
Ele queria que a Microsoft comprasse a Nintendo.
Amazing accomplishment because it's the national treasure of Japan.
So if you buy Nintendo, you get credibility in the Japanese market. You maybe even get Miyamoto.
Was there a way to make that happen? Because that
Tentaram
would give us instant credibility.
If Microsoft were to acquire Nintendo, they would have gotten two things. One was the hardware, and second is a massive games portfolio.
From Rick's point of view, if you could acquire Nintendo, you would immediately have access to the best game library in the world, full stop.
Salve,
So I
Rubens.
made an introduction to the people that ran Nintendo of America, told them what we were interested in, and then we made a trip to Kyoto.
And who do you think you are barging into my office?
But I could tell from the first meeting that there wasn't a chance this was going to happen. They were highly skeptical.
Guards!
They were like not even remotely interested in selling the business. I never got past square one on trying to acquire them.
That to me is the pivotal point for Xbox. Oh my gosh, we're actually gonna do this ourselves. And that scared the crap out of us. Because once it became a do-it-ourselves project, now the Microsoft brand is on the line, the Microsoft name's on the line, it's gonna be big and public. We're gonna have to do a lot of things new.
Não,
We're
ainda
gonna
não
do
vi não,
hardware at
Rubens.
scale. We are no longer in the Microsoft playbook.
An unprecedented challenge called for some change-ups and new additions to the team. Ted, Nat, and Otto left for other pursuits, while Thompson brought on someone new. Someone known within Microsoft for delivering complex projects against impossible deadlines.
One day, this guy comes into my office and he sits down and I'm like, who are you? And he says, I'm Jay Allard. I said, who's Jay Allard? And he looks at me like, everybody knows who I am, right?
We're really on the cusp of this digital entertainment revolution. So while for 25 years now, Microsoft prided itself on making the world more productive, now our challenge is to blend that with making the world less productive.
He was seen as a futurist that had a lot of credibility internally at Microsoft.
There was, the famous internet memo.
He sent Bill Gates this memo that basically said, hey, Bill, we gotta wake up because this thing called the internet is coming and it is going to transform commerce, it's gonna transform society, and it's going to be powered by broadband connections. And so we made a huge, bold bet by putting a broadband connection in the back of the Xbox. Everybody thought we were nuts.
You have to remember, back in 1999, less than 5% of the U.S. households even had
Verdade, eu não
broadband.
tinha banda larga mesmo.
But I remember Jay saying, we're gonna bet on the future, not against it. He had a vision for where online gaming could go and what Xbox could become.
Desde o
And
começo, o
Bill paid
Xbox já
attention
tava
to Jay.
anos luz, né, velho? Questão do online, né?
With the right team together, Xbox needed the right operating system, and that was a little tricky. And political.
It's just amazing how popular PCs are.
Windows had been the catalyst for Microsoft's meteoric rise.
Games, word processors, calculators, calendars, all running faster than ever.
Bill Gates had been won over to the team's pitch on the understanding that Windows would power Xbox. But the team knew that Xbox needed to be leaner than a PC. Windows was an all-purpose tank. Xbox needed a street racer.
One of the things that makes Windows great is that you can do lots of things at once. You can be running Word next to Excel, next to IM, next to Photoshop.
And so the idea was, if we're going to put a video game console in the living room, it's going to run Windows.
Once or twice a week, we'd get pings from all sorts of different groups around Microsoft. Office was kind of the notorious one, saying, hey, I hear we're doing a console. I hear it's going to run Windows. What do I have to do to get a build of Office running on it? I bet people would like to edit their Word documents while sitting on the couch. What's the rating of this? Okay, so we had to do two things. One, we had to tell these groups off. That is not what this is. If you actually think people want to sit back on their couch doing spreadsheets, it's not going to happen. At the same time, we needed a lot of code from these groups. So we had to tell them off nicely.
You're dismissed.
The services that Windows provides are really valuable, but the most important thing for games is speed. If you have an operating system taking 15% of the CPU and half the disk, you're dead.
One possible solution was to use just the Windows NT kernel, essentially the brain of the operating system. This would leave more space and flexibility for developers to program games. There was just one problem with that solution. The Xbox team didn't have access to that kernel, and the Windows team wasn't about to share it.
Here we are in the computer room that holds all of our server machines.
If we'd have gone and asked the Windows team, they would have insisted that we take Windows as is, no modifications, subject to their approval, and we just could not bring that baggage over. So we had to steal it. We stole it. We stole it, yes.
Eles roubaram, cara.
Running on this machine here.
We actually grabbed it at night off of a server when no one was looking, about 3 weeks before a major Windows release was going to happen. We brought it back and just started hacking and slashing stuff out of it. We had to refactor and cleave off functionality to make this box so tuned that the games could be brilliant. What started out as a 4.5 megabyte working set for the kernel got that down to about 200K. So a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what Windows is actually made it over to Xbox.
You could call this the evolutionary approach.
It becomes clear that what we're going to do is not what Bill and Steve thought they had approved.
Xbox would have the heritage of Windows, but not actually Windows itself.
The new operating system was streamlined, but nothing like the Windows-powered version the team had pitched to win the technology bake-off against Windows CE. With GDC 2000 just 1 month away, for Thompson and the team, it was the moment of truth. Time to call one final meeting. A do-or-die presentation to Bill Gates on Valentine's Day to ask if he could open his heart to a Windows Lite version of Xbox.
We had to go to Bill and tell him that what he wanted most out of this, he was not going to get. This wasn't going to run Windows.
I can't imagine how it could be better.
Oh, Bill's not going to be happy.
This was the final meeting to either approve the Xbox or cancel it. One of the highest stakes meetings I was at my whole time at Microsoft.
Which is the Valentine's Day Massacre. It's like a 4:30 meeting. Rick, Thompson, myself, Ed Freeze, Jay Allard are the 4 Xbox folks there. Steve's there.
There was a whole outer group of people too. So this room was packed.
Well, about 15 minutes late, Bill walks in.
He's holding the PowerPoint presentation, and he walks up to the table, and he throws it down on the table, and he says, "This is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company."
Leans across at me and says, "Why are you trying to kill Windows?
You guys have lied to me. You guys have like played me for a fool."
Cara ficou puto da vida, Bill Gates.
To argue for this, why we can't have the normal version of Windows. Bill doesn't want any of it. He doesn't want to hear it. He yells at me, shuts me down.
You got a lot of alphas in the room and all alpha males, and so there's a lot of pounding the table and you're wrong, I'm right.
Antigamente era assim, né?
He's ready to fight, and so then Jay goes in. Then Robbie tries to talk to Bill, and Bill yells at Robbie.
If I'd had glasses on, I would have needed windshield wipers on him because he was spitting at us so hard and so fast.
Bill would yell at us for a while about these different things, and then Ballmer would take over on the business case, and the business case looked terrible.
By now, and the reason it's called the Valentine's Day Massacre is because all Valentine's Day activities are now off.
The candles at home, they're melting, and we're all missing dinner.
And the meeting gets to this sort of crescendo. And I said, okay, well, then let's not do it. We haven't announced anything. So that led to another hour.
And then somebody says, what about Sony?
Microsoft had owned the den and the office.
How cool!
And the thought of Sony owning the rest of the home is offensive to Bill. But the Xbox, it's the antithesis of everything that Microsoft is. It takes all of the hardware burden onto us, so it's really hard to make business sense of it. That's equally offensive. And what's going on with Bill and Steve was figuring out which of those was least offensive to them.
Bill kind of pauses and he thinks, and he says, I think we should do this. And Ballmer's like, yeah, we should do this. And then they start getting excited and it starts going back and forth. We should do this. We should let these guys do this.
A questão é que ele não queria perder pra Sony, né, velho?
Everything you asked for, really want you to be successful in this project. You have all my support. And that part of the meeting took 5 minutes. And I turned to Robbie. I'm like, Robbie, that was the weirdest meeting I've been in at 15 years at this company.
All I remember is Kevin Bacchus coming by and basically saying, we're doing it, we're doing it.
The system was going to get built. Hundreds of millions of dollars would be spent marketing it.
Even Ballmer said, once we say yes to this, we're saying yes to this. This is real. This is as real as it gets right now. We're going to book the speech at GDC.
Bill Gates was going to go on stage in front of the world and announce it.
And it became very real when Rick Thompson sent an email saying that Xbox had been approved for an initial funding of $1 billion.
$1 billion,
With $1 billion on the line and less than a month left until GDC, Xbox's big debut had more writing on it than ever. The team set to work creating a prototype and recruiting game developers to the platform, a monumental task for a software company that didn't have much street cred.
When it came to console gaming in the late 90s, there was no perception of Microsoft. They weren't in the picture. But when it came to the PC side of gaming, Microsoft had a reputation.
Ed Freeze had built Microsoft Game Studios and kind of organized the studio structure by genre. We had like a role-playing studio. We had a sports studio.
We were doing golf. We had a basketball title and we had a baseball title.
But it was around the time we shipped Age of Empires that we started to really get respect.
You've built a glorious empire.
It was just a beautiful game. It was beautifully scored.
Age was a great game. It was a ton of fun. Everyone loved it.
Age of Empires is a grand franchise. But if you talk to somebody that likes to play Super Mario Brothers, it's a really kind of a different customer entirely. And I think that they didn't necessarily view Microsoft as being in the gaming business.
Here we go!
To recruit console game developers to its unproven platform, Microsoft had to innovate development tools that would rival the competition, making game developers an offer they couldn't refuse.
We were all about what we were giving the game developers to work with to create the greatest games ever made.
The PS2 was really, really unfriendly environment to developers. Seamus Blackley and Kevin Bacchus and Ed Freeze, they were saying, we're gonna fix this. So more of the money is going on the screen, not just trying to figure out the convoluted hardware. And that was like, really? I mean, it was like oxygen.
This was going to do things that the PlayStation can't, which meant to me, we could tell more stories, create characters that people care about, and create worlds that would be very difficult to do on the PlayStation.
Tá vendo o diferencial, né?
We know at this point we're heading toward Xbox announcement at GDC. Game developers have to be excited so that they could talk to their other friends in the games industry and tell them, you know what? Xbox is legit.
The innovations offered in the Xbox created a promising future for console game developers. But to deliver that future, Microsoft still needed to complete a working prototype to debut on stage at the Game Developers Conference.
When Microsoft first started talking about doing a game console, everybody's willing to listen, but you need to see it.
We had to create a prototype game console that was obviously not going to be the final design of the hardware because we didn't know what Xbox was ultimately going to look like, but at the same time, looked nothing like a PC.
I had started working with the hardware guys.
O Saladov tá falando do React, tá falando... Ah, ele fez uma live ontem, né? Ele fez uma live ontem. Ele tá fazendo live agora? Deixa eu ver aqui. Só dar uma... Eu tava na live dele ontem, ele tá fazendo... Deixa eu ver se ele tá fazendo React agora. Ah, tá. Deixa eu ver. Eu achei que ele tá fazendo React lá. É, ontem eu entrei na live lá pra trocar... Ontem eu entrei na live pra trocar uma ideia.
Rapid prototyping group, which was literally in the parking garage. And they had like built a temporary structure and a bunch of parking spaces and like made it like a little office.
So I went to this area where the artists were, and they were having a remote control car race in the office. Around the desks, going right around. And that's how I met Horace Luke.
In a lot of ways, I work very scattermind. I don't really work on a linear path. Most of my days spent with markers and paper and just doodling.
I remember the guys coming in about 6 or 7 in the evening when everybody's leaving the office with this big motherboard from the 90s. This gigantic board that had all these PCI slots on it and said, put this into something that is presentable on stage. And I still remember staring at it going, what do I do with this thing? The traditional Microsoft product was very ergonomic centric. The mouse, the keyboard, but with the Xbox, it was very different. It was about storytelling.
There's a lot of people focused on what's this set-top box gonna look like in my living room, but that wasn't what we cared about. Horace was really interested in what was happening when you got sucked through that screen.
The role of the designer, it was how to tell the story at a glance. That Microsoft is about to go into a space that is brand new to what Microsoft was accustomed to. Telling people that this thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
I would go down and visit Horace, and there would be scraps of prototype drawings and other pieces of vision work that he would have.
The whole idea was this nuclear reactor almost, trying to hold this energy that's inside that is so intense.
He's like, dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser out.
And he's always gonna use sound effects, so he's gonna be like...
I wanted to blind people, because that's kind of how Horace would talk about these things.
That sense of escape and that sense of capability and power is what we try to create with this green portal. And inside there, everything is possible. That was how we wanted people to feel when it's on stage.
You could have shown up to GDC and plugged in a PC and tried to tell people it was a console, and not a single person in that audience, I don't even think we would have believed that that was really going to be a console. So we knew we needed to show something beautiful.
People got to be able to tell in an instinct that this thing is called Xbox.
What we ended up building was a 40-pound machined aluminum X that had been buffed to a chrome finish.
These big, beautiful, shiny chrome X's. They were like these incredible sports cars.
We ended up taking literally a solid hunk of aluminum and carved it with a 6-axis CNC machine. That box took 2 weeks to carve and 1 week to polish.
Building those metal X's was very trying.
Drew and I just, after work, you know, get a can of kerosene, get a rag, and just keep buffing it. Rub, rub, rub until that thing was polished.
Somebody brought it out into a meeting and took a towel off of it and showed it to us, and I was like, that can't be in people's living rooms. And everyone's like, calm down, it's a concept.
And I'm like, okay, awesome about the green eye. How am I gonna fit the components in there? And what we ended up doing is, if you look at a PC, there's like this main motherboard. So we stuck the motherboard at this, you know, on like one angle.
We had to shave off the edge of the motherboard because it just didn't fit.
We soldered the hardware together ourselves and borrowed space in the lab.
I'm sure people looked at that and they're like, whoa, it's like this polished X. It's got this, you know, amazing green eye.
but it was the world's messiest PC build. Like, it was components like just jammed in there. And you're like, is it gonna work? Oh, well, you know, work this time. I guess that's the one we'll take with us to GDC.
It's sometimes possible to forget about the people who actually make the games. And so we're here in San Jose, California, for the Game Developers Conference to remind ourselves that without these people, we'd still be playing checkers.
Announcing Xbox at the Game Developers Conference was like every Christmas morning rolled up together.
Video game developers are upping the ante on creating realistic games. Microsoft upped the competitive ante, announcing a new concept, codenamed Xbox.
At GDC, the idea was that Seamus would go on and basically be the demo guy, talk about Xbox, show the demos.
But this was the first time that Seamus had stood in front of an audience of game developers and gamers since the launch of Trespasser.
Before he came to Microsoft, we knew Seamus from his stint at DreamWorks on Trespasser.
It was a personal passion of Spielberg. He was very involved in it.
I'm in Steven Spielberg's office, and we're going to do a game that could be a spiritual successor to Jurassic Park that takes all of the principles of game design that I thought were important.
Seamus really hit on this idea of trying to use physics to simulate a world populated by dinosaurs.
I wrote a big physics system in order to make an island that was completely physically simulated.
And they say every leaf and every branch that you walk into in the woods is gonna move. And that was kind of a dream that we're like, yeah, that sounds good, but how are you gonna do that? You know, how are you gonna make that perform? Well, the end of the story was we're not.
I made every mistake in the book. You can read about this online, all the stupid things that I'd managed in that project. And we shipped it before it was done. We shipped this broken game right into the jaws of the birth of internet gaming sites and the first fan sites. I personally just got destroyed online. And I had never seen anybody destroyed online. We know what that's like now. I thought my career was over. Everyone who was present in San Jose at the Game Developers Conference, they knew my failures with Trespasser. I remember sitting in my hotel room and I had to convince myself to just go show my face at this thing. And it was terrifying.
The day of the unveil of Xbox, I took 3 Xboxes with me, like these metal X's, 1 for the stage and then 2 for as like, you know, what happens if this fails.
We hand carry these things down in transit because these things are fragile. The idea was showing live demos, proving that we actually had nothing up our sleeves.
The game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
All the things on the screen were specifically to show game developers that this Xbox was far and away better than any of the other consoles that they'd ever seen before.
And they have to be done in such a way where it's clearly interactive, clearly real, clearly running on the hardware as advertised.
We hand carry them down, we set them up, we turn them on. The first one doesn't work.
No. I opened up the first machine, like I'm like, what the is going on here? Like something jiggling around that wasn't quite right, and you're like, oh my God, like what happened in there?
So then we set up the second one, it doesn't work either. And the third one, none of them work.
Nenhum dos três funciona.
Seamus is backstage soldering, trying to get everything ready as the auditorium is filling up.
He was looking on the verge of green. He just looked sick. You know, I was like, well, maybe this is stage nerves, but then I realized, you know, well, maybe it's also because all of our demo machines were completely deconstructed.
We're panicked out of our minds because Seamus went on stage to talk to the most cynical audience in the entire world.
If you took a photo from the stage of GDC, you would see, you know, gamers and game developers, and they'd all look very excited. But underneath that layer are, you know, the most critical people you've ever met, waiting to hate that thing that you created.
Kevin was underneath the stage with a video switch box that could switch from the Xbox prototype that was on stage running the demos to one that Drew was standing backstage doing everything the same way I was doing it, so Kevin could switch between the two of them in case it crashed. And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
I'd like to ask Seamus Blackley to come on out and give us a look.
And then somebody decided we're gonna make him put on a special leather jacket that doesn't really fit him.
We We don't have the box, but we do have the leather jacket, so we're ready to go.
Well, we do have one box. This is our show box. So now, as I walk out on stage with Bill G, the full weight of my failed game, Trespasser, all of my dreams in the game industry, the ridicule that I thought I was going to suffer at the hands of every game developer who saw me fail to deliver this great thing, all of that pressure came to bear. We get up there, and I run the first demo. What I'm going to show you now is an example of advanced lighting techniques that are possible under DirectX 8.
We made a bunch of little toys that sat around your desk, like a little merry-go-round with dynamic lights.
Complicated shadows drawn across very complicated objects. There are reflections, there's environment mapping going on. And all this is happening at full hardware rate. Another great example of that is our water demo. You can now see caustics on the bottom of a pool. All those things come from the power of processing on a per pixel basis. And that's really what the big differentiator was for Xbox.
O hardware tá muito assim.
To get running. And I can't underscore the importance of that enough. This takes Xbox from being a programmer-driven console to being an artist-driven console, a design-driven console. And that's really at the heart of the entire program. The demo, it had a joke in it.
There's a classic Microsoft picture in the background.
Oh yeah, baby, that's texture resolution right there.
These were really smart demos and really ambitious. But when we saw the physics demo, I was like, wow, how's that computing?
In my high school physics class, I was scarred with the image of chain reaction as demonstrated by the old ping pong ball and mousetrap demo.
Physics was something that everybody wanted to do. Seamus had tried physics with his Jurassic Park game, and it didn't work so great. But now you were seeing those ideas actually working right.
A great example of the CPU doing all of this collision, all of this physics at the same time that the graphics processor is rendering the scene for us.
Physics is cool.
The Raven and Robot video, you could see the photorealism.
The huge chrome robot that basically was motion captured by a female character called Raven.
The level of physics simulation that was happening there,
O
how
hardware
much the
tava bem acima
CPU
do Play
was
2,
being
cara.
taxed. You knew as a developer, this thing was really, really powerful.
I was like, wow, we have got to get onto this box.
I was very surprised by the Xbox. I was expecting it to be kind of cool, kind of like a stripped-down PC, but what I wound up seeing very much excited me.
These demos were instrumental and so critical to the importance of Xbox and people believing in it.
To get honest, candid feedback from our peers, it was exciting because we saw the enthusiasm for Xbox and we knew that we had accomplished something.
Xbox is really going to be the king of the game stations. This is like a PlayStation 2 on steroids.
People are kind of giving us high fives, saying congratulations, and I'm like, do we actually do this?
I've never seen so much advance in one particular piece of technology before, ever.
From that moment on, we had credibility with publishers.
Tudo isso para culminar em demo no Game Pass hoje, né?
It was clear we did know what we were talking about.
And the next thing that mattered was that Bill Gates showed up for it. That signaled to the industry and to the rest of the world, Microsoft as a company is backing it with all of its might.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Despite all the fanfare surrounding Microsoft's Xbox, industry analysts say the company is going to face fierce competition.
When Sony's newest video game console, the PlayStation 2, went on sale in Japan earlier this week, consumers were frenzied with excitement. They snapped up nearly 1 million units at $370 a piece in the first 3 days alone.
We were at a disadvantage compared to Sony and Nintendo because we didn't have the legacy of building fun.
Faltava
Sony,
jogo, né?
You know, oh, they're movies, they're cool, they're awesome, and
Microsoft não
Microsoft
tinha
is
jogo,
like,
né,
they wear
nessa época.
khakis, and they're boring, and they're Office, and they're Windows, and it's like...
For over a year, the team had referred to the top-secret new console only by its codename, Xbox. But now, they had a chance to christen it with a bold new name, one that wouldn't evoke Microsoft's corporate image.
Naming is the worst part of marketing. It's the hardest thing. Nobody ever 100% loves the name. Ever. Ever.
Marketing would go to the same brand people that they would use for naming components of Windows, people who know nothing about games.
Paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to go through the most rigorous system of naming, tested against all of the right customers, and they came back with list after list.
We had hundreds of names that were generated.
Friction.
Friction.
Cyclips.
And they were epically terrible.
Norbo.
Infinity.
Zod, X-O-D.
Shock Factor. Oh my God.
Fire plug.
Equestria. Vibe with a Y.
Xantra. Xantra is absolutely a blood pressure medication.
Frontier.
Cada nome, hein?
OG.
Velvet.
Zigzag.
Zimulate.
You see, anytime you're naming something, you have to play the kindergarten game that everybody plays with their children. You know, okay, I'm going to give my child this name. Now, how are people going to butcher that their first day in school, right?
Carpet ride?
Nossa.
I was having conversations with Robbie about, you know, Robbie, Xbox is a really good name. No, you can't call it Xbox. That's a code name. We don't name products code names. We need a new name. It's like, well, okay, we'll look again. We'd look again and come back. Xbox is a pretty good name.
Ainda
I
bem que
remember
ficou
our
Xbox,
final
cara.
meeting with the naming experts. They came in with the perfect name. We've tested this extensively, and it's a winner. We tested it against the name Xbox. It blows it out of the water. Great. What's the name? With great fanfare, they unveil 11X. You know, because it goes to 11.
Well, it's one louder, isn't it? 11.
I looked at the marketing people looked at me, and they said, all right, we'll get on Xbox.
Where can you go from there? Where?
I don't know.
Nowhere, exactly.
There was a big debate internally about whether we should call it the Microsoft Xbox or just Xbox.
We did a lot of blind research where we would bring in gamers asking questions about what should the role of the name Microsoft be on this console. First response when we mentioned Microsoft was they rolled their eyes. A video game console from Microsoft.
What? Microsoft? Doing a console?
First of all, it would take forever to boot up, and then it would probably blue screen.
And then we asked them questions like, hey, if PlayStation were an animal, what animal would it be? It would be a lion, be the king of the jungle. If Microsoft were an animal, what would it be? It'd be a spider. It could kill you, but you also just want to step on it.
If the name of Microsoft smothered the brand, it just was going to be a non-starter.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo or even Sega was seen as a bit of a joke.
Might as well call it Nerd Box, right? Bill Gates was the richest man in the world. They were such an important tech force, but what they weren't was in the living room. They weren't an entertainment company.
Among gamers, 0% of people believe we could do it.
I was a journalist, and I thought, I don't know how Microsoft is going to make a console worth.
Can you imagine walking up to Bill like, hey, you know what the biggest liability I have in my new product
11X,
launch is? The
olha
name
que
of your
nome podre,
company.
né? Acabou. É. Interessante como... Cadê o capítulo 3? Ué? Cadê o capítulo 3? Aqui. Tá, e daí? Tá bom. Oh! Greenbag. Deixa eu aqui que eu... Peraí, deixa eu só ver o... Eu acho que o... O Duff tá fazendo react lá, vamos ver.
É, então. Mas não vale não, você não conta não.
É,
Piratas
do Caribe lá, o modo
Se você não botar numa caixa de plástico que não cobra $60, não conta. Se botar na caixa de plástico, cobra $60.
Tem que tirar a opção de comprar o outro. Você tira a opção de comprar o outro.
O Uncharted vai contar? O Uncharted?
Agora, eu digo uma coisa, hein? O Sonic que tiver...
É, achei que tivesse... Ele colocou o título lá, mas não tá... Esse negócio de nome não é forte da empresa até hoje, é. Series X não... Mas o nome Xbox eu achei legal. O nome Xbox é bacana. O nome Xbox eu gostei. Deixa eu voltar aqui, vamos lá. No fim, começa a assistir um, quero assistir tudo.
Let me find it. Let me watch it real quick.
Ó a qualidade da imagem disso aqui, cara.
Let me find it. Let me watch it real quick.
Aaron Greenberg. Conheci ele pessoalmente. Na BGS. Lembra desse meme aí? Esse meme, o moleque nasce. Vai ficando velho, olha lá, e já morre já. Envelhece e já morre. Esse vídeo é louco, cara. Esse vídeo é louco, mano. Ele vai ficar velho e já vai morrer e cai. Pronto.
It's really good.
A vida é curta. Jogue mais.
I love it. The ad was polarizing.
Nossa, é do Xbox a propaganda.
And stations would not run the ad because it was, so shocking for people.
There was tension for the company to be doing this gaming thing because it was really different than really the image that the company was trying to cultivate. Some of the stuff like that, commercial, I don't think senior leadership saw until it was done.
We don't talk about Microsoft Xbox. We just talk about Xbox. Because Microsoft was good on the funding side, but bad on the branding side.
And if they wanted to go market it like they market Windows and they market Office, it was a deal breaker. It was not going to be successful.
The games industry did not speak the same language as Microsoft.
But if we were going to do this really hard thing and not lose billions and billions of dollars forever, we had to get it right.
People had to have the belief that they were working with the Xbox team. And if that meant there was something slightly unconventional that had to be done, the Microsoft bureaucracy wasn't going to get in the way.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment. You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Muito bom esse documentário, cara. Tô gostando pra caramba. Não consigo parar de assistir. Muito bom. Andrew Stephen, né, o diretor. Muito bom, cara.
The Xbox is a breakthrough game console that ships in fall 2001.
Most console companies start working on the next console as soon as they finish the current console. So 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. So for Microsoft to go from announcing in 2000 to being on store shelves in the fall of 2001 is kind of insane.
Before Xbox landed on store shelves, the team had to run a gauntlet of very public deadlines. A hardware rollout in Las Vegas at the Consumer Electronics Show. A first glimpse of Xbox games at Microsoft's GameStock event in Seattle. And finally, an event that brought the entire global gaming industry together to see what was new and judge it mercilessly.
E3 is the biggest moment of the year for games. For new entrants, it was really important to show up and make a good impression.
That E3 was critical for the Xbox, but a lot of what you're showing is beta software and beta hardware.
Hardware that's not proven yet, or probably not even finished.
A lot of things at E3 can go wrong.
Adding pressure, the lead executive on Xbox development, Rick Thompson, had just left Microsoft, which meant Microsoft's mission to quickly deliver an industry-changing game console needed a new leader.
The idea of finding somebody else externally didn't make sense. We had a schedule that is crazy to begin with. The project just didn't have the time for that.
Oh, Max Payne.
Nor did we think that somebody externally could sort of fit into Microsoft.
Esse outro jogo foi revolucionário na época.
And so I concluded that it was something I needed to do.
A new challenger enters.
Sort of a fateful decision because it led to the worst 18 months of my professional career.
It's a hard project. I mean, what we were doing is something that is intensely difficult.
Robbie was the grown-up. What's Robbie's role?
We were a young group of kind of ragtag kids.
Let's go ahead and take the cars, give them 3... What the hell's that? I got a demo to do up here. I don't think Robbie should be seeing this.
What we needed more than anything else was we needed an adult in the room.
I was part of Office when it was smaller, and then as it grew big, Robbie also has a sense of propriety, and I don't think we had a sense of propriety at all.
The opportunity here way outpaces that opportunity. I think is very exciting.
He was the one inside of Microsoft that Bill Gates trusted with all the complexity and the cost and the risk involved in doing something like this.
Robbie's a good guy. People can trust him. He doesn't break his word. However, everyone who comes into games can't be prepared for what it's like, because it's an entertainment business. The software doesn't just have to work and have the right features, it has to entertain also. This is hard.
I had no clue what I was doing. I didn't play games. The
Com certeza sei, Samurai.
Barely understood.
We are launching an entirely new business competing against 2 established competitors in one of the largest entertainment industries in the world.
I was learning something new every single day. And that meant, obviously, I failed most days, too. And I think the next 6 to 8 weeks are going to be super exciting. A little challenging. I didn't think about how to plan for going from 20 people to 2,000 people.
2.000 pessoas, cara.
4 people to a dozen people to hundreds to, honestly, thousands involved in some way with the creation of Xbox.
It was crazy. I mean, it was no time at all before I didn't know everybody in the organization anymore.
When I think about it today, it just makes my head kind of spin sideways.
Every week, I would hear about somebody I knew in the game industry that was moving up to Redmond to work for the Xbox.
We just said, this all has to get done. We need bodies. So we hired people in bulk. We brought in teams of people.
I remember thinking, this is a lot of people changing their lives for this effort. It's either got to be something that everybody believes in, and they're willing to uproot their families and get behind this initiative, or it's going to be one of the biggest cluster of all time.
It became clear that we needed our own place because we were just going to bust at the seams.
So Microsoft has this beautiful campus and all these beautiful buildings and everyone works together. We were not part of that.
We went to this campus called Millennium, which was still in Redmond, but pretty far away from Microsoft.
Part of that was we needed space, but part of it is like, we need a few miles away from main campus to get some breathing room to do something different.
We were deliberately a renegade team.
They were rebels inside of the Microsoft empire.
We were kids in our early 20s who loved video games and could not believe that Microsoft had given us jobs to go create them, and we were all kind of growing up together.
The thing about games is it's Hollywood for nerds. You have your star directors, you have your Ferrari driving rendering engineers.
Congratulations.
And after a full day of working on making games, we would get together and play games. And there was a little bit of a weird culture of not leaving, which I think was maybe not the healthiest.
Maybe like a college dorm room kind of vibe.
Your social circle was Xbox, your family was kind of Xbox.
But we all had a common purpose, a passion around games.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where you were getting our energy from.
Because we were still young, we had moments where we were like, wait a minute, like, am I the best person to be doing this?
Greenberg também já tá tempo,
a bunch
hein?
of kids making decisions above their pay grade.
You had a bunch of passionate people who weren't necessarily 100% the most qualified people to be doing the jobs, running as fast as they can to make this thing happen.
We were young and we were naive.
You know, I always call it the best funded startup ever.
Me, in my 20s, you know, I had millions of dollars of budget, and there wasn't really any oversight. It was a little bit of the Wild West.
You know, I had to negotiate all the components that went in, hard drives, power supplies, the circuit board. Here I am, this kid, negotiating these deals that are hundreds of millions of dollars.
There were definitely some terrible decisions being made. But on the other hand, that level of freedom, you know, made Xbox happen.
What resulted was sort of a weird combination of craziness and genius.
My recollection of that time was being so fascinated by watching this big company around us try to wrap its brain around what it meant to be an entertainment brand.
Yeah. We didn't have a lot of interdependencies with the rest of the company.
It was Robbie, right, that had to go over to main campus and deal with Microsoft people.
One day, some executives came to visit the studio, and one of those people who came was Bill Gates. I showed him my cinematic tools and how I wrote scripts and how I laid down cameras in the engine. Bill spent time with Marty O'Donnell, our audio director.
Chief, whatever you're gonna do, make it quick.
Raining aliens! Oh, Jesus, why you do this to me?
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
He spent time actually watching Marty play some of the themes from Halo.
Dietat. Diapa.
He went to go see our art department where one of our 3D artists was sculpting a character in clay, making a maquette. And at the end of the Bill visit, we got in a conference room, the leads of the studio, and there was a pause. And you can see the magnificent machine that is his brain calculating down the Microsoft org chart from him at the top all the way down to the crazy artists in this studio in a gravel pit, literally. And Bill leaned forward and he said, "So there are artists who work here?" It really was a cultural change for the company.
Xbox was already forcing people within Microsoft to think differently. But what really mattered was changing public perception. Behind the scenes, software engineers were hard at work building Xbox's capabilities. Now, the hardware team had a chance to win over the doubters on a big stage at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
CES was a trade show where companies from around the world would come to unveil the latest in technologies.
A lot of buying decisions and retailers got made at that show for the holiday season, and so we had a lot of proving to do. The press was skeptical, gamers were skeptical. You don't know how to do this stuff. You've never done this before. Good luck. The gaming industry is not a believer.
While Microsoft works on the insides of the new Xbox, it focuses an equal amount of attention on the outside.
I was the creative director of Xbox.
Horace Luke is the man. Horace Luke is the man.
What Horace had to do was take the thing that we had produced in hardware and then figure out some wrapping around it. First time we ever showed him, like, hey, you're gonna need to put this board that we're about to manufacture for, millions of consoles into something that looks good. He's like, what the f?
My office was where everybody brought their ideas, from the technology team to the design team to the management team.
At the time.
Falou comigo? Achei que tivesse ouvido voz. Eu achei que tivesse falado comigo.
Time that we were building the original Xbox, there were no other consoles with a hard drive or an Ethernet port.
So how do we put something around this that vents heat, that survives a drop test, and looks cool?
You have to fit all of this, of course, into a box that's not going to be giant sitting in your living room.
It was a constant battle between the different groups. I went through thousands of different sketches, trying to jam it and shrink it in every way possible into a box.
I remember him saying, like, well, maybe we just got to slim it down. Like, we'll just dress it in black.
Everything was very aggressive looking. The console itself was large. It was bulging on the top.
It looked like the engine cowling on a Dodge Hemi. It was the physical embodiment of power, like no other console has ever been designed like this.
It was quite a miracle to fit everything in that box. Looking back today, you say the thing is huge, but in comparison to the PC of the 90s, it was tiny.
Yeah,
it is a small miracle that we actually were able to pull this off. And it looked awesome.
Bonito mesmo. Ele era imponente, né, cara?
The 2001 Consumer Electronics Show is packed with every new gadget and gizmo about to hit stores.
CES 2001 in Las Vegas, in the Convention Center Hall. Bill Gates was there.
CES will actually give us a better idea of just where Microsoft is going to fit into the gaming market.
For the very first time, Microsoft was going to get to show off its final Xbox hardware design.
Good morning. Welcome to CES.
Everybody felt like we were on the verge of doing something special, historic.
For the first time, let me now unveil Xbox.
But when you show up as the third entrant into the space with well-established competitors, you have to break out, you have to be bold.
How do you unveil a product in a way that might surprise the world and get the world to see Microsoft doing something differently?
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
The Rock says we decided to bring The Rock to CES.
There was
Foi louco.
honestly some disbelief, like, Bill Gates, The Rock, like what's going on here?
Thank you, Bill. It was really like muscle-bound Hollywood meets, gamer geek of the tech world.
Just might appear that The Rock and Bill Gates don't have a heck of a lot in common.
Well, The Rock's here to say that can't be farther from the truth. The Xbox is everything The Rock is. Cutting edge, powerful, exhilarating.
And they were funny together. Like, it actually worked.
And they looked like they were best friends.
I mean, The Rock doesn't impress easily, Bill, you know that, but I'm pretty damn impressed with what we're seeing here today. And considering that this Xbox at this moment is only running on 1/5 of the system's power, it's very impressive. Bill, do you have any idea what The Rock would be like if he were only running on 1/5 of his power?
Well, I would think that...
It doesn't matter what you think, Bill. I'm sorry, Bill. It's just a force of habit. Rock apologizes.
It went well. We showed nothing, technically, but it started to build the excitement.
We gave it 5 out of 5 stars. We really like the Xbox a lot. You throw in an 8 GB hard drive, a 10100 Ethernet adapter, and you basically have the most powerful system on the block. The Xbox is really slick.
With excitement building around the console,
Que agora que
Microsoft was
fala do
under
jogo.
tremendous pressure to build a portfolio of hit games before the Xbox launch.
Agora vem o
By the
Halo.
time they had announced that they wanted to do Xbox to the time when we needed to launch was an incredibly short period of time. We didn't really have the luxury of saying, start building a game from ground up. That was almost impossible. What we were looking for were games that were partially in development, ports already in development. We went out and started to look for developers all over the world.
A barnstorming tour across North America, Europe, and ultimately Japan to create some sort of excitement around the console and convince game developers in particular that we could be successful.
All right, boys, let's roll.
One day we presented a new idea from a small game publisher that had come to us and said, hey, we want to dust off one of the 2D games that we had done for PC. We're going to really invest in it. We think it's going to be really exciting.
And these newly important executives in Xbox who would review all the pitches from publishers and developers, they said, I don't think that game is going to be able to make the transition from 2D to 3D.
Rockstar. Eles acharam que
They
não ia
felt that it
conseguir.
was complicated. They didn't really understand the user interface. They thought that it was based on a game that hadn't been all that successful. To my surprise, it was rejected.
And that game
O que
was
a galera-
called Grand Theft Auto 3.
O que o pessoal não tinha noção que GTA 2 não era bosta nenhuma, cara. GTA 2 era um fiasco, cara. Não era nada demais. O GTA começou a ter relevância mesmo quando saiu o 3. E aí sim. A galera acha que era nossa. O 2 era uma
It ended
porcaria.
up selling 14.5 million units. It was the top-selling game of 2001 and would have been the top-selling game of 2002 if it wasn't beaten by its own sequel.
It was the pass heard around the industry. Despite seeing Grand Theft Auto 3 go to PlayStation, Microsoft was still well-positioned to attract other developers to its platform.
We needed a vibrant and strong third-party lineup of games that customers would love, and we wanted the industry to look at us as something that was going to be worthy of development. We wanted to have the very best games.
On March 13, 2001, Microsoft put their commitment to developers on public display at their GameStock event in Seattle.
Thanks and welcome to GameStock 2001. What you're seeing is a sneak peek at what's to come on Xbox. We're going to start off with a game whose vision was really just too big to fit in the PS2, so we brought it over to the Xbox.
E é isso mesmo.
Our characters certainly aren't the muscle-bound superheroes, you know, that we want to be. They're more like the poor, sad schmucks that most of us really are.
Getting Oddworld, that was important. It was an established PlayStation franchise, beloved by the console game community.
That's the last damn Gabbit there is!
We had a chance to work with an amazing creator in Lorne Lanning. He did all the voice acting for his own game.
So Munch had these things we called fuzzles, and they were like, me, 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 me. And Munch was like, you got to come over and do this for me. You know, so and then Abe's like, come on, guys, let's go. And they were really vulnerable characters living in extremely dangerous worlds that you're trying to keep them alive, but when they get whacked, it's hilarious.
Next, we're really happy to announce our new relationship with one of the premier racing developer teams in the world, Bizarre Creations.
Project Gotham, it's a new product
Project
for Xbox.
Gotham. Gotham
And
Race
check out the
também.
reflections on this car. The whole environment is completely mapped to the entire surface of this vehicle.
Project Gotham Racing was based on your style of driving as much as how fast you cross the finish line.
For us, it was an opportunity to make this amazing, really accessible, fun, arcade racing game.
It's a really important part of our launch, and that was just the beginning.
Hardcore, freestyle, snowboarding. This is only one mountain of 7 international mountains we'll be bringing to you in AMP.
That double-ended axe is pretty wicked looking, and we can tell this is a hand-to-hand fighting game.
Playing a football game, you want to kick your buddy's butt so hard he's going to wear it for a helmet.
And that's it for our show today. I hope you got to see everything that you wanted. Did you see everything?
Halo.
Oh, I feel like I am forgetting something. What was it? Oh, Halo. Hey, how could I forget Halo?
Hey, everybody. So I'm Jason. I'm one of the co-founders of Bungie and the lead on Halo.
Halo foi quem
Bungie was a
impulsionou.
Mac-first developer. That's where they started. That's where they'd had their success with Marathon and Myth 2.
But Bungie was also dealing with the aftermath of a catastrophe. Myth 2, one of their hottest titles, had an installer bug that could erase a user's entire hard drive. In order to fix the bug and keep the company above water and working on new games, they needed a serious cash infusion.
Apparently they had this thing called Halo. I hadn't seen it yet. Some of my guys had. They had multiple games into development, but all I wanted was this new thing that they were working on. So we did a deal and bought out the company, and they started to work on Halo.
That's really when true development began on what the game would be. When we were purchased, Halo was not
Aqui sim, nesse contexto, você pode falar que eles estavam buscando sua mina de ouro, né? Isso há 21 anos atrás, né?
a game. There was no real story. There was no real sense of what the gameplay tempo would be like. We knew it was powerful to control a space marine who moved fast and could jump into a sophisticated vehicle and, haul ass around this alien world. And that was it.
What do you think, Jason?
See it? People knew about Halo. They knew that we'd been acquired by Microsoft. They knew about Xbox. They knew we were still working on the game. That period of getting Halo from a series of prototypes to on a disc playable by an Xbox was just a mad rush to get this game done. But there was this excitement that we had something special.
It makes me very nervous to actually play this for you. Welcome to Halo on the Xbox.
We started off that demo showing you flying to the land in a Covenant ship, running around the environment, getting in a vehicle, doing all those, building block Halo things. But we had our test environment, what we called a B30, the island map in the middle of the water with Halo in the background.
Já era a primeira pessoa? Ah, já é a primeira pessoa.
GameStock was that real first coming out party for us, and it was just that moment where I think the whole organization began to wake up to, oh, there's something really special here.
Thank you, that's it. Good night.
Xbox had made a high-risk bet on Halo. At the time, first-person shooters were considered PC games.
Exatamente.
The only right way to play was with a keyboard and mouse.
Teclado e mouse,
At
exatamente.
the time, people thought, well, how are you going to translate, mouse and keyboard game into a console game?
Halo foi
Dual-stick
o pai
first-person
disso, né?
shooters had almost never been done on a console.
I remember right before the demo, Ed was very clear. He's like, hey, when you're playing, make sure that people see the controller. What we need to demonstrate is you can play a shooter with thumbsticks, maneuvering around the environment.
Ninguém acreditava nisso mesmo.
You can go back
Que era
and you can
possível.
look adamant blog posts that shooter games like Doom would never work with a game controller.
Can people actually play a first-person shooter on a controller like this? Is the audience going to accept it?
While gamers wrestled with the idea of a first-person shooter on a console, critics also keyed in on a not-so-tiny issue.
I don't like the controller. Unfortunately, it's big. I think it's too big.
The Duke, they call it. The Duke wasn't a small controller. It didn't feel cheap. I felt like you could kill somebody with it.
You had to have gorilla hands to work with this thing. It was the industry's biggest game controller.
The Duke controller was like a newborn baby.
GoldenEye vem depois, né, Will?
9
GoldenEye vem
pounds,
depois,
3
né?
ounces. You had to kind of hug it.
As an adult with big hands, you can hold it farther back and it's really comfortable and cool.
It was done bass-ackward, as most things were on the original Xbox.
To get to that design, we kind of used the human factors ergonomic approach.
For those of us with smaller hands, we all thought, oh my God, did all these guys just sit in a room and go, oh yeah, this is gonna be great.
It was like, oh, yeah, this is totally not gonna work for us. And it was like, okay, this is a problem.
Perhaps we didn't take into account the full range of hand sizes.
There's no way we could ship Duke in Japan. People couldn't use it there. There was almost a plea, you know, Carlson, you've got to find a way to make this smaller, please.
We knew it wasn't the right thing, but we didn't have enough time. E3 was coming up, and so we had to go with what we had.
On May 17, 2001, global gaming's biggest event, E3, kicked off in Los Angeles.
E3 is clearly the Super Bowl, the Olympics, the World Cup all rolled into one for the video game industry.
For Team Xbox, it was the most important public test for their new console before a looming November launch date.
We're trying to make an impression at E3, and we don't know what hardware we're going to be able to show. And are we going to try to show a lot or a little? Should we show games at all?
We were heads down, focused on having all of our games prepped for E3, and it nearly killed us.
It's Broadway, it's opening night. You're going to read the reviews the next morning, and you're either hot or you're a flop.
I was pretty eager to get to E3 and get hands-on with the Xbox. But your first time making hardware is painful. And what you demo and what ends up on the store shelves are often very different things. And so I was really skeptical that this Xbox is going to be ready.
It's a pleasure for me to be the first to welcome you to Los Angeles for what I'm sure is going to be quite an exciting week. So it's 8 a.m. in the morning. The hardware team is like literally using duct tape to get the box done. Sony had had their event the night before and a party afterwards. This was going to be our coming out party, and we now have a hungover media group at 8 o'clock in the morning coming to see Xbox.
Vai dar merda, não é?
That is not where you want to be. We've made Xbox a reality. And you can see here, if I slide this down, Xbox itself. Now live and ready to go. I walk out on stage and I do my first line. And in fact, if I press this little button here on the front, and then I, hit the magic button that's supposed to start the Xbox. You'll see Xbox will actually start up. We can bring that video up.
Olha o mico, cara.
We can bring that video up. And nothing happens. Nothing happened.
Nossa,
well, if we could bring the video up, Xbox would be live and starting and running. I didn't know what to do, so I just went on. So it's with great confidence that on November the 8th, in the North American market, you'll be able to go into retail stores.
In less than a year's time, you're gonna release this thing into the wild and people are gonna be able to play it and you're gonna love it. And it doesn't turn on.
It was a devastating moment.
As the hardware planner, my heart just sank.
And you'll be able to get a box just like this with Xbox in it.
It was a disaster.
A legendary sort of press conference snafu.
We had to convince the press very quickly that we had a box that worked, and we needed to get their hands on these games as quickly as we possibly could so we could wash away that moment that we had on stage.
We're very excited about that. But the disasters kept rolling.
The Xbox wasn't done yet. The graphics hardware that they were running on was running about half the speed of what we expected the final product to be at. Basically, I'm making excuses for it was slow.
Nossa, aí.
Microsoft had never had a meaningful presence at E3 before. The booth was packed.
We decided to show Halo because we feel like we have to show what's going to be our key title.
In terms of the games we were working on, Halo had the biggest role. And so it was the E3 demo on the floor.
So many people were coming in with huge curiosity about what it was capable of, and I was completely disappointed. I'm like, the frame rate's terrible, the split screen stuff, it's kind of cool, but it just doesn't feel like it's powerful enough.
On the show floor, the unfinished game seemed to fall short of its original promise of revolutionary gameplay.
So now you have a bad launch event, and the key title that's going to carry the day looks bad, and people start to think we're crazy. Shortly thereafter, E3, Peter Moore, he's at Sega, and he says, hey, I want to give you our feedback from E3.
That E3 was critical for Sega to stay alive.
In February of 2001, Sega made the decision to discontinue the Dreamcast and focus exclusively on software. Part of that transition included a huge bet to focus on making games for Xbox. But a disastrous showing at E3 from Microsoft meant danger for Sega.
As we were moving from being a first party to a classic third party.
Peraí, deixa eu... Ai, só um segundinho. Eu sei que vocês estão curiosos. Só um minutinho. Peraí. Fui pegar o amendoinzinho lá. Voltei. Como que o Xbox deu certo com tanta cagada? Mas é assim, Rodrigo. É nos erros e no acerto que as coisas acontecem. As coisas não são... É que a gente tem a ideia que tudo é perfeito. Não é, cara. Tem muitas falhas. Tudo que a gente vê hoje em dia na indústria, que deu certo, foi reflexo de vários erros. Não tem como você prever, saber que tudo vai dar certo, cara. Faz parte.
Publisher. We absolutely needed somebody like a Microsoft to get us through this difficult period.
And so Peter comes up to me. He looks at me and says, well, here's our feedback. Retailers aren't going to stock you, developers aren't going to develop for you, and consumers think the product's not very good and it's too expensive. I took it very personally. I'm the leader of the team, it's my responsibility, it's my obligation, and I felt like I failed. This is my resignation letter to my boss, Rick Paluzzo. I wrote this on Friday, May 25th, 2001 at 2:02 a.m. It starts off, my status in Xbox, importance high. This is not going to be an easy email to write, and frankly, I've postponed doing it several times. The short summary is that my direct involvement in Xbox needs to end, and sooner than either of us would like. I think this is both in my best interest and the best interest of Microsoft.
But Bill Gates and Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer did not accept Robbie's resignation.
They just encouraged me to get it done and said, you've done a great job, keep at it, we're with you. I mean, there wasn't much more they could say, right? There's no advice they could give me. They were too far away to say, hey, go do this. The only person who could figure that out was me. I never told anybody on the team. Rick and Steve and Bill. They're the only people that ever knew. That gives you the sense how personally challenging it was for a person who hates losing.
Electronic Arts. It's one of the biggest game makers in the world, and its CEO, Larry Probst,
was quoted in the Financial Times as saying this, that Microsoft has a lot to do over the next few months. They are on a death march now.
I don't think anybody had an easy ride to launch.
All we're thinking about is getting the device done so that we can make launch day. If you didn't have console units on retail shelves for a holiday, you missed a year. That holiday was vital.
There were a lot of late nights. We were trying to engineer and design something that we'd never done before.
We're building the technology, we're building the hardware inside.
The Xbox circuit board is about yay big. It had probably in the order of 800 parts.
Parts of the Xbox were coming from all over the world.
Like Hungary and Mexico.
You know, there were people who went and lived in China in a hotel room for weeks on end.
We would be flying back and forth with hard drives to get stuff back to test.
Microsoft had never shipped a console before. It turns out there's a lot of regulation everywhere in the world. You had to be certified by the right agency and approved.
Their approval took longer than we expected. Parts wound up getting delayed from suppliers.
It was every day, come into the office, see a fire, try to put the fire out.
We were tracking the hardware, tracking the components, tracking our launch dates at such an accelerated pace.
It was chaotic.
Chaos.
Total chaos.
People themselves were doing Herculean things.
We would sleep at the office.
This was all happening in real time.
It had just never been done before.
Que loucura, né?
Xbox was the toughest job I will ever have, or have ever had. I will never do it again.
Every day was a challenge, both sort of technically and professionally, but also personally.
You know, you were lucky if you had a personal relationship that survived launch. Mine did not.
It's kind of like you're on this horse that's bucking and you're thinking, okay, is this ever gonna stop or will this be the end of me?
8 to 12 weeks before launch. We're coming in way hotter than anyone expected to.
We doubted whether the hardware was going to be done in time. We're not sure any of the games are going to be done in time. The ship is still on fire, the plane hasn't landed, all the metaphors for crashes you can think of. But in the end, that team believed.
There's no second try at the Xbox. So this was a Hail Mary culture. And if we were able to succeed, it was going to be absolutely epic.
It's a touchdown.
November 15th, 2001. Xbox was released in Times Square.
Olha que foda, cara.
We painted Times Square green. Everywhere you looked, you saw the Xbox green logo.
Xbox was up on all these big billboards. One of those moments in your life you're never going to forget. Here we are, a huge line of gamers down the street waiting to buy this Xbox.
20 years old, first time going to the city alone. I get on a bus and I show up in Times Square. I go straight to the new Toys R Us and I'm looking for the line. I'm prepared to stay there all day.
We worked with the city to open up the WWF restaurant across the street from Toys R Us Times Square, and that's where all the gamers came first.
They have Xbox consoles set up everywhere. They pretty much just allowed all the gamers to hang out and play and test out all these games.
Bill wanted to be on site. He wanted to help hand over the first console.
Bill Gates is down at a gaming system, shook my hand and said, "You ready to play?" And then we were playing Fusion Frenzy. And Bill Gates made a comment that he had actually taken 2 weeks off of work just to practice this game. He wanted to beat the gamers.
Does anyone know what the shoot button is? A, I think. A? Let's check.
He couldn't beat me. I absolutely took pleasure in beating Bill Gates, yes.
Thank you for this. Been waiting a long time.
Everybody got a tag on their wrist, and when your color was called, we brought you across the street to Toys R Us, and Bill was there to hand out the very first Xbox.
Tonight's kind of a celebration. It's after a lot of hard work.
So they count down. Bill Gates has it rung in on the register. Price is up there, $299.99.
Primeiro cara a pegar
One
Xbox.
hits and he hands me the box and says, "Don't worry, I'm buying it for you." And I turn around with even more
Ele ganhou o
excitement
Xbox?
and raise my prized possession over my head.
Edward Glucksman, became the first gamer in the world to ever own an Xbox. It was a magical night.
I'm a 20-year-old kid looking for a console. That's all I wanted to do. First time going to the city alone, I managed to get sent home in a limo.
It's a celebrity.
Every night.
That's right.
Que louco, né, cara? Primeiro cara a
They
comprar o
actually did
Xbox
it.
no planeta.
Microsoft actually built and delivered this thing.
The feeling was like, crying level of exhaustion and intense pride for the thing that we had made.
There's never been a prouder moment in somebody's early career.
Que louco, né, cara?
I still have goosebumps today thinking about it.
I tell people that faith is a force multiplier. That team believed. And because that team believed, Xbox got done. If that team doesn't believe and they're just there doing their jobs, we never finish.
That small group of big personalities managed not only to convince Bill Gates and the board that we wanted to get into this nascent industry, but they also managed to get an entire organization of game people created and pointed in the right direction.
Get in the subway, the whole station is covered in Xbox logos. I had to sit down and started to cry, and even Kevin got emotional.
It was
Eles
an
fizeram,
impossible
né?
task that we should not have been able to do.
Eu fico imaginando pra esses
I
caras,
was
né?
tremendously proud of it. But at the same time, that was the end of that special moment in time that we were all able to be part of. It was the end of an era.
With the Xbox out of their hands and into living rooms around the world, Kevin Backus and Seamus Blackley left Microsoft for new adventures in the game industry.
Microsoft Xbox went on sale at midnight, but when it comes to video games, it's not the system that counts, it's the games.
Nobody actually really cares about the hardware. All they care about is the content.
To be successful, you have to give the gamers that platform-defining title. That you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play.
Halo was like this gem, like this was going to be the diamond we offered up at Xbox launch.
But remember, Halo showed up at E3, 6 months before the game was supposed to launch, with pretty serious frame rate issues.
Why is it running like internet video from the early 90s?
We got hammered for how it showed up on the floor.
This is our lead title. Are we going to actually launch something that is this terrible game?
I think there was a bunch of panic. People didn't see what they expected.
That was the part where people actually got super worried.
There was an incredible amount of pressure on Halo. If Halo wasn't a hit, then the future of Xbox really was in doubt.
Capítulo 3. Pelo jeito eu vou assistir tudo, cara. Quero ver quando é que vai começar o... Ah, vai ser no capítulo 5, Vai ser no capítulo 5. Deixa eu dar uma xeretada aqui, ver aqui que eu... Deixa eu só ver se eu... Tô curioso pra ver lá se ele tá vendo o react lá do... Deixa eu ver se o Duff tá vendo o react, tá vendo aí?
O Xbox, cara, o objetivo do Xbox desde o...
Ah, eles estão jogando. Ele só colocou o título aqui pra encher o saco. Vamos lá.
E3 2001, when we saw...
Pera aí. Muito legal esse documentário, hein, cara?
Halo, my friends and I, we were like,
ooh, it's crashing, it's buggy, sounds
Tá todo
terrible.
zoado o jogo.
it seemed like Microsoft bit off more than they could chew.
And each build, it didn't seem to be improving at all.
Like at some point, it wasn't about making Halo perfect. Honestly, we were just focused on how do we get this thing on disc in time for launch.
There was an incredible pressure on Halo.
This is our lead title, and this is what we've got?
If this thing fails, it would all be for nothing. Xbox was finished.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Tá muito bom o documentário. Eu achei que ia assistir. Eu achei que ia assistir só o primeiro, eu não aguento, né? Quero assistir tudo agora.
Soon you will be food.
On Halo, we were doing the thing that people weren't quite sure would even work on a console, a first-person shooter, and the frame rate was terrible.
All of a sudden, we were in a new area, console games, and what do we know about console games?
I had only heard things about, it's not very good, really. Bungie may be a good studio, may be a fine studio, but the game wasn't really being received that well.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir?
With Halo and Xbox's fates intertwined, something drastic had to be done to get the game right. So, in a last-ditch effort, Ed Freeze and Bungie essentially put the development team under arrest.
Ed Freeze have put Halo behind the curtain and won't let anybody see it. Won't let anybody talk to the Bungie team.
He's like, you guys seal yourself off, literally and metaphorically, and deliver a great game. Like our doors, I don't even think Ed could get into some of the Bungie doors.
I kept saying, hey, Ed, when can I play Halo? And he goes, well, not yet.
When we only had a couple more months before we had to get this thing into boxes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well.
We had to stand up a complete game that was performant on new hardware. We had to create a compelling story with characters. We had to cut levels, take shortcuts, just a mad rush of long days, sleeping under desks, full-on old school crunch to get this game done.
There it is.
The one positive thing that comes out of crunch is ideation and invention and polish. Ultimately, that was one of the things that Bungie took very, very seriously, was polish.
For us at Bungie, this was a passionate effort to make the best game possible. But when you show up as Microsoft, you are open to a whole different level of criticism.
Yeah, that's cool. All right!
And Halo had the burden of showing up excellent in all ways. We had no idea Halo was going to be a hit. We hoped people would like it.
Here we go.
Hold it up!
But the rubber hits the road when you meet the gamer for real.
Pensar que o Halo ainda voltou com o problema, né? O Infinity, né? Parece que a história se repete, né? O Infinity foi a mesma coisa, né? Mostraram um gameplay zoado e no final das contas eles conseguiram a tempo, né? Reverter o quadro, né?
Halo? Fourth and long. Anybody else Halo?
Halo, yeah.
Halo.
I remember very vividly going to local launch events.
Hold it up!
Starting to look
Esse
at
americano
chatter
pira com Halo, né?
online with fan sites, and then game reviews, and then comments. And
O
realizing,
primeiro Halo foi
oh
muito
my
bem
God,
recebido mesmo.
people like it.
How the hell are we gonna beat this game?
Halo, which had problems entering the fray, came out on day one, and it was amazing. It was really amazing.
I just felt that sense of possibility.
Damage Jenkins, fire your weapon!
That you could go anywhere and do anything on this beautiful, lush planet filled with things that were trying to kill you. They just did it so well. The controls felt natural. You could tell that it was going to be a breakthrough for first-person shooters.
I didn't care that I wasn't using a mouse. I was using a controller. I was in the Halo universe, and it was fantastic.
There was a bit of an epiphany of, oh, like you can do that? Like you can play this kind of game on a console? Awesome.
Halo was a phenomenon. That dual player mode was wow.
Landing on the beach with a warthog trying to protect Marines with Master Chief. It just blew me away, man.
Banshee on flames comes down and lands on the ice and is skidding towards me across the ice, and it's gonna run me over and kill me, and it skids to a stop right in front of me. And I live. It was like I was there. It was like I had that experience.
With Halo, Microsoft had that platform-defining title that you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play.
Esse cara aqui é da
and that was
Sony,
something
né?
that I always...
Esse cara é da Sony, cara. Deixa eu voltar.
With Halo,
O CEO da Sony até 2014, Jack Tretton.
Microsoft had that platform-defining title that
Eu lembro
you had
dele.
to go out and buy an
Guardou esse
Xbox
cara.
if you wanted to play, and that was something that I always envied and admired.
Halo forms so much of the backbone of, I think, what Xbox is.
Watching the feedback we were getting on Halo, the stories people were telling, it was a cultural moment.
You getting Halo?
Oh, yeah.
Good, just checking.
Without Halo, we're not here.
Halo, Combat Evolved.
Microsoft estimated that they have sold 1 million copies of Halo in the US alone. 50% of Xbox
Mas
owners
vocês têm que
are
entender, o seguinte, nada disso aqui importa. 21 anos depois, aí sim a Microsoft vai estar buscando sua mina de ouro. Nessa época aqui, isso aqui na verdade era só a demo, né? O que tá valendo mesmo é agora, depois de 21 anos.
also Halo players.
Xbox was the Halo box. That's what made it work.
Halo broke ground in so many ways, in game control, camera control,
Narração de história, sim.
storytelling, even art style. It inspired a lot of people to tell a different kind of story.
It changed the game for Xbox, but I also think it changed the way we look at first-person shooters.
First-person shooters had only really largely existed at scale on PC, and mapping those controls to the controller, they just did it right. It just felt right.
No one had done it that well before. No one had nailed it. They just nailed the controls.
So before Halo came out, the conventional wisdom was if you wanted to play a shooter, you had to do it on a PC.
Verdade, eu lembro disso.
Because that's where you would have the precision with a mouse and keyboard to aim, make the small movements to land that headshot on your enemies. What Bungie did with the help of Microsoft's playtesting and user research labs was figure out how to get something that would approximate that feeling on a console where all you have is the two sticks to move and aim.
Cara, pior que entrar na
First
geração
to do
do
a shooter
360.
on the console, but they did it best by far. And the influence of what Microsoft and Bungie were able to achieve is still being felt in games today.
Even today, it's the largest genre in console gaming. And really, because of Halo, Xbox became the console for first-person shooter fans.
É verdade.
Multiplayer was transcendent. It was
Multiplayer.
just something that you didn't experience on any other platform.
O multiplayer foi revolucionário,
huge bet on broadband. Every single Xbox had an Ethernet port in the back, and it paid off in spades. You could use it for LAN parties and to system link on a LAN.
Oh my God! PC gamers understood the joy of the LAN, the local area network. You make a network of computers in a local area, which means you have to be face-to-face and nose-to-armpit with gamers.
Got the flag, I'm out the front!
And it's a fun experience. You can all be in a shared virtual world and run around and do things that you couldn't through a modem just because you're all there connected and it's higher speed. Microsoft ushered that in for consoles.
Manually plugging machines together to play games was not a new concept, but it had always required a lot of technical know-how. Now, the communal gaming experience wasn't just for computer geeks. It was for everyone.
Right now, we have this game going here, which is 16. Downstairs, I was just down there. They probably by now have at least a 16 game going on. They keep on bringing in more stuff, and it seems to be expanding.
Todo mundo
It was
jogando.
a communal party multiplayer atmosphere that you could have with a massive group of people and have multiple consoles all connected.
We'd get together at like 8 a.m. and play 16-player Halo all the way till 8 a.m. the next day.
I remember running an Ethernet cable up the stairs so I could have a friend bring his over and play.
I'd go to my buddy's house, and we're on 2 different floors. We're in 4 different rooms, because screen looking's a thing.
Man, the fights were legendary. You looked at my screen. No, I didn't. Yes, you did.
I can't. I can't see your screen.
We'd make a little flyer at work, like Halo LAN party. This Saturday, bring an Xbox, bring a controller, bring a TV. That changed everything about my social life for probably 10 years.
And these, by the way, weren't small TVs. These were the big cathode ray TVs that you had to find a way to be able to use.
I had a heavy-ass TV. Flat screens weren't around back then.
You got it?
Yep. So I bought a PT Cruiser just so I could get my TV around and my Xbox.
That was a fashion statement to have an Xbox in the car back in the days with that big screen.
Give me a second, give me a second.
You're fine.
Tamanho disso aí, velho.
I remember playing nonstop and sitting there in my own puddle of sweat.
The minute you stepped into a multiplayer match on Halo, time just disappeared. You just got sucked in, and we would play all night long.
Antigamente era
Provided me
assim
an
mesmo.
experience I had never had on a console before, period.
Halo was a runaway hit that had spawned its own social scene, putting Microsoft in the big leagues with Sony and Nintendo for the first time. But the team wasn't done. They saw a way to take those multi-room raucous LAN parties and make them global.
Xbox Live, né?
The initial concept for Xbox Live was one of those magical ideas. So it gets to go in a special folder that I call epic pitches, because they're pitches that, even though they were in their infancy, they planted a seed of ideas that turned into something that had an impact on the entire industry. Maybe an impact on global culture.
We built an Ethernet port in every unit, and the idea is now we can actually have a networked community of gamers from living room to living room around the world, no matter what language you speak, no matter where you are in the world, and we can all be part of one bigger community. And that vision was like awesome.
There definitely was some skepticism about the idea of playing multiplayer games over the internet.
When we were scrambling to get Xbox done, Xbox Live is like a vague fog in everybody's head. Nobody knew how that was going to work and whether it was going to be a good ecosystem and whether the quality would ever be there. And it became a huge point of tension in terms of how it was designed and how it was going to work. But we're going to do it.
Microsoft is putting literally billions of dollars on the line to back us, but the program was fraught with risk. It required technology that really hadn't been built anywhere in the industry before. And those kind of tech investments are always risky.
With so much riding on the success of Xbox Live, the team couldn't afford to develop it in a corporate vacuum. If they wanted to deliver a gaming experience unlike any other, they needed gamers to tell them exactly what they wanted.
We went out and talked to a whole bunch of gamers around the United States. One of the things that came back was that voice communications was going to be imperative.
You know, it is a good day to die, cheesemaker.
Nobody wanted to sit there and text with a typewriter, just taking out their buddies.
The first thing was you had to get this starter kit. It had a headset in it. It's like,
You were talking about console gaming. What are you supposed to do with a headset?
The Xbox Communicator. It lets you talk to other gamers while you're playing.
This broke down the barriers of how you could speak. You simply banged on your headset and you could talk to anybody in the world that was on the platform.
Your defense is offensive. Your defense is offensive.
Building that global couch where people can talk and kind of virtually elbow each other with 4 gamers on 4 continents and have it all perfectly fluid through headsets, just as if they were sitting in the same room together. This was before Skype. So the notion of low latency, great quality voice, we had to go build out that tech.
I like this one. You did your own digital personal ID remembers your moves. That's a good idea.
Yeah. We're creating this giant gaming universe for gamers
gamer tag.
over generations. We knew it was important to have this one identity that linked to you where you could build your legacy in gaming.
Your gamer tag. It's your identity on Xbox Live. The legend you build for yourself in this brand new gaming universe. Remember, you're building all your stats and friends in that name.
Rather than have a gamer tag for Madden, a separate gamer tag for
Hey,
Halo, it's like you just want to be known as one thing. Gamer tag for
Legend you build for yourself in this brand new gaming universe. Remember, you're building all your stats and friends
Xbox Hot Slugs.
in that name.
Rather than have a gamer tag for Madden, a separate gamer tag for Halo, it's like you just want to be known as one thing.
My gamer tag is the real B. My gamer tag is Cowboy22.
A gamer tag is Hero Protagonist.
It's King Doug.
The Spaceman.
Xbox Live wanted to bring that fundamental instant fun into the world of online gaming.
You will never be without a game to play, anytime, day or night.
It was a revolution in online gaming.
The team was finally feeling confident. They had the technical know-how to build Xbox Live. But on the other side of that challenge was another, even bigger question. If they built it, would gamers pay for it?
The technology was in the box, but the commitment from a player, we just didn't know how it was going to fly. That firstly, someone's going to pay $50 a month for broadband, but they also have to go tell their friends that it's worth it.
I've never been shy to share my opinion. And there was one time where I was talking to Jay and we ended up arguing about it all the way into the hallway. And it was me saying, this Xbox Live idea you have is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Like, I hate this idea. Somebody's gonna pay $50 for multiplayer games when they can get it for free.
And people did laugh at that and said, why would you pay for access? Because you're already paying for your game.
It wasn't just me. It was like an entire division worth of people saying, what are you, nuts?
So this experience had to be amazing. That was crazy to people. Like, who's gonna play multiplayer if they have to pay for it?
Microsoft is taking the Xbox game system to a whole new level.
Xbox Live. Future of video games arrives today. Microsoft is putting the Xbox online. Today, the Xbox goes live.
Manning is at his home in Indianapolis, Hasselbeck at his in Seattle, and they're about to play each other in a video game using the Microsoft Xbox console.
Oh, sit down. Son, don't your coaches tell you can't take a sack in the red zone? That is quarterback 101.
Last night, we had gamers all over the country playing against celebrities here in LA, where we had our big premiere party.
We're checking the perimeter. All right, so here I go.
Xbox Live launched exactly 1 year after the original Xbox itself launched, November 15th, 2002.
The launch of Xbox Live was almost like a second launch for Xbox.
Blow up and kill everything in sight. Is that what you're getting? That's the idea, man. It's just like doing RoboCop.
I'm gonna open up a can of whoop ass and see how it tastes.
The two launch titles that I have such fond memories of, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, which was a port of the PC game, and Mech Assault, which is a third-person action-oriented take on Mech Warrior.
Just light bulbs went off, just the magic was there.
Live let us add the element of community and human society to game design.
It was just immediately clear to me that this was going to be like the thing for video games.
What Live did for Xbox was it created this community that once you got into it and attached to it, it was very hard to leave.
I met so many people online playing games that I never would have been cool with based off of us playing each other, me beating him, him beating me, him having some great plays.
And there's an extraordinary number of like 50-year-old males that play Xbox Live together. And they will not go to another system because their buddies aren't gonna go. So they're only gonna buy a system to hang out with the guys so they can play while the kids are sleeping and they're gonna play Call of Duty or something, right?
Every night, me and my homies be on a party with about 15 or 20 of us, and we be talking about what happened in the day if we playing the games, and it's just like a great gossip line for some grown-ass men.
We had forecasted how many Xbox Live subscribers we were gonna have, you know, month 1, month 2, month 6, etc.
Hey, we got 50,000. Hey, we got 100,000. Hey, we got 1 million. Hey, we got 2 million. It just kept growing.
And that happened like I wouldn't say instantly, but pretty damn close. It happened very, very fast.
Xbox Live was unprecedented. Everybody else's version paled in comparison.
What you think of gaming today, being on a headset, talking with friends, playing games, that just seems commonplace now because it is commonplace now, but Xbox made that possible in a big way.
Xbox Live could be considered one of the very first social media platforms.
Eu ainda sou totalmente... Mas é a questão, Adilson, eles introduziram... Nessa época eles já introduziram... Por que a galera adotou essa ideia de pagar? Porque naquela época eles foram pioneiros, né, cara? Só tinha isso no PC, entendeu? E eles já introduziram essa ideia já no primeiro Xbox. Isso aí não tem mais como mudar, não, cara. Isso aí não tem mais volta, não. Isso aí pode esquecer. Isso aí é uma mina de ouro que... Tanto é... Deu tão certo, que a Sony copiou e a Nintendo também.
Before Facebook, even before MySpace, Microsoft really did pioneer the very first interactive, dynamic social platform.
Quite frankly, Microsoft proved to the world that online multiplayer was going to be the key to the future.
Gamers flocked to Xbox Live in numbers that even took optimists within Microsoft by surprise. But while the platform was teeming with newly devoted fans who loved sniping their college buddies from different continents, there was one consistent complaint. What happened to the game that put Xbox on the map? Where was Halo?
When we started working on the second Halo game, the weight of expectation came crashing down on us.
Halo 2 had to be a blockbuster movie, and that was always a danger, is what if we just pushed to do this big AAA spectacle and miss the heart of what made Halo success in the first place?
Foi foda,
we have a lot of work to do between now and E3.
Everybody on the team had a different idea about what being more excellent would be. We loved that you could get into vehicles, for example, but it frustrated us that you couldn't, like, tear someone out of a vehicle and jump into their vehicle and take it over. So boarding vehicles became a huge design initiative.
Look out!
We were really good at coming up with great ideas. We weren't quite as good at production discipline and figuring out how to right-size all those ideas, fit them into a box, timeline, and ship on time.
When I got there, they had reached a point in development where they were basically going to have to cut half the game and in some ways start from scratch on a lot of the promises that they'd made themselves.
Within a year, it became clear it wasn't working. Just the way the game felt, Jason really wasn't happy with. He looked at the game. Yes. And he came to me and said, you know, we have a problem. I'm gonna have to rework a bunch of the work, and it's effectively gonna add another year to the schedule.
Jason, help. There was a lot of pressure. How could we ship a better game than Halo? And from Microsoft's point of view, Xbox's point of view, how can you ship that game as quickly as possible?
This is now by far the most valuable franchise that we have. You know, this is Halo. We can't screw this up. Jason's saying he needs a new year. Time for me to step up and do my job as a boss.
I do know that Ed went to bat for us.
Ed was very much a purist. He was about creating great games and giving the dev teams the time they need. And that is at conflict sometimes with actually making a profit.
So to me, it was a no-brainer. But Robbie wanted to put it in front of the other leads on the team because Halo was so important. It's going to affect, you know, the Xbox Live team and what they do. It would affect the continued marketing of the platform and things like that.
Microsoft back then was a technology company. Software shipping on time at quality was a big part of the rhythm of the business.
So we go in and we have the meeting, and Robbie basically goes around the room and takes a vote. And it went around the room and everybody voted to keep it on the original schedule. I walked out of the room and basically I just threatened to quit immediately. Robbie gave in, calmed me down, and he agreed, and he gave us the extra year for Halo 2.
Ed got the Bungie team the time they needed to finish the game, but the delayed launch had a ripple effect throughout Microsoft.
Really, that Bungie meeting was the beginning of the end for me. When I walked out of there, it wasn't just that I was mad, it was the first time I could imagine leaving the company. I mean, I'd been there since I was in college. I had a lot of stuff going on in my life. About to turn 40, I had been at the company a long time.
Yeah,
made plenty
cabeludão.
of money, so I didn't need to be there. Within the next 6 months, I quit.
In January 2004, Ed Fries resigned from Microsoft, while Bungie set out to finish what they'd started, creating a sequel to one of the most popular titles in console history. The extra year Fries bought them turned out to make all the difference. Not only did it elevate the game, it built fan excitement to a whole new level.
Galera ter pirado com Halo 2,
The lead
né?
up to Halo 2, I had never experienced anything like that in my life.
Ó, os americanos pira, né, cara?
Genuinely a pop culture event, and I don't say that lightly.
7,000 stores are opening on midnight.
They've been waiting a long time for this. They were chanting, Halo 2!
Halo 2!
Just felt like
Gringos,
something
caras.
new was going to happen in entertainment.
Halo 2 is the best. Halo 2 is everything. Os caras são malucos, né, cara?
Halo 2 is expected to generate more revenue.
Isso porque nem é mina de ouro. É, mas você tem que ver que é tudo fake isso aqui, né? Eles estão lá, mas ninguém comprou nada, não ganhou nada, né?
Than day one sales of any full-feature movie in entertainment history.
Halo 2 is probably, you know, one of the biggest phenomenons to ever hit my life and a lot of people's lives.
It was the biggest day in entertainment history.
Halo 2 sold 2.4 million units in 24
hours.
Here was a video game for the first time really crushing movies. It was a coming-of-age story for the video game industry.
This game is simply the best game on the planet.
I played Halo 2 with my friends literally every night for at least a year. That's how transformative Halo 2 was for me and what it did for Xbox Live. There had been nothing like that ever.
With the innovative success of Xbox Live and a
Pensar que o 3 também foi
phenomenon in Halo 2, it seemed like Microsoft's bets were paying off. Xbox was even surpassing Nintendo in US sales. On a winning streak, the team put their eyes on an industry-changing follow-up to the Xbox.
When I arrived at Microsoft, it was my job to think about the way that the gamer was going to be using this 2, 3, 4 years after launch, and how do you continue to deliver content. We started then to plan this multi-billion-dollar investment that became the Xbox 360.
360.
Xbox 360 is the new entertainment system that's designed around high def,
cara.
wireless, and always connected.
Lançado,
and it doesn't stop there. It's totally personalizable, so you can change the way it works and the way it plays, and find your friends no matter what you're doing.
Foi
360, I saw
espetacular,
a very
cara.
powerful console with a stunning interface, with a focus on
360
being online.
tá vivo até
always
hoje, né, cara?
connected.
Puta
This
que
was all
pariu,
stuff
né?
that they had sort of experimented with the original Xbox and Xbox Live, but now they were building it into the core experience of the console.
Xbox 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. To achieve that, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation. We had to go explore things that had never been done.
As opposed to leveraging a lot of off-the-shelf components and existing technologies, we're actually building a brand new processor and chipset for this particular console. So we're taking a lot more of that engineering effort on internally.
At the heart of the Xbox 360 are three
Até a gente comprando hoje. Verdade, até hoje.
PlayStation 2, Emotion Engine, whatever big wild dreams you had created in your head, we needed to create a leapfrog product that said, hey, this is even more powerful. This is the most powerful console on the
Tem
planet.
gente comprando o jogo até hoje, o 360, né?
A powerful console that plays all the games you love to a console that connects you to all your friends and connects you to a lifestyle, this digital entertainment lifestyle.
We involved movies, we got content generated that you could access, music.
The magic in Xbox 360 is it does so much more than the original Xbox did.
Xbox 360 Guide, it is your launch pad to all of your digital entertainment.
Here you can store your pictures, videos, and music.
Ó, já tinha Game
We've also
Score
added a new
já.
concept called achievements.
Achievements.
Sort of a record of everything you've accomplished across your entire library of games. With Xbox 360, we've created technology that will enable people from every age
Esse
and every
console,
corner of the planet to gather together
pra
in new
mim,
ways.
pra
A
mim
product
vai...
with games at its core, surrounded by limitless, connected digital entertainment.
360 pra mim é...
Everything we were trying to do had just never been done before.
We're really focusing hardcore on building an online experience for Xbox around games.
Gaming was always first, but this was no longer just the ability for you to play a game online. This was breakthrough thinking.
We built Xbox 360 with a mission.
They showed it as a media hub in your living room. You could connect other devices to it. You could play your photos. You could do this, that, the other. They targeted a broad range of gamers. They were building this thing to be future-proof.
Microsoft's new Xbox 360 will be first to hit stores' shelves this fall.
It's huge. It's a big, big statement for us. The next generation of consoles starts now.
We wanted to try something new with the Xbox 360 launch.
Xbox rules, man!
Favorite game.
Woo! Where are you guys from?
We're from
far?
Well,
yeah. From Indianapolis, Indiana.
and Kansas City.
Los Angeles, Hollywood. I came in from Minneapolis.
Land of Florida.
That's the only way to get it on the 360. You hear me?
Lá era muito mais acessível, né, cara? Lá pro americano, aqui no Brasil.
Major Nelson, we're here at 0 hour in the Mojave Desert. Hey guys, you ready to go?
Major Nelson já teve.
Biggest gaming event of the year, and it starts right now. 0 Hour was this in-person fan experience in the desert in California. I was at G4 at the time, and I remember we got wind that they were just going to throw an epic party for Xbox fans.
This is Xbox 360. I'm hexed.
We had a hangar in the middle of nowhere and decked it out with hundreds of gaming stations.
We are seconds away from this hangar opening and all of these people getting a chance to play the Xbox 360. And as the doors start to open, like the biggest doors you'd ever seen, you knew
Olha o
that you were
tamanho
about
disso aí,
to
cara.
run into what would be the future of gaming.
And we basically said, hey, come here and you're going to be the first to play games, and we're going to sell you consoles here as well.
Thousands of gamers came, people that had met on Xbox Live that had never actually seen each other in person before.
Que
People were
loucura.
so happy. It was a magical launch event.
0 Hour event was a huge success, a massive celebration. We had so much pride in this product.
Was this a transcendent moment for you?
Oh, yes.
The excitement generated in the desert spilled into the rest of the country as the console became available to the public on November 22nd, 2005.
I waited in line in like freezing rain for like 3 hours outside this Best Buy to try and get a slip so I could get an Xbox 360. I was so stoked when I got it. I took a selfie.
They had a great launch lineup. They had the gamer in mind first.
It had the features that I would want in a console. They had the games for casual gamers, for hardcore gamers.
The Xbox 360 marketplace was where you could buy digital games. Sure, you had Steam and people could do it on PC, but this was a managed, curated portfolio, much like is an app store today. And we were one of the first ones to have it.
I start downloading games and I download Joust, Robotron, and Defender, and like all of a sudden everybody's having fun because these games are amazing. And I'm like, okay, we were sitting here at grandma's house and we were bored, and I just got on the internet and downloaded games, and now we're playing video games and having fun. This is the future. This is the greatest thing in history, and this is what this console transition is about.
I can view my profile so I can see, what games I've got, and it's got the whole achievements thing here as well.
It was the first console with achievements. We take that for granted now, but all the
Primeiro
little
console
bonus
com
points and
conquista.
your gamer score and your rating.
You
Isso
achieved something in the game, and that something is whatever the developer decided.
Isso
hey,
é o
did
que
you scale
revolucionou
this mountain?
também,
Did you open the
cara.
store? Did you find this thing?
Somebody can play through the game, but if you wanted to really complete it, you had to get every achievement.
Eu até esqueci, era pra fazer sorteio hoje, Rafa. Eu até esqueci.
I've got 148,000 gamer score. People are like, what is that? Why do you care? Because it's something that reminds me of all the time that I've had, all the games that I've played, all I feel like I've accomplished something.
Sim. As conquistas é o registro da sua experiência. Isso é revolucionário, cara. Isso pra mim foram as conquistas que me fisgaram pra nunca mais voltar pro PC, cara. O registro de tudo que você jogou. Isso é fantástico, cara. Isso fica com você o resto da vida, né, cara? Isso é muito foda, cara.
Is ready with a stunning interface that ran on top of everything, and they came out guns blazing.
We had low price, with high def, with great games, and a product that was great. And so we felt we had a chance that generation.
Yeah, we were riding high, we were celebrating, morale is extremely high.
They had arrived. They had to gain the trust of developers. They had to make a statement
Agora vem
with
a
gamers.
3.
They had to show that they
Agora vem a
belonged
3
in this
red
party,
light.
And the 360 was a beautiful iteration of all the lessons that they had learned with the original Xbox.
Vai ver
I think 360 was finally that moment that Jay and Seamus and everyone, dreamed of.
Gamers were looking to see whether we would get it right this time, and we thought that we did. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation. And this all needed to come together flawlessly. Unfortunately, that's not quite what happened.
Nossa.
This is called an E74 error.
contact Xbox customer support.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. I think there's something going on here.
The criticisms that we're reading about are coming from the games press, who are hearing from gamers who are saying, I'm having a problem with my box.
You can feel the top of the Xbox, it's pretty hot.
We can hear retailers starting to say, there's an issue here.
With 360, Microsoft had built something amazing and special, but this problem was something that could kill the Xbox and all the work that they had done to get to this point.
Oh, falando em sorteio, eu já tô chegando no 5º episódio já.
CNBC's Jane Wells.
Falando em sorteio, deixa eu colocar um sorteio relâmpago aqui no final da live, porque foi o seguinte, quem ganhou é a Three Red Light. Quem ganhou o último sorteio foi o Ricão, né? Aí ele pediu pra mim sortear de novo. Então vou refazer o sorteio aqui. No final dessa live aqui, eu vou... Quem quiser participar aí, cadê aqui? Receita. Pera aí, deixa eu achar aqui. Sorteio. Deixa eu ver aqui. Eu vou pôr... Deixa eu ver aqui. Tá, tudo igual de novo. Tudo a mesma coisa, pronto. Aí, ó. Só digitar a exclamação sorteio, tudo igual. Então quem quiser participar aí, tem a galera que tá acompanhando. É só digitar a exclamação sorteio e ver quantos tickets vocês queiram comprar. E... Deixa eu ver aqui. O primeiro é grátis, né? Então, vambora. No final dessa live aqui eu já vou
Wells
sortear.
live in Los Angeles with how the 360's problems are heating up literally.
Se não fosse o...
This all came together in this horrific perfect storm.
Some faulty Xbox 360s are literally melting down while running certain games.
It was a slow rolling thing, like really understanding how big the problem was.
It started to really be concerning, and the numbers started to grow.
I had a sick feeling in my stomach.
Microsoft hasn't specified the cause, but users say the console's cooling system just can't take the heat of a lot of play.
We were just having failure after failure.
The problem was huge.
Mine just crashed this holiday season.
Get one bag, turn it on, didn't even work.
No! Again!
People spent
Three
a lot
red
of money
lights.
on a console, and we're getting 2 and 3 of them back.
Whether they were friends, whether they were family, whether they were people on the street, it didn't matter. It was all over the place.
I was mad as
Then it became the media saying, this is a piece of hardware that has been rushed to market, and as a result, we're seeing unprecedented failure rates. It's broken.
Everything that I've worked for the last couple of years is trashed.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future. Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Without a doubt, the most Herculean feat of the original Xbox was that it survived. Looking at the history of the video game business, you would have given them 1,000,000 to 1 chance. So the achievement is that we made it to Xbox 360. And Internally, it's fun to laugh at lots of the missteps.
You'll see Xbox will actually start up.
Like, we can laugh that the Xbox didn't turn on at the original unveil.
We can bring that video up.
But with Xbox 360, honestly, even with the benefit of time, nobody laughs at the red rings.
To understand the red rings of death, you've got to go back to the beginning and all of the work we did with the Xbox 360 to build it from the bottom up. We were absolutely focused on getting out ahead of the PS3. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation.
The 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. And so to achieve that level of performance, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation.
This was an incredibly hard, complicated program. The circuit board itself is a completely custom design. And we were building these chips, which was a new process at the time.
We did our own internal design instead of buying off-the-shelf silicon.
We're bringing up new hardware with software that isn't quite done yet on new test systems that we're developing in real time.
And that had a domino effect on the whole product.
The design was coming together kind of late.
We were launching in November of 2005, and we did not see our first silicon from the CPU until February of 2005. It's just ridiculous.
That's 9 months before launch. That is an absurdly short time frame. The normal time frame would probably be like 2 years.
And so we're faced with finishing the design and wrapping our production lines at the same time.
We wanted to launch it worldwide so everybody had it at the same time. But that's a big challenge because you also need to have enough units to restock and retail. So that the countries you do launch in aren't out of inventory.
We need to get our yields up, and so we're cranking up production.
At the highest manufacturing output, I remember hearing numbers like a console would come off the line every 4 seconds.
But as we're ramping production, we start to see reports of these issues that were coming up. Lots of inconsistencies. Consoles would fail at test stations.
If you build 100 of these things, only 50 or 60 of them would work, which is really, really bad. Like a real robust yield rate would have been 90, 95.
This was the fog of war that we had to see through, and that was, is there something wrong with the design of the product, or are we testing it incorrectly?
Because we were trying to ship in high volume, there wasn't much time to think about it because there was so much to be done. One way of dealing with the failed consoles was to put them into these nice boxes and stack them so that you would get back to them at some future point in time. In a way, we were kicking the can down the road a little bit.
We are developing what we call a bone pile. At the height, we created a bone pile that was over 600,000 units deep. And so it's just like the Lucille Ball episode where the chocolates are coming off the conveyor belt, and they're coming off so fast that they can't do anything with them. That's exactly what was going on.
The thing about building consoles is Christmas doesn't change. So your schedule is paramount, and there's just so much pressure to get it done by November.
Eu tive nisso daí.
After a hectic lead-up to production and months of intense troubleshooting, engineers finally managed to solve the technical issues that had plagued the 360. As consoles started to pass QC, the team was finally able to chip away at the bone pile in an effort to meet the demand, which, at the time of launch, was ravenous.
So here is ready for Xbox 360.
I'm outside the Best Buy in Midtown. It's raining here in New York, but these gamers don't care. They've been out here in the rain since early this morning, and they're not leaving until they get an Xbox 360.
When the Xbox 360 launched, there was a palpable excitement for this console.
The Xbox 360 finally got out of your dreams and into your car.
Microsoft had their fingers firmly on the pulse of what gamers were expecting, and they clearly had a vision of what gaming would be for the future.
We got in with something that was unique and revolutionary, a gorgeous design of the concave elements of the 360.
It really felt, in some ways, that Xbox had actually just arrived.
This new world of online, this new world of social engagement, this new world of building communities. We at Microsoft had absolutely nailed that experience.
The demand was really, really high. We were selling every single unit we could ship into the market.
É saber que ele tá vivo até hoje, né, cara? 360 até hoje, cara.
Is that a marketing strategy, or can you
Oh, Geoff Keighley.
What's the real story on that?
We are making as many as we can, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're flying them in.
Ultimately, we got through our challenges of production, and we just need to be able to catch up.
By hitting the market a full year before PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 had a head start on the competition. But Sony was still the undisputed industry giant, and they had every intention of keeping it that way.
It was the year after we shipped, when PS3 was coming out.
We were paranoid.
Sony had such credibility that they had cultivated from the PlayStation 1 to the PlayStation 2. So they were riding on this tidal wave of success and goodwill from gamers.
Coming off the PlayStation 2, Sony had done everything right, the most successful platform in game industry history, and really just needed to stay to the playbook. In contrast to that, you just witnessed Microsoft coming to market at the right price a year before you're able to come to market. So you know you're facing formidable competition.
PlayStation 3 is the best-of-breed computer entertainment platform.
PlayStation 3 was positioned as a premium product from the get-go. This was going to play games, but it would also play Blu-ray discs. So it was seen more as kind of an entertainment machine.
We knew they were going to be somewhat arrogant.
The next generation doesn't start until we say it does.
Nossa, você sabia? Olha isso, cara. Você viu só como que os caras... Olha isso. Vocês sabiam disso? Olha o que o... Como é que ele chama?
The next generation doesn't...
Esse aqui é o Kaz Hirai, né? Que era o... A próxima geração não começa até que a gente decida. Olha a arrogância, cara. Caralho, velho. Eu não sabia disso. Vocês sabiam disso aqui? Cara. Como os caras são arrogantes, cara.
PlayStation 3 was positioned as a premium product from the get-go. This was going to play games, but it would also play
Eu não sabia disso.
So it was seen more as kind of an entertainment machine.
We knew they were going to be somewhat...
O Kaz Hirai foi a público... O Kaz Hirai foi a público falar que eles são...
The next generation doesn't start until we say it does.
A próxima geração não começa até que nós decidimos. Olha que arrogância, cara.
And they would price their console to where they felt they needed to have it because they felt that they were untouchable.
This is sort of pre-live streaming era, and a bunch of us were huddled around one person's laptop, like a 15-inch laptop screen, streaming Sony's press conference.
And then they dropped the price.
In North America, the PlayStation 3 will be available at retail for $599 US, $659 Canadian.
$500.
Wait a minute, did $599?
$599. Nobody was prepared for that.
Back then, consoles didn't launch at those kind of price points.
It was like, holy cow, we just got handed this generation.
We were high-fiving each other, people were crying.
There were just all these ways that Sony had put their own foot in their mouth.
Sony said it would be a privilege for people to work extra hours to afford their overly priced console.
Isso a galera esquece, $600. Eles lançaram um console por $600 e outro por 500. O 360 custava $100 a menos, né?
Engineered machine that's going to be incredibly expensive to manufacture.
And that opened a window for Microsoft to be able to sort of say, hey, like, we have a great system that's going to play all the games you want to play. We've got better online for cheaper.
Thank you very much and have a great show.
Que cara arrogante, cara. E eu não sabia dessa, cara. A nova geração só começa quando a gente decide, cara. Meu Deus, cara. Que ridículo, velho.
Becoming CEO right after the launch of PlayStation 3 was like being made captain of the Titanic right after it hit the iceberg.
After Sony's announcement, we could not wait to get on stage the next day.
Couldn't be more excited to be here because we're delivering the next generation of gaming right here and right now, with titles that are nothing short of spectacular.
We had a lot of PlayStation fans and even Nintendo fans who were coming to Xbox because we had the best games, we had the best system, we had the best online network. We led in every key aspect.
With the help of our incredible partners, we're delivering on that vision with Xbox 360, with a high-definition gaming experience more powerful than anything else in the industry.
Yeah, we were riding high, we were celebrating. I'd say the morale is extremely high. We had so much pride in this product. Everything was great. And then the storm hit.
Before launch, engineers had worked around the clock to fix 360's early technical issues. But by June 2006, there were reports of an entirely new, never-before-seen problem. Distress calls flooded into Redmond. Something had gone terribly wrong.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. There was a lot of chatter about console failures.
Dude, what? Your Xbox? You might want to take a look at it?
Over time, we kept hearing more and more about it. We'd go to a launch event for a game, or we'd go to meet with games journalists. Then they would all start talking to us about it. Like, before we can talk about new features, we want to know, is this fixed? But we had no sense of how big of an issue it was. We didn't even know how to deal with it. And then we saw more reports of it.
Microsoft have been in the news with their latest computer system, but it seems the last big product they launched can have some problems.
That's the first time I've seen this. There it is. Mother.
The Xbox 360 had a really cool feature where there were 4 green lights around the Xbox emblem.
Each of those lights corresponded to a specific controller, and so that's how you knew what player you were in the game.
We also used the ring to tell people when there were issues.
It's like the check engine light on your car.
And this is what we called a core digital error. And this was an indicator of the system detected a major issue.
The error state was just that there was no communication. So the machine was just basically telling you, I can't do anything.
This would show up as 3 segments in the ring being lit red, which would come to be known as the red ring of death.
It's the red ring of death. Red ring of death.
I got red ringed. Everybody got red ringed.
What the? Are you kidding me?
When that motherfucking red thing come up, and then the whole game freeze, and be like, man, what the is going on? We can't play. What's going on? Yo, doing that too? It was. Oh my God, it was terrible.
No! Red ring of death.
Ó, o cara igual o cara do Gears.
We have no Xbox. I'm calling support.
You wait on hold for a while. They let you know they really appreciate your call. You wait on hold a little bit longer, and then they go,
okay, we're gonna get you a replacement unit. It doesn't show up for a week. All the enthusiasm's gone, and then here's the new console, and it was just like, wow.
This is the 4th Xbox. Microsoft.
Effectively, the failure rate was near 100%. It just became an epidemic.
It was a red ring of death. Consoles hotter than a dragon's brain. It was a red ring of
Tem até musiquinha.
freaking way! And I'm so pissed off. Grab the phone. Dial tone, call it Microsoft. Now they'll see the dark side of me. I'm on hold. It was a red ring of death. The glitches that went down with Xbox 360, I was mad as I'm like, get this fixed or I'm leaving. I'm joining the enemy. And as simple as that.
Faulty piece of manufacturing from Redmond, Washington, thanks to Microsoft.
I feel kind of sorry for it. Not really. I deserved it.
It's a big deal because it's just sort of the passion that gamers have for their hobby. Like, you don't want to be away from your console any longer than you need to be.
We felt the customer's pain. I had 3 boxes replaced, personally at my house. And it does make you think, okay, I work here. And this experience is not a pleasant experience, and sending your Xbox back.
Microsoft's gonna ship you a cardboard coffin, And that's what gamers were calling them online. Did your cardboard coffin arrive?
I finally got my coffin, but hopefully I'll get him back.
And you'd put your 360 in it and ship it on back to Microsoft.
I remember going out to the curb and like meeting the UPS guy and looking in the back of the UPS truck and seeing wall to wall, Xbox returns.
The fact that it was happening to more and more people, and Microsoft was shipping a lot of hardware. That just combined to this feeling that, hey, like, are you guys really taking this seriously?
They're continuing to sell defective hardware. So a consumer could walk into the store today, buy a 360, take it home, and it's a ticking time bomb.
Is there any speculation out there what the problem is?
There's a lot of speculation, but because, well, among other things, there are 500 million transistors and 1,700 parts in each of these boxes, so the speculation could go anywhere.
É a temperatura, o problema é a temperatura.
Whenever we had new game launches or new system updates, I would be out meeting with the top games journalists, showing them all the new stuff. And I'm trying to sell them on the future, and they're like, dude, my console's not working, like it's broken.
For those who have experienced the flashing red lights, what causes this exactly?
That's kind of part of the problem, Kevin. Microsoft has been very vague about the specific
Como que eles sobreviveram a isso?
Specifics, they won't say exactly.
Como que eles sobreviveram a isso? Simples. O Steve Ballmer teve que desembolsar $1 bilhão para tancar isso. Porque o que muitas pessoas não sabem, o console deu 3 luzes vermelhas, eles mandavam para a Microsoft e a Microsoft mandava outro. Então, quanto que a Microsoft teve que gastar para repor tudo esse monte de console fudido aí?
Why? We didn't have all the answers at that time.
We were trying to figure this out. Do we have a heat problem? Is the solder in key components in the motherboard, is it cracking up and drying out and we're losing that connection? We just couldn't figure it out.
It's a long process. You had to test it at the board level, you had to test it at the system level, and then you had to test it in the rack level. And we had, almost 1 million of them sitting in our bone pile.
We'd fix the ones in the bone pile, we'd send it back out to the customer, and it turns out that wasn't the problem, and it would break again.
And I was saying, man, this is not going to end.
After the third or the fourth issue that we ran into, I remember thinking, hey, maybe we're in over our heads.
And we got to the point where we said, we're not figuring this out fast enough. We made the call to shut down production.
We went line down at the factory. We wanted to figure out how to solve it before we built any more units to go to customers.
It stretched every bit of our imaginations to try to figure out exactly what was going on and how to fix the problem.
This went on for months.
These were the darkest days of my career.
Are people going to now go out and buy PlayStation or Nintendo? Are they going to leave us as a brand?
Every day you weren't gaming was a bad day for you. You trusted us and you'd invested this money in us and we let you down.
Not gonna work.
Ó, falando sobre confiança, né? Eu fiquei sabendo de um... Quem que foi que contou? Não lembro com quem que eu conversei, que o cara teve problema com o Series X, mandou arrumar 1, 2... Na quarta vez ele desistiu e foi comprar um Play 5. Ele teve problema com o Series X. Isso acontece, cara.
This is an incredibly trying time. People use phrases like you figure out what people are made of. Having gone through it, I can actually say that happens. It's a thing. It isn't just a phrase.
Todd had to manage the very complex process of what we call root causing until we knew what was going on.
2006, 2007. I dedicated a lot of my life to this Xbox in order to fix this problem. Breakthrough came when we understood that the connections that were being broken were not located on the motherboard, but they're actually located inside the components. The problem was a connection was breaking. The reason it was breaking was thermal, but it wasn't because of the peak temperature. It was because when the unit would get hot and then cold, hot and then cold, every time it did that, it would stress the connection. All these people love playing video games, and so they would turn this thing on and off, and when it would turn on and off, you get all sorts of stresses. And just like when you bend something too many times till it finally breaks, that's what was happening. Once we figured it out, how in the heck are we going to fix this?
Peter Moore and the executive team faced a big decision about trying to fix this with all these boxes that were out there in the wild.
this was something that could tarnish the brand. They needed to do not just something, they needed to do the right thing.
If we're going to save this brand, we need first-class consumer service reaction to this.
The credibility of the whole platform really, I think, hung in the balance.
There's only one way to do this, and that is you have to fix every console for every customer at no cost, no questions asked.
Tá vendo o... Pera aí, Saulo, não entendi. Por que ligava e desligava? O que aconteceu foi o seguinte. Entre a... Ele mostrou aqui, deixa eu ver. Entre a placa... Deixa eu mostrar aqui mais fácil, ó. Se você... Entre a GPU, né, que é a placa de vídeo, e o conector aqui a placa, e o conector tem essas soldas, né? Tem a solda. O que acontece? Liga e desliga, liga e desliga, liga e desliga. Ele esquenta e esfria. Aí até ele... a solda é solda fria que fala. A solda ela quebrava, ela rachava. Aí a solda arrebentando, não tem mais o componente de resfriamento, o negócio esquentava e...
Too many times till it finally breaks. That's what was happening.
Once we figured it out,
eles não tiveram tempo hábil. Para testar isso, entendeu?
How the heck are we going to fix this?
E a Microsoft teve que fazer isso. Ela teve que lançar antes do Play 3. Ela teve que fazer isso aí. Por quê? Tem a questão da equivalência, né? A Sony já estava muito bem estabelecida no mercado. Para a Microsoft nivelar, ficar pau a pau, ela teria que sair na frente, cara. Não dava para seguir os métodos tradicionais, entendeu? O Xbox só conseguiu ganhar espaço e ganhar relevância por causa disso. Eles tiveram que trabalhar rushando tudo.
Or, and the executive team faced a big decision.
Você vê que esse problema, no começo do geração Play 4 e One, uma má decisão levou... O que acontece? Um monte de gente comprar Play 4 por causa daquelas besteiras do Xbox, e aí é uma bola de neve irreversível. Ah, eu comprei Play 4 que meu amigo comprou, que meu amigo indicou. É aquela bola de neve, entendeu? Então, o videogame tem isso. Se você faz uma cagada nessa escala... Deixa eu pegar o nosso BBB. É foda, cara. Videogame tem esse problema, cara. Voltei. Ó, quem tiver... Lembrando que finalzinho da live aí vai ter... Eu vou deixar pra assistir o... Nossa, bem que dá pra assistir tudo numa paulada só também, né? Pronto, vamos lá.
Trying to fix this with all these boxes that were out there in the wild.
This was something that could tarnish the brand. They needed to do not just something, they needed to do the right thing.
If we're going to save this brand, we need first-class consumer service reaction to this.
The credibility of the whole platform really, I think, hung in the balance.
There's only one way to do this, and that is you have to fix every console for every customer at no cost, no questions asked.
I think we're off to a good start.
I remember sitting on a whiteboard writing out some simple math on repair rates times $1 times a customer times an amount equals a number. And that number became pretty big. And I remember feeling in my stomach this is gonna be a bigger issue than I thought.
By the time we looked at the cost of repairs, the lost sales that we factored in, we had a $1.15 billion problem.
Peter had to go to Steve Ballmer and basically say, hey, bad news, I need $1 billion to go fix this issue.
I'm expecting to be ripped to shreds.
Se não fosse o Ballmer, se o Ballmer falasse, ó, não, acabou, o Xbox teria morrido ali, cara.
Great situation for Xbox is Steve Ballmer does not give Peter more the money to go fix it. Xbox is dead. Like, there's probably no question about it.
To the credit of Steve, and I can still see him looking at me right now, he said, do it. Just do it. We'll figure it all out. We'll take the hit.
Microsoft will spend at least $1 billion to repair serious hardware failures with its Xbox.
Você vê o compromisso. Você vê o compromisso da Microsoft em tancar isso, né, cara? Nossa, $1 bilhão de prejuízos, velho. Se o Xbox hoje é o que é, tá se tornando, né? Se tornou o que é hoje, foi graças a essas atitudes, cara. O cara tancou isso, velho. $1 bilhão, cara. Pra uma empresa. Naquela época ainda, puta que pariu. Tá certo que hoje a empresa é trilionária, né?
360 video game console.
Over 200 million of this was simply one-way overnight shipping around the world.
Kudos to Microsoft for stepping up and putting their money where the red ring of death was.
It was one of the times when I've been proudest to be part of Microsoft because we made a mistake, we owned it, and we did the right thing for consumers.
Without that money spent, without them taking the problem head on, there's probably no Xbox right now.
We bet on our fans and our brand and took the hit. Take that hit once.
Coisa que o pessoal não sabe é que nem falei pra vocês. Quem comprou o Xbox original sem destravar nada, o cara foi lá, a Microsoft trocou, deu um novinho. Ela arrumou tudo isso aí.
Do it right. Don't ever regret it.
De 1 ano a 3 anos. Em 2011.
When the 360 died on me, I was pissed that it died, but I wasn't pissed at Microsoft. I just really wanted to get the 360 again and start playing again because it was just awesome.
It was frustrating, but they had hooked us. So when you hook somebody, you know they're not going to leave. They're going to work with you through the difficult times.
That was a good sign that people love the thing that you're building.
But even $1 billion mea culpa may not have been enough had it not been for two X factors. A library of celebrated game titles, and support from game developers who loved how easy it was to program for Xbox 360 and saw in it the potential to take gaming to places previously unexplored.
Nossa, o Gears também foi um marco, cara. Foi revolucionário o jogo terceira pessoa, cara. Eu lembro quando eu joguei o Gears 2, eu falei, caralho, cara. Nossa,
Gears of War at the time was the best looking game ever made. And
franquia.
it became this poster child for HD graphics and HD fidelity.
Que foda, cara.
Like, this is a game that people are going to immediately gravitate to and go, oh my god, I can't believe the 360 looks that good, especially when they compare it to PS3. Because this game looks better than anything on PS3 right now.
It was the fastest selling Xbox 360 game. It sold like 1 million units in the first couple of weeks, and that really propelled the 360 in a big way.
Muito foda,
Gears
cara.
of
Muito
War
foda.
may just be the great hope to turn the 360 into a must-buy console.
It was a very
Muito
different
bom. Eu
type of
lembro do
game
2,
from
cara.
Microsoft.
O primeiro Gears que eu
M-rated
joguei foi o
game,
2.
Over-the-top violence.
Everyone loved the signature weapon, the chain gun, the Lancer.
Gears of War was about appealing to a hardcore gamer.
The people that play Gears, they have so much passion.
Tem paixão,
and
isso é
people get
verdade.
tattoos, and it's just the deep connection they have with the franchise and the game. It's unlike any other franchise that we have.
Gears é foda demais. Esse é aquele jogo que você fala assim, pô, tem orgulho de ter zerado
All of a
tudo no
sudden, you
insano.
see this tide
Muito bom,
turn
cara.
of every publisher is then developing for the Xbox 360.
Bom demais. Não falou do Forza, né?
A lot of big games for Xbox 360. You know, we publish titles
O
like
Forza Horizon,
Splinter Cell from Ubisoft, of course.
O Forza Horizon primeiro, embora tenha tido sucesso, ele se alavancou no ano, né? O Forza Horizon 2 no Xbox One, ele que deu a... Salve, Diego, tudo jóia? Tá rolando sorteio, viu, gente? Digita aí exclamação sorteio.
We really had this incredible portfolio of games. We were the shooter box.
Call of Duty was a franchise we had bet on early. It was a PC franchise, and we really established Call of Duty on the console in a big way.
Cameo and this gorgeous, colorful game. It was about frame rate, it was about smooth visuals.
Oh, Forza Horizon.
Forza was built as a direct competitor to Gran Turismo. We're going to go off and we're going to build a great, epic, big racing simulator game.
You had cars that had amazing reflections of the sky. They had reflections of other things. You had particle effects.
Espetacular.
You had a lot of things that just made it look much more real than any other game.
To this day, my son can recognize cars by the engine sounds because he played so much Forza.
If you look at Xbox 360, that was a moment where we got it exactly right. It was just an incredible run that I don't know that has ever been topped in the history of gaming. And then, you know, at the center of it all was Halo 3.
Nossa, Halo 3 então foi sucesso
It had been
absurdo.
3 years since Halo 2 smashed industry
Halo
records,
3 também.
and Halo fans were clamoring for the next
O
chapter
3
of the
foi
epic space saga.
I think that we were really surprised by the success, the huge success of Halo 2. And so as we were leading up to the Halo 3 campaign,
Halo
I
3
think we did kind of look at it, all
tô
of the
ligado.
marketing team as more of a Hollywood moment.
With
Halo 3 foi negócio assim absurdo, cara. Todo mundo fala.
Games are not something that are just for the boys. Video games have come of age.
An exciting day for video game fans and for Microsoft.
Master Chief is back in the most anticipated video game ever, Halo 3.
Thousands lined up to get the final installment of the trilogy when it went on sale at midnight.
Os caras lá fora são apaixonados por Halo, né, velho?
Been waiting here ever since.
Halo 3, what a massive launch event that was for us.
They have 1 million pre-orders, which is pretty much unprecedented.
Halo is projected to sell 4 million copies its first 60 days.
More than twice as many as the 9 runners-up combined.
It's only the biggest game ever.
We were no longer some tech company trying to be in video games. We were launching one of the biggest entertainment properties of all time.
Halo 3 embodies our vision for the future of entertainment.
The franchise spawning everything from clothing to action figures and rumors of a Halo movie.
Halo 3 really started to make gaming the mainstream cultural phenomenon.
Its first day sales could outdo not only the final Harry Potter book, but the debut of Spider-Man 3.
Os gringos
When
piram, né,
everything was
cara?
tallied, we had generated over $170 million in revenue in the first 24 hours.
Como é que é o negócio aqui? Peraí, como é que é? Como é que é?
Not only the Harry Potter book.
In the first rated over 100.
Geramos cerca de o quê?
When everything was tallied,
Geramos cerca de 170 milhões de dólares em receita
we had generated over 170
em 24 horas. Mas ué, eu achei que era só agora que a... Mas não é só agora com o Halo Infinite que a Microsoft tá buscando a sua mina de ouro? Ué?
$1 million in revenue in the first 24
Ó,
hours.
eu preciso recomendar esse documentário pro André lá, cara. Precisa assistir, viu, André? Pô, André, precisa assistir o documentário aqui, cara, do Xbox, cara. Aprender um pouco aí, ó.
Setting a new record for the biggest day in entertainment history.
It was just an amazing moment. It was one thing after another. We had games, we had Time Magazine.
everything started clicking and it felt like something's happening.
We delivered the right content, the right hardware, the right games, at the right price, and we were showing massive momentum.
Eles não tinham achado a mina de ouro ainda não, viu?
Sailed magnificently and kept sailing full steam ahead.
Only a week ago, Peter Moore took the stage in Santa Monica, California for Microsoft's E3 press event. A mere 7 days later, the man in charge of the 360 and the Games for Windows division has decided to move on to EA Sports.
Ah, ele foi pra EA, né? Verdade.
I left Xbox because I felt like I had done what I needed to do.
Ironically, he'll be replaced by Don Matrick, the former president of EA.
Olha o Don Matrick aí. O Peter Moore, ele foi pra EA. Ele foi fisgado pela microtransação.
One has to wonder, with the face of the Xbox gone, how will this affect the 360 standing in the console wars?
Don Matrick was a really accomplished game developer. As a kid, he wrote these amazing games, and he was just like super smart.
Don's really an innovator. He's a business leader. He's really into the tech. He really wanted the Xbox to be a product that could reach a broader and broader market.
When I joined Microsoft, Steve Ballmer said Xbox needs to have more than a true product lifecycle. And to do that, we need to place bets, we need to move into new categories, we need to innovate and create new hit products, both in gaming and in entertainment.
When Don Matrick came on board, it was more about trying to appeal to a completely different audience and a very broad audience. So there was this one meeting where he shows up and he says, we're not going for 30 million consoles, we're going for 300 million consoles. And the strategy behind that was we need to make casual experiences.
When the Xbox 360 launched, we had Xbox Live built in. We had this very basic blade for Marketplace, and we had only game content. One of the things that I've been tasked to do was go get us some entertainment content, which was an entirely new idea of the time.
We started doing deals with studios. We were excited when we had 1 movie and then 2 movies and 5 movies and 10 movies.
Microsoft's Xbox will transform into a next-generation entertainment hub. Users will be able to navigate through music, movies, television shows.
For the first time, we were realizing that streaming and digital video content was going to be a big deal. And then we had Netflix come on.
Xbox 360 was a big part of putting Netflix in the living room.
At the time, Netflix was a mail-ordered DVD catalog service.
Nationally, Netflix moves more than 1.5 million DVDs a day.
There's 40 of these warehouses around the country, right? So that nearly every customer gets next-day delivery.
Olha como é que era Netflix, cara.
Netflix hadn't done anything with digital streaming. We thought, why don't we call them up, see if they would be interested in distributing their content through Xbox 360.
We definitely accelerated their growth because we introduced them to tens of millions of devices that were connected to a TV overnight.
It's a great opportunity for Xbox members to never leave the sofa, you know, watch movies from Netflix, play great games. It's a great platform.
And it's like, what should we do next? Well, we brought HBO, we brought Twitter, we brought Facebook. Today, that may not seem that revolutionary, but at the time, the idea to be able to do that all in one box had just never been done before.
Our Xbox Live community, the digital streaming services, the gamer tags, the achievements, the experiences, they were things that we would hear consumers say they loved and competitors say they were envious of.
Xbox Live really proved that people wanted digital content. I think that created this sort of ripple effect that affected Nintendo. They knew that they probably needed to shift on how they did some things. They weren't just going to give you another console, they were going to give you a console that did something different.
This is Mike.
Ah oui.
He's Mike the businessman.
Ah oui.
When he picks up the new Wii remote from Nintendo, he's Mike the warrior superstar athlete man.
Holiday of 2006, Nintendo released the Wii.
Wii foi sucesso.
And turned the world upside down.
We're confident because for pick-up-and-play games, there's nothing like it. For baseball, for tennis, games like that, it's fantastic. But with the nunchuck, what you're able to do in a first-person type of game is a huge step forward in control.
Nintendo came out of left field with a device that wasn't based on technology. It was based on a simple entertainment experience of being able to play a game without being a button masher on a controller.
It really resonated with a mass audience, a wider audience. All of a sudden, Parents are playing video games with their kids again.
Suddenly, you heard people talking about video gaming as something that was good for you.
Wii Fit is about bringing fun into fitness.
Video gaming as an approachable thing that everybody could do.
They went after senior citizens. They went after female gamers. They went after people who are not traditionally gamers.
Clearly, they expanded the audience and they took gaming to mainstream entertainment.
I remember Bill putting a lot of pressure on the Xbox leadership team. How did we miss motion gaming? What can we do to catch up?
We need to compete. We need to advance our game strategy. We don't want to do a Wiimote ripoff. We want to do our own thing.
Don also had this vision for controller-free gaming.
What would it be like if instead of waving something, we were recording movement? We were recording state of people physically through a camera.
The controller, he thought, was this impediment to more people playing games because you had to kind of learn this device.
Essa ideia de querer tirar o controle não deu certo, né? Você vê, o Wii foi sucesso, né? Nossa, na época um monte de casual pegou. Hoje a loja não existe mais, a loja do Wii, o Wii U foi um fracasso e o Switch. Olha o Switch hoje. O Switch voltou a ser o modelo tradicional. Esse lance de controle aí, eles achavam que era o futuro, né? Mas no final das contas não vingou porra nenhuma, né? O Wii foi o, segundo aí, os jornalistas, o que venceu a geração que mais console vendeu. E hoje, cadê a biblioteca do Wii? O cara que compra um Switch hoje, consegue ter acesso aos jogos do Wii? Tem porra nenhuma. O Wii fez muito sucesso com o casual. Eu falo porque minha cunhada tem um Wii também. Mas aquela coisa, pegou uma gama enorme de casuais e essa grande maioria aí dropou tudo depois, né? Foi só fogo de palha, entendeu? O que o Xbox fez com Halo, com Gears, com o 360 foi criar uma base de fãs, de pessoas que realmente estão ali comprometidas com a plataforma, né? O que mantém a indústria não é o casual. O que mantém é os fifeiros lá, os caras que têm comprometimento com a plataforma. Estão ali, usuários ativos, né?
It's kind of crazy, but it's like if you could drive a car like this, that would make more people more willing to play video games.
We set out to really make the console approachable to a whole new generation of people, to a whole new set of people that wouldn't otherwise think about gaming as something that it was for them.
We had already been doing some technology exploration where we could map people using depth sensing and RGB cameras and microphones and stuff, and you could have that by your television. Rather than holding something, you could still get these similar type of experiences.
The idea that we were going to use IR kind of display, projection and reflection to measure movement was pretty magical.
Every step of the Kinect process was an inventing step.
A lot of this work, we had to figure out how to hack our way into it.
We prototyped probably 30 activities. We found that the whole body activities were actually the most fun. And so that's what we ended up focusing on, to create something totally new for gamers.
No 360, o Kinect foi um sucesso. Foi um dos acessórios mais vendidos, né?
We launched Kinect and it was a game changer.
I don't think anybody saw it coming. It was something completely new and unexpected.
Kinect.
So you can see if we wave our hands, it's tracking your full body.
That's
now we're playing.
Okay.
So if you lean left and right, jump, jump, jump.
In your opinion, John, how does this compare to the Wii and the Wii Fit?
Oh, completely blows it away. And this extends far past just gaming.
It's crazy. It's minority report status. That's how I see it.
When I saw the Kinect, I thought, oh, finally. Like, this is something we're going to use for VR eventually. It's going to be amazing to have you in the game.
Because it's motion gaming, people think, oh, it's like the competitors. It is a completely different thing, and you have to play it to understand that.
The games were really fun. It really unlocked a new game experience for people.
Fireball!
Start getting people all cheering and yelling and, you know, encouraging the person who's actually playing to try new things.
The idea that, like, you would have people over for dinner and then
no final abandonou tudo isso, né?
everybody would want to turn on the Xbox and go play ping pong or go play Kinect Sports or
Você vê o Series X e S abandonou tudo isso, nem suporte mais tem pro Kinect.
In the first 60 days, we sold over 8 million Kinect sensors worldwide.
Ô, Arzato, valeu,
Kinect
cara.
was a
Obrigado aí pelo sub.
marvel, but it totally fell flat with core gamers. Kinect didn't work with Halo, but Kinect was an amazing tool for so many things like research and how we think about augmented reality and virtual reality experiences.
It's been fun to watch innovation of computer science come not from academia or industry, but to come from gaming.
And it turned out that Kinect creative community just went on to do incredible things with this device.
People got into hacking the Kinect early last year. Smartly, Microsoft responded by welcoming that and encouraging more development.
People were taking all the IR data and the voice data, and it was a rich source of creativity for other types of applications.
What is neat is the technology that is used in video games now and how it can be applied to other things, not just gaming.
And they're calling it the Kinect effect.
Microsoft's Kinect could revolutionize medicine.
Being used to aid the rehabilitation of stroke patients, also by people who work with autistic children.
Kinect today is mostly used outside of gaming.
Verdade.
So gaming has created this piece of technology that today drives the industry forward.
Ah, Tayana, sinceramente...
With Xbox 360, we had an amazing product that had finally broken through. The ecosystem was healthy. Consumers were engaged in North America and Europe. It was the top-selling hardware device.
Xbox 360 has been the #1 selling console every month for the last 6 months.
It was a pretty great second iteration for Microsoft as a company.
Against all odds, the Xbox 360 basically won that second console generation.
By the end of that generation, I think people had sort of felt the pendulum had swung from PlayStation dominance to Xbox dominance.
There were more players than ever playing Xbox. The brand really was in a terrific place.
And there was no chance. There's nothing Microsoft could do that could possibly torpedo the success they had with the Xbox 360.
Havia sim.
We're about to change entertainment forever.
Again.
Because we're going to take all that we learned
in more than 30 years of innovation
and use it to change
television,
TV,
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 television.
Olha, eles usaram isso.
Television.
Watch TV.
Team Xbox.
Eles usaram isso no documentário, legal.
This is it. Xbox One.
I cannot believe this press conference.
We've got this vast amount of gamers that are increasingly loving Xbox, and we're building great experiences that they've never seen before. And now we're going to be the connected TV, so we're going to have the set-top box for the living room. And it turned out like nobody wanted that.
Oh, hell no, Microsoft. Hell no.
Eu tô com meu fetizão aqui, ó. Tá aqui o meu fetizão. Tenho ele até hoje. É, o TV ali cagou com o negócio, né, cara? Estamos no último episódio. Chegou o Zé Terninho. Zé Terninho é bom, hein? Deixa eu mudar aqui o... Cara, eu comecei a assistir e agora não parei mais, cara.
Control the entertainment pipe into your living room just got a bit more interesting. Microsoft's Xbox announcing some landmark news today as it moves into the media business.
It's time for a new generation of Xbox!
And now, Microsoft wants to appeal to more than just gamers.
It can also control your TV and cable box and everything from your movies to video conferencing on Skype to doing all kinds of things.
Casual gaming, television, social, music, and video.
The game console will transform into a next-generation entertainment hub
for both gamers and non-gamers alike.
What if I told you that going forward our competition is not going to be Sony and Nintendo, but television and media? Oh, God.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be
tá rolando
the future,
sorteio.
Truly the future of video games.
Tá rolando, o novo sorteio é o sorteio do Hot Dogs, que quem ganhou foi o Ricão. Ele pediu pra sortear de novo, né?
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
Eles tiveram uma leitura errada do mercado, cara.
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for
Seu
you.
documentário oficial? Claro que é, Rafa. Tá aqui, ó. Tá aqui no canal do Xbox, ó. Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó, no canal do Xbox. Claro que é oficial. Tá aqui. É oficial, sim. Já tô no final, já. Muito bom o documentário, cara. Muito legal.
For the future of gaming.
Muito bom, cara. TV ou não TV?
On May 21st, Microsoft will unveil its latest Xbox system. Xbox has been the best-selling gaming console for 27 consecutive months. We're expecting a slew of entertainment options, including possibly taking over your cable box and also delivering web content in easy and attractive ways.
It was exciting to think about what a single-purpose, dedicated entertainment console could be. So we picked that as a path with Xbox One. We wanted a broad device that touched all parts of gaming and entertainment.
Go on, put your hands in.
We wanted to bring
Eu
new
tenho Kinect
audiences
dos
to
dois, o
Xbox.
360 do
People
ano.
that were outside of what traditionally was thought of as our core gaming audience. That was really the intent at the time.
Within the company, there's always a sense of do more and grow, but I think Dawn was looking for like, what's that next big leap after Kinect? And I think there was a sense that TV could be that thing.
Microsoft's gaming platform is becoming a true entertainment hub. It just announced that for the first time, people are using the Xbox more for entertainment, TV, movies, and music, than for playing video games.
Having our team think not only about gaming, but television, movies, stories that lived inside our gaming community was something that I believed in.
Okay, this is an interesting idea. Microsoft's going to get behind linear entertainment as well.
Xbox Entertainment Studios. The idea was to take Xbox the brand from gaming to Xbox the brand as entertainment.
Movies, music, television. There's going to be a number of documentaries.
We all had big eyes for that. It's like, whoa, we're going to go Hollywood now.
And action.
After years in development, Microsoft's next-generation console was finally ready to be unveiled at a media event codenamed Newcastle. Coming off the success of the Xbox 360, expectations were through the roof.
Eu lembro
Good morning, everyone.
Ó, pra quem
On
não
behalf
sabe,
of the entire...
é isso que ela falou. Tem muitas pessoas que acham que esse evento era E3, não é. Esse foi um evento que a Microsoft fez para apresentar o Xbox. A E3 foi outra coisa. É, eles tentaram... Foi uma leitura errada de mercado, né? Foi uma leitura errada que eles fizeram de mercado e quase fudeu com tudo.
Entire team, we're thrilled to unveil the ultimate all-in-one home entertainment system.
We did a stream from around the world and invited a bunch of media and influencers up to watch.
We gathered everybody into the conference room. We have it streaming on our television. We're all really excited.
Team Xbox is on a new mission to become the all-in-one system for every living room, the place where your games, TV, and entertainment come alive.
We're driven to build a future-proof system that brings together the cloud, smart devices, new content.
We are really excited to bring the world of Halo to Xbox as a premium television series.
We're sitting there listening to it the whole time. And I remember one of our engineers said, like, they're not even talking about any of the games yet. Are they gonna talk about games?
With Kinect, we made you the controller.
This is human control for a human experience.
It was all about entertainment, even a partnership with Steven Spielberg, and they showed a TV guide at the reveal event. I mean, that was really like the vision.
This is the beginning of truly intelligent TV. Xbox, watch TV.
You said television. We wanted to hear video games.
You know, we showed a few games, but core gamers were left unsatisfied.
We're all in the green room, and as each person would get off stage, you know, the execs in the room would ask what the pulse is on social, and it was not good.
This is not going well. This is not going well at all.
I am really, really disappointed.
I think I'm gonna go into mourning now
That's how I feel about you, Xbox One.
There were hypercuts released minutes after the initial unveiling of the Xbox.
Watch TV. TV. TV remote. TV. 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 TV.
Television, television. Television, TV.
Engraçado que anos depois, a Sarah Bond fez lá um vídeo, né, falando dos jogos de PC, né? Aí eles pegaram esse mesmo negócio de TV e ela fala gaming. Ela até deu retweet e tudo. No futuro isso acabou se revertendo, né? Mas sabe que foi bom acontecer tudo isso aqui, porque é uma coisa que a gente tem que parar para se pensar. No caso aí eles erraram, né? Mas se a Microsoft acertasse, se isso aqui bombasse, todo mundo quisesse, pode ter certeza que o Play 4 seria diferente. Eles iam fazer alguma coisa no sentido para... Eles tentaram, eles fizeram eles acertaram, a Microsoft acertou na questão do online. Eles tinham razão mesmo do console 24 horas por dia online, isso eles estavam certos. O futuro era 100% online. Mas eles erraram que ia ser negócio de TV, entendeu?
Television.
That was not the right way to unveil the next generation of gaming.
Levou anos.
That was the worst gaming event that I've ever watched ever.
Probably could have done a better job of reassuring people that we were committed to excellence in gaming.
The response was so negative, and that was when I knew our lack of focus was going to hurt us with our core audience.
I can't even start.
The Newcastle reveal really was about showcasing the...
Sala, erraram em parte, porque hoje em dia você faz tudo pelo console. Não, mas espera aí, Rafa. Você faz tudo, mas você assiste TV pelo console? Você fica assistindo televisão pelo console? Você assiste série e tal? Série tudo bem, né? Você pode pegar o Netflix, né? Mas TV mesmo, a proposta que a Microsoft queria de integrar a TV a cabo, isso aí acabou. Tanto é que não tem nem entrada na HDMI, cara. Ninguém quer assistir TV, cara. Os caras querem jogar, quer jogo. Os caras querem jogo.
entertainment proposition that was going to come with the Xbox One.
We knew that E3 coming up in a few weeks was about games. We'll talk about all games when we get to E3.
In hindsight, definitely not the right decision. You don't tell console gamers to tune into something and then not show them the games.
The next evolution of gaming is a voice remote control for your television.
The Xbox One reveal had obviously underwhelmed fans, but Microsoft saw an opportunity to right the ship just 3 weeks later, on the game industry's biggest stage.
This is an exciting day for our teams.
Eu lembro.
And as we've been promising, it's all about the games. We're excited to share
Lembro
with you
Ison
a
of Rome,
stunning
foi
lineup
fantástico.
of
Forza
world-premiere
5,
gameplay and
Sunset
announcements.
Overdrive, Killer.
The ball's in Microsoft's court, and they come out and they show some games. And then right at the end of their press conference, I remember looking up at the teleprompter.
Xbox One will launch this November in 21 markets around the world.
$500 com Kinect obrigatório. Lascou, ferrou tudo.
$499.
At the time, the ideal price point was $399. Anything that over $399, you're in for a real struggle.
Repetiu o erro da Sony.
With Xbox One, Don's view was the new Kinect was going to be required as part of the box. So it was no longer just a peripheral like the original Kinect. Now you were going to be forced to buy one.
This is a terrible mistake. A huge mistake.
But definitely caused a disconnect. Why you charging
Nessa época eles falaram que não tinha como vir sem Kinect. Até o Major Nelson falou um monte de asneira.
I don't want this.
Kinect had so much promise. It just wasn't ever going to be a thing that hardcore gamers wanted.
Especially when it upped the price by $100.
Max, The Curse of Brotherhood. Um dos primeiros jogos que eu joguei no ano. A Sony matou a pau.
Later that day, Sony announces the price of the PlayStation 4.
I'm very proud to announce that PlayStation 4 will
matou
be
o Xbox aí.
At $399.
Aqui ele matou o Xbox One. Quando eles anunciaram o preço e que não tinha obrigatoriedade online, arrebentou com o Xbox. Eu lembro dessa conferência até hoje. Ó a galera vibrando.
We were surprised by the $100 difference. You know, then it's like, that's a pretty big headwind to come back from.
You have essentially the same hardware, but one device is $100 cheaper. Cool, I'm gonna go with that one. And that's where they lost.
360 set us up for being the best box for developers, the best box for core gamers. And we then flipped it around and said, this isn't a dev box. This isn't a core gaming box. This is an entertainment device. People didn't know what to think. They were just confused.
You know, they wanted to push into this digital future. The idea was all connected all the time. The console would have to be able to check in with Microsoft servers or else the games wouldn't work.
Your content is available and it's stored in the cloud.
There were going to be benefits to this, but Microsoft did a bad job of messaging those benefits.
You don't always have to be connected, but for a lot of things like multiplayer gaming, for streaming content from the internet, you're going to need an internet connection. That's the world we live in.
Arrogância do métrico aí,
One
quer
of
ver?
the biggest points of confusion was how the new, always online device complicated the selling, trading, and gamers' biggest concern, sharing of games.
We knew the digital age and era was coming. We knew it. The original concept was you were going to have to be connected to play your games. You're going to play your games on your Xbox One. Here's a disc. Load it in, and you were going to have to get a license for that disc. But you had to be online to buy the license. So it's a great way to not have people do big downloads, but here's the disc and just pass it around. That's it. Simple as that. Well, that wasn't clear.
Seems like every single outlet got a slightly different statement on used games.
Yep. You can't share games between friends.
You don't own the game you're buying.
Yeah.
Don't pretend like you own this thing that you just paid for.
And then stuff got really ugly.
Sony came out, guns blazing, with the immediate response to the Xbox One.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Mais engraçado é que esse cara foi pro Xbox, né? Esse cara aqui, ó. Esse aqui, né?
Thanks. One person just hands another person a disc. Because you weren't going to be able to do that with this always online Xbox One.
Your game is your game. You own it. You can sell it. You can trade it in. That was that was brutal.
A Sony matou o Xbox aí. Matou isso aí. Você quebrou o Xbox, cara. Mas foi bom.
As a team, you've got to take some bets on things that you believe in and put that thing out. Clearly, in hindsight, it was wrong. People didn't want to spend $499 for a box to plug into their television to watch TV.
They weren't wrong. Microsoft wasn't wrong that gamers wanted and expected more from their consoles. Absolutely. In fact, it was Microsoft's fault, if anything.
They were too far ahead of where their
Exatamente. Ó, isso é uma coisa que a galera não para pra pensar. Eles estavam muito à frente de onde seus usuários pensavam que deveriam estar. A Microsoft, lá em 2013, ela já estava agora aqui, cara. Com conceito. A Microsoft já sabia que hoje nós estaríamos... Mesmo eu que gosto de single player, eu jogando sozinho, eu tô online, cara. Meu console, se não tiver online, eu não quero nem saber. Hoje é normal o console estar online. É que nem, ó, ontem, né? Tava lá, tô no celular... Olha só, tô no celular, o alemãozinho no PC, o outro no Xbox, a gente conversando, tudo online, cara. Tudo online. Hoje, tipo assim... Então, mas na época, Natália, por que teve essa ideia de TV, né? Foi como eu digo. Por que o Documentário teve essa ideia? Eles queriam expandir. Eles queriam expandir a base de consumidores. E o que eles imaginavam? Que se eles pegassem todos os casuais, eles queriam centralizar tudo numa única plataforma. Só que a história do Xbox não foi isso. A história do Xbox, se vocês viram lá desde o comecinho, era um console de videogame. A base do software era videogame, era jogo. Você mudar isso para uma central de entretenimento, cara, ninguém gostou. Ninguém gostou. Isso é uma merda. Eu lembro na época, eu falo aqui, eu já falei isso várias vezes, quem acompanha o canal sabe. Eu ia comprar Play 4. Eu só não comprei Play 4 porque ele veio aqui no Brasil custando R$4.000 e não tinha jogo. Só por causa disso. Aí eu comprei o meu... Falando isso, deve ter minha nota aqui. Quer ver quanto que eu paguei? Deixa eu ver se eu acho aqui. Antes de a gente continuar aí, quer ver? Eu devo ter aqui... Eu tenho a nota fiscal do meu... Deixa eu ver aqui. Cadê? Peraí, classificar por tipo. Tô achando. Eu tenho a nota fiscal do meu... Ah, eu não tô achando. Ah, eu não sei onde tá. Eu só comprei o ano porque eles voltaram atrás, que nem assim que eles voltaram atrás, comprei, tá? Colocando lugar, foi pra comprar. Eu ia de Play 4.
Thought they should be. And there was this whole backlash that they didn't expect.
In 2013, the world wasn't ready for it.
Não
We
tá
got
pronto.
pushback from consumers, for some journalists, questioning whether we'd made the right choice as a company. It was a valid criticism, but it was a very binary choice, and we chose to bet on online.
It was a dark moment for us, and very, very, very painful.
Rise of Rome.
News raced around the tech blogs Monday that the man behind Microsoft's future console, the Xbox One, is leaving the company.
I wish that I would have had an opportunity to stay to execute on the vision and the capabilities that the team had created. But I ended up in the summertime announcing that I was going to be leaving.
I just remember getting an email from Steve Ballmer that essentially said, Don Matrick has left. I think we all just sort of looked at each other and were like, okay, so what happens now?
There was no fear, no failure. But the rules have changed.
It was a long road and a long path from there, but the team didn't give up, didn't want to quit, didn't feel like we couldn't overcome this. And we still had to come out and deliver the console.
Well, it's here. Xbox One, finally on sale.
É, não foi a mesma coisa.
We had a line of people at the launch event. People were excited about it. We had kind of an early signal that maybe things are okay.
The NPD Group has revealed that Xbox One led console sales in December, and with its $500 price point, the Xbox One led annual hardware sales on a dollars basis.
But by April, we were outsold 6 or 7 to 1 in the market, maybe 8 to 1.
This was really bad, like catastrophic bad.
The reality is, when you have moments like this, the future of the brand is at stake. You question whether or not you're gonna be here in 5 years.
It's never a given that you're gonna get to make another generation of a console.
Brands die every day. No one's playing on an Atari anymore. Like, nobody is playing on a Sega Genesis. We felt like our future was at stake.
I think Microsoft learned the hard way. If you take your eye off the ball, and if you don't put gamers and games at the center of your ambitions, it's going to come back and bite you.
Our fans had lost faith.
It's collapsing.
How do we re-earn the trust of customers? One thing that was very clear, more of the same was not going to work.
Mais do mesmo, tiver que mudar tudo.
Microsoft has announced that Microsoft Studios corporate vice president
Phil Spencer is the new head of Xbox.
Let's talk about your new role. What are you going to be doing?
The emergency glass was shattered, and Phil was pulled out and put in to right the Xbox ship that was sinking.
He was there early days, studied under Ed Fries, so he knew exactly what made the original Xbox work. He was a gamer, but he was also a longtime Microsoft guy, so he's sort of the perfect hybrid.
He is a proxy for gamers. They believe in Phil.
I play lots of games with Phil on weekends and evenings, and he's always thinking about the player first.
Having someone lead the platform who comes from that place.
It was a big turning point for us. We needed somebody that could lead us, that we trusted. We cared about the team.
I had no training in running a team of that size or the platform team or the hardware team. So I knew that it would be a challenge.
One of the things that was really hard about the Xbox One launch was Phil had more than a broken business. He had a broken culture.
There were people who would literally come up to me in tears.
Who had killed themselves to try to get a product into market.
É duro, né?
The product did not make gamers happy.
So I knew we had to get the team on board.
Imagina o cara que trabalhou e foi fiasco o
The first
lançamento,
thing
né?
that Phil did was he went after culture.
Ah, porque você imagina, antes de lançar o One, imaginem lá, o pessoal, eles acreditavam mesmo que ia ser uma central de multimídia. Então, tipo, eles achavam que ia ser mesmo. Agora imagine depois da decepção, cara, ver que deu tudo um monte de merda, cara.
Continue to see Xbox be an important brand in gaming, but it's not just about me. As a leader, you realize that if we can't empower our great people to do great things, that we should give up. I knew that this effort would take the entire team, and it was going to be incredibly hard.
É, difícil mesmo.
Under Phil's leadership, and with a green light from Microsoft, the Xbox team launched a plan to pull back from the edge of console obscurity.
Xbox had a lot of plates to spin. They had to gain the trust of developers, they had to make a statement with the gamers, reverse all the messaging that they made, and that's not a switch that you flip overnight. That can take years. Years.
I don't think there was a question around where I wanted to focus.
We know that day one customer every year has to be the gamer. You expand from that gaming audience out.
With Phil being in charge, it sort of cemented putting a game face back on Xbox.
Marty, big news today.
Yeah, bombshell.
Microsoft announced that a connectless Xbox One is coming June 9th for $399.
Yeah.
One of the decisions that we had made is that we were going to offer Xbox One without Kinect and lower the price by $100.
This is what everyone wanted.
Xbox Entertainment Studios, which is better known as the TV division, has been shut down.
Shutting down Xbox Entertainment Studios was really just trade-offs we had to make.
All of the investments that you're making in that entertainment, the movies, the TV shows and things, are gonna come at the expense of making the same investments in games. And we still had more games we needed to make.
Microsoft has announced a new platform for independent developers looking to bring their games to Xbox One.
Game content is the thing that's going to drive our success as much as anything else that we do. We needed external independent developers to be successful on our platform.
Why the Xbox
Independent
fantastic.
developers have fundamentally changed the way we play games this generation.
The smartest move that Microsoft made was they took Chris Charla, who was a developer, and said, we're going to allow self-publishing, and this is the guy who's going to really help that.
Players don't care if it's from a big company or a single person. They just want to play fun games. And our job as a platform holder is to make that happen.
This is a guy who was a developer, smart guy. He understands the community. He's been there himself. He was great in that role.
Major League Baseball publishes a baseball game through the ID at Xbox program. Fortnite from Epic came through the ID at Xbox program.
We have the ability to get our small, cool little ideas up on the big screen. It's just an amazing experience that none of us really saw coming.
Oh, eu lembro desse joguinho.
Back when Microsoft said Phil's going to be in charge, our faith went way up that things were going to change, and then right away they did. And then when Microsoft showed that they were making these moves, you were like, this has all the opportunities to really go the right way. But the gamers were still upset. And you're like, well, look, it's a big ship, but the changes they just made, give them a chance.
While lowering the price of Xbox One and reprioritizing developers were major steps towards getting back into the good graces of gamers, a desire to enlist an entirely new generation of players inspired Xbox to go somewhere it had never been before.
A ideia, verdade.
Where everything is made of blocks.
Minecraft.
Where the only limit is your
Aquisição no Minecraft foi salto.
The team said, how many kids have their first experience with any video game with mom or dad's cell phone in the back seat playing Minecraft?
The company best known for Windows and word processors will pay $2.5 billion for Swedish game developer Mojang. That is the company behind the wildly successful
trilhão de visualização no
Minecraft
YouTube.
game.
No, they're gonna mess it up.
Right after the acquisition, all of the public perception when you read about it in the press was that evil Microsoft was going to come ruin Minecraft.
Can Microsoft keep its hands off Minecraft and just keep that pure experience?
There was an assumption, again, that old console war thinking that Microsoft would pull it off of any platforms that weren't Windows or Xbox.
And there certainly could have been a decision that, look, we just paid a bunch of money for this game. We needed to go help Xbox. So from now on, the only place you're going to be able to play Minecraft is on Xbox.
There's got to be something bigger going on here.
But I'm grateful that Phil Spencer understood that what we had was a cultural phenomenon, and what we had acquired almost as much as a game was the community that came with it.
Go, Red Side, go! Come on, Red Side! Come on!
The world is changing, and the idea that limiting the places where people can experience your games is not always right.
Whether you're playing on an Xbox, PlayStation, an Android, iOS device, our goal is to continue to evolve and innovate with Minecraft across all those platforms.
The decision to make Minecraft accessible across all platforms surprised the industry. But Xbox had something on the horizon that would upend it.
Wondering what's going on, eh? Wonderful. Let's get started.
With all of the things that we're trying to go do, creating Game Pass was a decision that was going to be disruptive to the industry.
Negócio louco mesmo.
Oh, hey! Game Pass was the first service where you'd have access to a library of games and you could download and play the games in their full fidelity locally.
We heard from people who said buying multiple $70 games is actually just economically not possible. And people wanted to play across devices.
With Game Pass, you now have a shared library with your friends. And you can just decide to say, hey, let's go jump on and play this.
They're done.
What we learned as part of it was kind of not necessarily something we do at the beginning, but became this part of the journey, is it also created enormous value for publishers.
Developers that might not have had the front row or front seat, they're in there, and they're on the same level as Halo.
When you're building a game, if you're not a known IP, it's really easy to get lost.
The biggest thing about Game Pass is the amount of players. I can put a game into Game Pass, and 10 million players can show up the next day who might not have decided to plunk down $60 for my game.
It lowers the barrier to entry. It makes it easier for you to experiment and choose.
The people that subscribe actually play more games.
It's just like flick, flick, flick. Oh yeah, I'll play this one for a while.
And now you see other companies considering and moving in faster to the Game Pass model. Game Pass is probably the future of how we distribute games.
Olha o descalço. Tudo demo.
Game Pass revolutionized the landscape of video gaming.
Ó, Forza Horizon
But in
4.
order to get the most out of the tsunami of new content they were providing, Xbox knew it was time to up the ante.
Forza Horizon 4 também top demais, né?
When we launched the original Xbox,
ele vai falar da
retro.
There's no power greater than X.
And we were the most powerful. And we owned that.
That's what our gamers expected from us. That's what we had delivered early on.
We were always the most powerful console.
And we lost that with Xbox One.
Perderam mesmo.
As we thought about broadening what the Xbox One did, we had sort of lost sight of, first and foremost, this is a gaming machine.
The PlayStation 4 was a technically superior experience. One friend tells his friends, hey, it's better on PlayStation 4, you should play it over there, and that just spreads.
If we were a car company, we always made the fastest car, and that's what our brand was. But for us to get back to what we were always about, we needed a console that would be more powerful than any other console.
Começou com o Anex. Esse trailer do Anex é show de bola. Esse trailer do Anex eu acho fantástico.
So Phil delivered Project Scorpio, which they called the Xbox One X.
We went back to our roots of being the most powerful console ever built.
More power, more pixels, more frame rate. It was all about core gaming goodness.
True 4K gaming.
They engineered the world's most powerful console. They win back a lot of gamer trust with that.
Que a galera do Xbox queria era isso, né? Poder, 4K.
Xbox brand.
Isso é verdade, mesmo.
To continue to make sure there is no power greater than X as we thought about the future.
The most powerful console is a thing of beauty.
I think the big thing for me is just games.
How do we deliver the best games to people? Get the games that our players love.
We said, content is critical.
And one of the best ways to get the best games is to invest in studios.
That's what we like to see.
But making games is hard, it's complicated. It's about, hey, can a group of people actually effectively create something together?
We have to be really thoughtful and mindful about respecting the culture and the heritage of the studio, but also infusing, kind of the power of Microsoft. There's no magic formula for that. I think that's more of an art than a science.
One of the biggest missteps that we learned from in the past was Lionhead.
Eles admitiram que erraram
We
naquela
had already
Lionhead.
published Fable 1, and it was a hit. People loved it. The beauty of that game, it was basically like a moving stained glass window. People wanted more, and so we bought Lionhead. Those were good years. The game was great. Just everything came together. But after Fable 2, Connect came along, and the Fable Connect marriage just never really took. And then Fable Journey was a passion project for a lot of people, but I think it deviated pretty significantly from the pillars of what made Fable 1 and 2 so popular.
There's some very, very sad news coming out of Microsoft today. So they're shutting down Fable developer Lionhead Studios.
We acquired Lionhead in 2006, shut it down in 2016. A couple years later, we reflected back on that experience. What did we learn? How do we not repeat our same mistakes?
You acquire a studio for what they're great at now, and your job is to help them accelerate how they do what they do, not them accelerate what you do.
I wish Lionhead were still a viable studio.
It is only when you fall that you learn whether you can fly.
When we launched Xbox One X in 2017, we knew studio acquisitions were going to be huge for us. The studios we had were creating amazing games, but we wanted to have more. And the challenges that we went through with Lionhead taught us what to do this time.
Welcome to E3 2018. So with the many failures of the Xbox One, they're a distant second to Sony. But to their credit, they had been doing everything right. The potential is there
Foi em 2018 que eles anunciaram a Retro? Ou foi
to
17?
regain that foothold in the upcoming next
Foi nessa daí, será?
We know that exclusive games from our Microsoft studios are what originally turned so many of us into Xbox fans.
The first and greatest instance of us showcasing what we do for players is what we do with our studios.
Phil, he took out the credit card, went on a shopping spree, bought some amazing companies, started promising games.
I'm excited to welcome Undead Labs to Microsoft Studios.
It doesn't matter what your technology is.
Undead
If you don't
Labs.
have the games,
Quero só ver o próximo
we were done.
state, hein?
Content is king.
Ninja Theory, Compulsion Games, a brand new Microsoft studio. The Initiative, Playground Games.
Playground
Yesterday
was
was a huge moment. You brought not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 new studios.
The acquisitions kept coming at a blistering pace.
We'll be acquiring In Exile Entertainment, Obsidian Entertainment.
We doubled the number of internal studios to 15 internal studios and made a big group of acquisitions.
Double Fine Productions.
Buying all those studios, Microsoft focused back on the hardcore gamer.
We're highlighting 60 games for you. 14 games from Xbox Game Studios and over 30 games premiering in Xbox Game Pass. Let's jump in.
Não falou da Retro, né? Devia ter
This
falado da
volley
Retro.
of acquisitions created one of the largest, most diverse catalogs in the industry. But Microsoft had its eye on one more target, and it was a big one.
We're really delighted to reach this agreement with ZeniMax and bring Bethesda into the Microsoft family.
The move adds 8 more studios to Xbox's first-party
Bethesda foi foda,
portfolio,
hein?
including Bethesda Game Studios, id Software, Arcane, Machine Games, Tango Gameworks, and more.
What you really see us doing is broadening the opportunity for people to participate in what is one of the world's greatest entertainment and leisure time activities.
It's a game changer because it's bigger than anything else we've ever done in gaming. It's the third largest acquisition in Microsoft's history, which still blows my mind. And so now more than ever, like our commitment to games is absolute.
Dead Rising 4.
Microsoft's commitment to keeping fans on their toes was also absolute.
Esse dia também foi top, hein?
Game Awards 2019. I'm Jeff Keighley.
Ele vai anunciar o Series X aí.
A big part of this show, and you guys have a lot of expectations on the internet for things. There are lots of rumors, lots of leaks.
It's pretty rare, I think, nowadays that any new tech doesn't leak and like nobody knows that it's coming.
And then sometimes there's surprises that come out of nowhere.
Pegou todo mundo de surpresa aí, sim. Eu lembro até hoje isso aí. Nossa.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream.
Esse dia foi foda mesmo.
A lot of dreams. And that you could have the power.
Quando
I
eu
don't think
vi...
anybody saw it coming. It was something completely unexpected.
É, isso foi louco mesmo. Esse trailer também é da hora.
Whoa, is this Elden Ring?
Elden
The
Ring.
video was deliberately designed, talking about power your dreams and the visuals of that.
Let's have a surprise.
BioShock?
And then, wait a minute, what was that?
Forza.
Wait, what?
I just saw a car race through, and then there's like a soccer
Depois
scene.
aparece o
and
Master
then
Chief.
By the time I saw Master Chief.
That's Halo!
Halo. That's what I want.
And finally, you would dream where you are now.
Seeing the streamers that were streaming and their reactions, that element of surprise is so magical and so powerful.
That's it. Oh, Scarlet!
Oh, yeah! Xbox!
Novo
This is not the new Xbox console. Wait, this is not the new Xbox console. What?
They're showing their new box?
What the heck?
Foi foda pra
For
caralho.
18 years and 3 generations, we've designed Xbox consoles to power your dreams.
Oh, my boy!
You dog.
Meet the Xbox Series X. It was nuts though, because I had no clue it was coming, and I was there.
Our fastest, most powerful Xbox will set a new bar for performance.
Games are going to look better. You know games are going to play better.
It is, in fact, the most powerful console you can have in your living room right now.
Yes! Yes! When we talk about freedom to play, Project Scarlet is the formation of our future in cloud.
Microsoft, meanwhile, launching a video game streaming service. All your games can be streamed right to your phone or your computer.
The same way the original Xbox bridged the gap from early adopters with broadband, this powerful beast of a machine that can play games locally, it's also going to connect to the cloud. So it will bridge the gap between traditional in the living room local gaming and cloud-based gaming.
We envision a world where you can play any game with anyone on any device. It is the next instance of what it means to game anywhere.
We're streaming from data centers around the world to people's cell phones. We have thousands of people doing it in 3 continents. Like, that's just crazy.
And I'll be damned if it doesn't actually, I mean, it works. It actually works.
Funciona mesmo.
Where are we?
I'm a big believer in the technology access story of
Teaserzinho do
Project
Motorsport.
Think about the way you could unlock community.
One of the things we were really focused on with this generation was making Xbox available and appealing to the widest audience.
I think we have some unique responsibilities to bring people from different backgrounds into the experience. And in order for us to succeed in that, we need to have the right services and content and creators building things for all kinds of players.
It's about creating an opportunity for those that would not have had it otherwise.
A visão do... Você vê a visão do Bill Gates com relação ao Windows ser acessível a todo mundo? No Xbox. O Xbox está seguindo o mesmo caminho.
Being bold and making bets is part of the culture of what it means to be here. I think that's true now. And it was true from the beginning.
Where are we going?
Back to where it all began.
And we had some guys at Microsoft came and said, we should do a console. A Microsoft console?
It's insane to launch a game console. When you're Microsoft, you made frickin' Windows in a spreadsheet.
Verdade mesmo.
Bill Gates took a bet on us.
Que foda, né, cara? Que legal a história, cara. Muito bacana, cara.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where you were getting our energy from.
Are you ready? If you think about where we were 20 years ago, when I first moved into the games group, my dad was horrified because gaming wasn't a career and gaming was something that nobody did.
One of the most incredible things is this turning point in how gaming is viewed. That evolution of people suddenly seeing the value of the community that comes with gaming.
There's a fundamental change to the way we think about human interaction.
There he is.
We can have deep, meaningful relationships with people a world away that we've never met in person.
11 years of playing together.
11 anos jogando junto.
Finally see each other.
É, as amizades que a gente faz é legal mesmo.
Recent history, throughout 2020, we saw that people recognized this as a way to
sim, é
have
uma
a
experiência social.
experience in a time when we had to be distanced.
The pandemic got people to rethink how they think about video games.
Children can sit and play Minecraft with friends and build and create something and connect. And at the core, that's what Xbox is about.
Muito legal. Ó, o Jedi Fallen Order.
As Xbox continues to grow, I think it's going to continue to shape the future of the gaming community. It goes beyond how many
Que o
units
Phil
they
Spencer
sold.
fez foi
It
foda
goes
demais,
beyond
né?
which
Salvou a divisão, cara.
generation
Mudou
they
tudo, cara.
won or were dominant in.
Matou a essência, mudou a
A company
essência.
like Microsoft, we should stand for something more than just what place we're in.
É só adicionar lá,
And I want
Rafa.
Xbox
Pode
to be
adicionar.
around forever. And I want to be able to look back on it and say, we really use this opportunity to shape culture.
So I'm announcing the Xbox, the future of console gaming, a whole new platform that all of you are going to take in directions that we can't even imagine.
Não pode
And the
mesmo.
empowerment that comes out of this is going to be amazing. The power of X.
Foi longe pra caralho, né? Puta que os caras fizeram, né? Foda demais esse documentário, hein? Eles poderiam ter falado da retro, né? Da preservação do 360 no ano. Que isso também faz parte. Você pegar os jogos do 360 também faz parte do resgate daquilo que foi perdido na geração 360, né? Pô, fantástico, cara. Documentário espetacular, muito bom. Muito bom mesmo. Um documentário de altíssima qualidade. Show de bola, cara. Muito legal mesmo. Muito bom mesmo, cara. Ó, eu ia assistir só um capítulo, só. Assisti tudo. Não consegui parar de assistir. Bom, vamos lá. Vamos sortear aí. Vamos sortear aqui o jogo lá que o Ricão ganhou. Ó, digitem aí quem quiser participar. Exclamação sorteio. Deixa eu só achar o... Deixa eu só achar o código aqui. Hã? Se eu acho que pode morrer se está o filho de flopar. Hã? Como assim, cara? Que merda é essa que você tá falando, Rafa? O que pode morrer, cara? Do que você tá falando? Que viagem é essa, cara? Starfield morrer? Que porra é essa, cara? Eu, hein? Digita com espaço, viu? Quem for digitar aí. Deixa eu só conferir se o código tá funcionando aqui. Exclamação sorteio aí, quem for participar. E eu já vou sortear já. Eu só vou conferir que está tudo em ordem. Esse jogo quem ganhou... Deixa eu ver aqui. Deixa eu ver se ainda tá funcionando o código. Ah, mas não tem O que eu achei do novo jogo do Matrix? Na verdade não é jogo aquilo lá, né? Já começa aí, né? Nem jogar, é uma tech demo. Show de bola, cara. Eu tenho meu React lá, preciso upar, eu não upei ainda. Eu achei show de bola, cara. Me impressionou. Mas aquilo lá não é jogo, aquilo lá é uma tech demo, né? Bom, vamos lá então, vamos ver quem vai ganhar. Vamos decidir logo que já é 2 horas da manhã, cara. Puta que pariu. Vamos lá, então. Vamos encerrar o sorteio. Vamos ver quem vai ganhar no 3, 2, 1. Foi. Quem ganhou foi o Adilson. Adilson Júnior 97 ganhou. Cadê o Adilson? Tá aí, Adilson. Tá. Deixa eu mandar pra você aqui. Deixa eu ver aqui isso. Adilson, parabéns. Ah, o Adilson ganhou. No começo do ano ele ganhou. Mandei pra você aí no sussurro. No começo do ano ele ganhou o pacote triplo do Resident Evil. Mandei pra você, viu, Adilson? Parabéns, amiguinho. Então. O Ricão ganhou o sorteio. E aí ele pediu pra sortear de novo. E agora quem ganhou foi o Adilson. Bom, quantas horas de live já? Nossa, quase 5 horas, cara. Tá lá no sussurro. Tá no sussurro. Olha ali no sussurro, Adilson. Tá aí, ó. Só você olhar aí. O próximo jogo vai ser surpresa. Vai ser daqui pra frente o sorteio vão ser tudo surpresa. Eu não vou falar o nome do jogo, não. Aí vocês vão ter que apostar. Eu não vou fazer agora que eu tô cansado, eu vou dormir. Mas a próxima live na Twitch eu organizo melhor. Entendeu? Beleza? Galerinha, obrigado aí pela companhia. Eu tô pingando sono aqui, cara. Tô cansado. Nossa, que é isso aqui, cara? Nossa. Caralho, olha o que os caras fizeram, velho. Vou mostrar um negócio pra vocês aqui, ó, antes de encerrar. Por que deu merda o negócio do PayPal, ó? Olha o que aconteceu, ó. Ó. Por que deu merda, ó. 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 Tá explicado. O cara criou um bot pra criar número de CPS e literalmente farmou os caras R$50, ó. Só um cara farmou nesse lance do PayPal 14 mil reais. Aí tem outro aqui, 69 mil reais. Tá vendo? Tá vendo como que é foda isso aqui, cara? Olha isso, cara. Os caras ficaram criando 500 mil contas. Olha quanto que os caras adicionaram, cara. E a gente... Oh, isso aqui, agora que eu reparei, isso aqui é 69 milhões, cara. Ô, louco. 69 milhões. Que é isso aqui? Ah, o Coisa mandou um aqui, ó. Ó. Boa noite de sono pra quem spamou os R$50 do PayPal. Alerta de atividade criminal. Sua conta foi identificada como suspeita por abuso do sistema de recompensa no dia de ontem. Um inquérito policial será aberto para verificar a sua conduta. Puta que... Caralho. Caralho, mas tá certo, é. Mas também, olha o que os caras fizeram, mano. Olha isso aqui. Ó. 14... O cara... Pô. E eu peguei os R$50 do PayPal. Eu peguei, mas, pô, não vou ficar criando 500 mil contas, cara. Tá lá a promoção cinquentinha, peguei R$50, vou pegar agora. Pô, nego pegando 14 mil, cara. Olha isso aqui, cara. 69 milhões. O cara aqui que o cara... Olha isso. O cara faz um... Nossa, isso aqui é roubo louco. Aí não, pô. É a mesma história. É a mesma história do... É a mesma história do Rewards. Pô, tem lá os 10 mil pontos. Pô, faz na sua conta e faz uma secundária ali, tá ótimo. Não. O cara quer fazer em 500 mil contas, cara. Aí eu pergunto pros senhores. Quanta... Ó, se for pegar... Vamos pegar isso aqui, ó. Vamos dividir isso aí por 50. Vamos supor que cada um é uma conta, né? 694201030 dividido por 50. Cara, o cara criou 1 milhão. O cara fez algum software que criou 1.300.000... 1.300.000 contas, cara. O cara desenvolveu um software que faz isso, você sabe disso, né? Com certeza ele criou um programa que cria a conta, vai lá, clica, resgata o cupom e vai adicionando. Ele fez um software, isso aqui é um software que o cara fez. Aí tem que se ferrar mesmo, né? Aí tem que se ferrar mesmo. Ô, louco, cara. Tá maluco, cara. Que é esse cara aqui? Ó. Só causa de suspeita de abuso do sistema de recompensa. Se ele gastou algum e não puder pagar, ele tá preso. Isso aqui é crime, cara. Ah, isso aqui é crime, cara. O cara fazer um negócio desse daqui é crime, mano. Ah, outra coisa que ele fez, ó. O cara criou um bot pra criar números de CPF e literalmente farmou os créditos de R$50. Colocou tudo na Steam. Ah, o cara tem que se fuder. Né? Isso aqui que o cara fez, ele cometeu crime, né? Ele explorou uma falha. Não, tem que se fuder, cara. A polícia vai atrás, cadeia, filho. Cadeia, isso é crime. Tem que se fuder mesmo. Pô, cara. Pô, mano, custa lá. Né, pô, o Lemozinho falou, pô, Sala, tá lá, cada um vai lá, pega cinquentão, pega ali, acabou. Não. O cara tem que fazer. Os caras querem arrancar, tirar. Pô, mano, é foda. Infelizmente, esse tipo de coisa não funciona no Brasil, cara. Não funciona. Tem que se fuder mesmo. Não adianta ter promoção. O brasileiro tem que se ferrar, cara. Não, acabou. Ó, o Wallace, esse tipo de promoção nunca mais vai ter no Brasil. Pode esquecer. O PayPal não vai fazer minha promoção, mas nunca. Pode esquecer. Aí acabou. Primeira e última. Ó, nego, a gente viu duas prints que vazou, né? Um de 14 mil e outro de 60 milhões. Quantos malucos não fizeram isso? Quantos, cara? Quantos malucos não fizeram isso? Falar nisso, eu nem vi as promoções, né? Quantos malucos não fizeram cambal? Eu vou dar uma olhada nas promoções antes de dormir, velho. Dá uma olhada rapidão aqui. Eu não queria ver, eu preciso ver algo pra beber também. Tá, mas você acabou, Wallace. Você pode. Ó, ela reativou tudo, mas acabou, cara. Você pode esquecer, não vai ter mais. Isso aí não. Pode esquecer, fi. Aí. Não vai ter mais isso aí, não, cara. Ó. Cadê as promoções do Reward de 10 mil? Não teve esse ano, vocês repararam que não teve? Eu não acho que vai ter nunca mais, velho. Não vai ter nunca mais, velho. Vai ter nunca mais. Ah, do Hot Dogs. Ah, ali tá o vencedor, né? Não, isso é do Reward é. Por quê? Por causa que cara que fica fazendo isso. Do Rewards, eu lembro, Alice, nego veio falar pra mim, cara. Os caras vieram falar pra mim. Cara com 30, 40 contas fazendo cambalacho, cara. Aí é foda, né, mano? Mas... Deixa eu ver o que tem aqui, dar uma olhada rapidão. Apex, Assassin's Creed, o que tem de bom? Back 4 Blood. COD. Eu preciso ver no meu Xbox os jogos que eu deixei lá. Eu deixei... Será que o Danger Zone tá em promoção? Deixa eu ver. Deixa eu ver. que é isso aqui? Deixa eu ver isso aqui. Não, não é isso aqui. Não é isso aqui, não. Não entrou em promoção? Não entrou, cara, Danger Zone? Eu abri essa merda. O site é Promoção Games, Rafa. Só digitar aí Promoção Games, você acha no Google. Crackdown 3, Crash, Crysis. Ah, trilogia. Trilogia tá... 150 conto? Porque eu já tenho o primeiro, né? Mas, pô, pegar os 3 por 150, cara, precisava falar com... O preço tá bom, viu? Death's Door Test. Diablo, Dirt 4. Tô dando uma olhada rapidão aqui, ver o que tem. Daqui a pouco eu vou. Doom Eternal. Ó, Dying Light, cara, tá bom o preço, hein? 39 pila, tá bom. Tem bastante jogo em promoção, né, cara? Fallout, Far Cry. Fast and Furious também é uma piada. Não, a legenda não tem. Essa trilogia, infelizmente, não tem legenda em português, cara. Só a única vantagem é que não tem online, né? Então dá pra completar os 3, né? Agora, fora isso... Os Forza Horizon 4, Forza Horizon 5... G.I. Joe tem lá. Ghost Recon... GTA Trilogy, credo. How to Survive, Hunt. Eu sou um peixe. Nossa, Injustice 2 tá R$18. É o maior jogo base, né? Jumanji tá 58. Kerbal, Case. La Mulana, que é isso aqui, cara? Que merda é essa, cara? Lego. Life is Strange True Colors. Live Lock 840. Deixa eu ver. Eu tô olhando meio por cima rapidão aqui. Marvel Avenge, Mac War. Nossa, tem um monte de jogo, hein, cara. Ó, o Metal Gear Survive. Esse eu comprei digital. Esse eu comprei, tem um Metal Gear Survive. My Friend Peppa Pig. Esse aqui seria bom demais no canal, hein? Peppa Pig. Só que pena que tá caro, né, cara? Se tivesse um precinho melhor, né, cara? Senta e lá vai pedrada. Peppa Pig, bom demais. Ó, o Nickelodeon Kart Racers. Esse aqui eu ganhei do Joe. O 2. Esse aqui eu não joguei, cara. Esse Tóquio aqui, quando ficou, eu não joguei, cara. Que merda, viu? Não joguei. Pô, só dar um break aqui. Eu mandei mensagem pra um monte de cara lá no TA falando da conquista do Minecraft. Vamos ver. Teve uma pessoa que respondeu aqui pra mim. Vamos ver. Ah. Aqui tá falando o seguinte, ó, alemãozinho, ó. O cara falou que o que funcionou melhor pra ele na iOS é fazer um mundo de sobrevivência no Easy, esperar escurecer, matar alguns zumbis pela... Se eu matar o zumbi, eu ganho... Ah, tá aqui, ó. Vou dar um... Pronto. Olha o que ele escreveu. Como que eu pego carne podre no Minecraft? Eu mato o zumbi e ele me dá carne podre se eu matar o zumbi? Ah, ele falou... Ó o que ele falou aí, ó. Run and jumping over and over, still starve the need. Eu vou tentar fazer isso, cara. Se bem que é 2 da manhã. Eu vou tentar tirar. Eu ia dormir, mas eu tô encanado com essa conquista, cara. Ah, preciso farmar umas horas aqui mesmo na... Deixa eu mudar aqui, vou colocar Minecraft aqui, pronto. Pronto. Tá. Deixa eu conectar aqui com... Então, deixa eu ligar aqui o console. Pelo que o cara falou ali, ele falou pra ficar fazendo... Ele falou pra correr e pular over and over até ficar com fome. Então, deixa eu ver aqui, ó. Vem aqui em jogar. Eu vou criar um mundo. Criar novo. Criar novo mundo. É no sobrevivência. Ele falou pra colocar no fácil, né? Coloco no fácil, põe no sobrevivência. Deixa eu ver. Só isso? Só isso, só? Ai, calor que tá aqui, cara. Puta merda. Ah, tem tanto jogo aqui. Ah, pô, eu vejo, cara. Tem jogo pra caralho aqui. Mano, pô, Viking, Watch Dogs. Né? Eu sei que no... Deixa eu tirar isso aqui. Não vou ficar jogando, olhando no... Vou jogar olhando na tela. Eu sei que aqui tem que esperar anoitecer, né? Aí começa a aparecer... É só ficar... Agora é só esperar você matar zumbi pra ganhar. O zumbi aparece do nada aqui? À noite? É só anoitecer, aparece zumbi, né? Mas mesmo sem picareta, nada? Dá pra matar ele na porradinha? Será que dá pra matar? Se bem que tá no easy, né? Eu tô tentando ficar com fome. Eu vou tentar. Teve um outro cara que me mandou um link lá, mas eu preciso olhar com mais calma ali, sabe? Ele me mandou um link lá do que ele usou. Eu tô sem a barra de vida, de fome. Ah não, não é que tô sem a barra, pera aí. Agora você tá vendo, hein? É que tá cortado aí na transmissão. Por isso que você não tá vendo. Tem ali em cima no canto superior direito. Entendeu? É, o aplicativo... O que é isso aqui? É engraçado, esses mundos são gerados tudo aleatório, né? É tudo aleatório isso aqui, né? Coisa doida, né? Será que dá pra fazer carne podre de vaca? Será que dá? Será que dá? Carne de vaca não fica carne podre, né? Minha música de vídeo tá tocando? Ah, a musiquinha. Não é nada não. Tá muito alto a musiquinha? Deixa eu baixar aqui. Deixa ela mais baixa aqui, pronto. Deixa a musiquinha tocando, hein? O jogo tá sem som, cara. O jogo tá sem som, então... Tem uma conquista pra pegar isso aqui, né? Cara, meu personagem não fica com fome, cara. Ó, eu tô correndo e pulando e nada. Tem um pato ali. Eu não entendo por que ele não... Eu não entendo por que ele não... Eu não entendo por que ele não... Ah, agora andou um pouco ali. Ah, quer ver só? É assim, ó. Ó. Se você andar, fazer assim... Não sei por quê. Olha lá, ele cai mais rápido, tá vendo? Ó? Olha lá, ó, ó. Você fica fazendo assim, a fome vem mais rápido. Ó. Então, olha lá. É, mas tá demorando pra anoitecer, né? Se tivesse como acelerar esse tempo, né? É, eu vou deixar perder vida. Eu vou ter que ficar aqui, né? Não, não vou perder vida já, não. Ixi, tem tanto jogo pra jogar, Rafa. Esse é mais um na lista, cara. Os metrô eu não joguei nenhum ainda, Rafa. Eu tenho os outros dois pra jogar ainda. Tem muita coisa que eu não joguei, cara. Ixi. Metroid é mais um aí na lista aí de jogo que eu não... Que merda, viu? O cara me passou um link lá, não sei se você pegou. Deixa eu mandar pra você aqui, ô Lemãozinho. Pra quem tiver aí também na live, não dá nada também. Ó, ele me mandou esse link aqui que tem todos os mapas. Não sei se você tem esse aqui, ó. Eu não sei onde que o cara tá aqui, ó. 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 Não sei se você já pegou. Dá uma olhada nisso aqui, ó. Aí tem tudo, cara. Passou zumbi aquático. Ah, um zumbi aqui é um zumbi. Isso aqui dá carne podre? O bicho não morre, cara. Que é isso aqui? Barra de cobre. Ah, vai tomar no cu. Ah. Esse zumbi da barra de cobre. Ah. Cara, você mata zumbi e ganha barra de cobre, velho. Vai se ferrar. Que lixo. Nunca vi. Você mata o zumbi e dá barra de cobre. Que porcaria. Tem outro aqui, ó. Vou usar essa barra de cobre pra atacar no outro aí também. Morre, vagabundo. Concha de Náutilo. Mas que bosta, hein, cara? Só porcaria, velho. Esse zumbi aí. O zumbi tudo. Você conhecia esse site aí que eu passei? Você conhecia esse site aí? Esse Minecraft aí? Tem as várias versões. Nesse site tem várias versões do... Eu vi um cara falando que... Ah, outra ali, ó. Eu vi um cara falando que a versão 0.16 que dá certo. Aí você vai ficar atacando... Eu não conheci. Eu não conheci esse site. Acho que minha vida tá no berro, hein? Bife cru? O que acontece se eu comer bife cru? Vamos ver. Não aumenta a vida. A vida minha tá no beleléu. Achei que aumentava a vida. Come bife cru mesmo. Aumentou. Ah lá, a vida aumentou. Quer ver como ele fica com fome rapidinho? Eu não sei porquê, se é bug do jogo. Ó. Você fica olhando pra baixo. Aí dá esse... Será que se eu fizer assim, ó? Ó. Baixa rapidinho, quer ver? É, abaixa rapidão. Nossa, já é 2 horas da manhã. Vixe. Ah, tá anoitecendo, ó. Tá anoitecendo. Daqui a pouco vai aparecer a zumbizaiada aí. Agora eu não entendo. Pelo que ele falou, será que eu tenho que ficar totalmente com... A gente tem que ficar totalmente com fome, né? Será que vai aparecer zumbi mesmo? Não vai. Tá escurecendo. Eu sei que à noite tem os Enderman, né? Eu lembro do... Joguei Minecraft Story Mode. Tem os Enderman. Verdade, tem os Creepers também. Não é só zumbi que aparece. Que eu ganhei? Um monte de porcaria. Isso era um Creeper. Tem lobo. Ah, outro Creeper ali. O Creeper explodiu? Caralho. Ah, não. Ah, vai se fuder. Começa a aparecer um monte. Cadê? Aí, peguei. Carne podre agora. Vai ter um creeper aí. Ah, sai daí, sai daí. Nossa, tá dando um lag. Vai, fica com fome, filho da punga. Tem cara atirando em mim ali. Já percebi, já. Vai, vai, vai. Comi, mãe. E aí? Tem que ter comido mais? Ah, morri, cara. Estômago de ferro, acabou de pipocar. Tá lá, pipocou. Acabou. Que delícia, cara. GG, aí sim, valeu a pena. Ô, garoto, tem que ver lá no Xbox agora. Tem que ver se contou. Que maravilha. Mas deixa eu ver aqui agora. Ô, beleza. Pode matar agora, ainda nada não. Deixa eu ver se contou. No fim era isso mesmo que tem que fazer, cara. Agora por que o Lantern não deu certo, né? Deixa eu ver. Estômago de ferro, agora acabou. Ah, maravilha. Beleza. Ô, maravilha. GG, rapaz. Agora sim. Eu vou fazer o seguinte agora, né? Deixa eu ver aqui. É a única conquista que deu azia mesmo, né? Deixa eu fechar aqui, então. Agora acabou. Eu vou até... Nossa, eu tô com o celular aqui. Show, tá aparecendo aí na tela. Deixa eu desligar. Agora eu posso devolver o celular pra minha irmã. Esse adaptador aqui. Adaptador. Guardar esse adaptador pra quando for precisar. É, agora sim, pô. Deixa ele aqui. Pô, tô felizão que deu certo, cara. Agora... Bom, eu abri esse daí. Agora eu vou fazer aquele esqueminha de deixar tudo bonitinho na GT. Deixa eu ver se eu tenho... Deixa eu instalar o Minecraft aqui. É, agora apareceu aqui pra mim. Estômago de ferro. Ah, finalmente. Ó, a dica do cara aqui me salvou, cara. A dica do cara aqui me salvou. É a única conquista que deu azia, né, cara? Que beleza. Ah, esse programa aberto aí, essa merda aí. Aí fora. Acabou. Ah, vamos fazer sim, ô Alemãozinho. Vamos fazer. Hoje é sexta? Ah, hoje à tarde dá. Precisa de mais quantas pessoas? Falou que você tem 4 players, né? Era o jogo base, cara, que faltava. Bom, deixa eu trocar aqui o meu... Eu tô logado como... Deixa eu sair do Beta Plays. Tá. Eu vou abrir agora aqui para deixar bonitinho na GTO. Deixa eu ver. Deixa eu entrar na minha conta. Salve, White, tudo jóia? Chegou no finalzinho, hein? Eu vou abrir todos os... Eu tenho que ligar o Xbox aqui também, né? Não vai ter jeito, né? Vou ter que ligar aqui, vamos lá. Como que coloca pontos na live? Como assim pontos na live, White? Deixa eu ver aqui. Você ganha pontos aqui no canal assistindo as lives, né? É 1 ponto por minuto. Se é isso que você quer saber. Pontos de recompensa? Ah, você quer saber? Ah, você quer saber como é que faz pra colocar o lance de ponto? Ah, tá aqui, já abriu já. Ó, do iOS do coisa tá pronto. Você já tá aberto. Vou até desinstalar o jogo aqui. Que vem a próxima atualização, né, ô Lemãozinho? As atualizações no Minecraft, ó, chama Stream Elements, o site, o White9319. Chama Stream Elements. Bom, eu já abri esse daí. Deixa eu só abrir do... Deixa eu só abrir lá do Kindle Fire, peraí. Eu vou abrir aqui, vamos ver se foi, vamos ver. Pera aí. Vamos lá, deixa eu ver. Ah, aí sim, beleza. Beleza. Agora falta o... Falta o PC. PC é facinho. PC já, ó. Já vou abrir o PC aqui. PC é rapidão. E depois o chibocão e ó. Só vai ficar faltando... Só vai ficar faltando... Vamos lá, vamos lá. Aqui, Steve, aqui. Aí, ó. Só vai ficar faltando... Kindle Fire é um tablet, alemãozinho. É um tablet. É um tablet Android da Amazon. E, ó, beleza. Tchau. Isso aí também já era do PC. Vou até desinstalar aqui e não... Desinstalar essa... Beleza. E agora o último é o Chiboca, né? Agora o último é o Chiboca. Tá instalado o jogo, né? Só abrir aqui. Ah, bom demais. Quantos Minecraft? Eu vou ter que conversar com o Edu, pedir pra ele mandar o... Pra ele mandar o Switch. Aí de presente eu vou... De presente ele vai ganhar um Minecraft. Pô, Edu. Pô, Edu. Minecraft, cara. Não, foi bem de boa, Lemonzinho. Foi bem de boa fazer as conquistas com você lá, cara. Foi, bicho, foi bem tranquilo, cara. A única que deu, se falar a verdade, a única que deu azia mesmo foi essa daí, né? Foi a única que deu azia. O resto, cara, o resto foi bem tranquilo, né? Vai lá, a gente vai trocando ideia e tal. Foi bem de boa, cara. Tá certo que eu lembrava de muitas ali que eu já tinha feito, né? Mas, tipo assim, a maioria... Daria pra fazer numa paulada só. Mas... Tá, beleza. Não quero saber disso. Quero saber disso aqui, ó. Deixa eu ver. Aí, ó. Que bonito. Agora tá bonito, hein? Sai fora. Deixa ele instalado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, cara. Ah, esse aqui eu vou fazer uma print e colocar lá. Os caras ficaram putos da vida. Falaram, caralho, essa... 5 Minecraft. Ah, e pena que não tem do Suitão, cara. Putz. Cara, só aqui dá o quê? Vamos fazer a soma por cima. Só esses... Quanto que dá de game scores aqui? Pera aí. Pera lá, vamos ver. Oi. Vai dar... Deixa eu ver aqui. 27... 60 vezes 5, ó, dá 13.800, hein? Deixa eu ver, ó, 13.800, 27, 60. Ó, mais 2 quase chega na Gamer Tag lá do Games em Debate, hein? Mais um pouquinho. O que o cara tem de Game Score, eu tenho no Minecraft. Ei, caralho, viu? Esse aqui eu vou ter que postar no grupo lá, cara. Ah, vai ter que encarar o Dungeons, né? Mas acho que amanhã eu vou encarar o... Eu acho que amanhã eu vou encarar o... Eu vou encarar o... Como é que fala? Amanhã eu vou encarar esse daí que você falou, alemãozinho. Acho que amanhã eu vou encarar o... Esse milzão aí que tá no Game Pass. A gente não sabe até quando que vai isso aí, né? Então... Nunca se sabe, né? Vou colocar aqui. Ah, beleza. Eu vou dar uma olhada. Amanhã a gente... Muito bom. Muito bom, muito bom. Qual será que eu tenho mais horas? Será que eu acho que deve ser o de PC, né? Deve ser o de PC, eu acho. Tamo junto, tamo junto. Mine. Opa. Minimizei aqui. Eita. Quase fiz cacada aqui. Deixa eu postar aqui no Twitter. Desligar. Agora acabou. Acabou a graça. Acabou o mine. Agora tem que partir pra próxima agora. Cadê aqui o... Nossa, eu fiz 5.400. Tá bom. Nossa, esse água nos Prime, cara, 40 mil. Olha o Sedical, já. Os caras estão... Meu Deus, os caras são foda, hein, cara. Porra. Não dá pra pegar os caras, não. 30 mil, 40 mil, você tá doido. Tá maluco. Vamos lá. YouTube comemorando 1 trilhão de views no Mine e eu completando mais um no iPhone. Só falta o suitão. Boa. Minecraft, rapaz. Bom demais. Ô, se somar conquista 118 conquistas. Nossa, eu mal coloquei, já tem um retweet e um like, caralho. Lojinha do iPhone. Eu, hein? Só porque eu coloquei a palavra lojinha no iPhone? Ah, deixa eu colocar aqui na comunidade do canal também. Ô, galerinha, vou indo nessa. Uma boa noite pra vocês aí. Hoje foi a live bem longa, né? Farmei umas par de horas aqui na... Tá precisando de umas horinhas aqui mesmo na Twitch. Já deu uma farmada boa. Um abração aí, galera. Tamo junto. No fim deu tudo certo. Tamo junto e até. Fui. Deixa eu dormir que eu tô podre, rapaz. Falou.